drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Hi guys, what's up? How you living? How you doing? I'm just clicking around, checking some shit out. That's pretty cool. I like that. I'm gonna save that. Let me find some short fat otaku stuff. Sitch and Adam. Short fat otaku. AJW. Should be pretty recent. I think they chopped it up into like a 40-minute video. So, should be pretty easy. I think it should be pretty easy to find. They're Trans and the Kids, 21 hours ago, 35 minutes. Actual Justice Warrior, Short Fat Otaku, PSA Sitch, Adam Friended. Let's go. Jonazilla, good morning. Christian Valeris, hi, good to see you. Randy, good morning, nerd. Sapient Green, good morning to you. Casper Che, hello, aka Badasui, Haya, and Sacred Snosis, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's kind of been like an off week. I think what's going on realistically, if I'm just being honest, is we're all kind of recovering from, hey, Brooklyn, my favorite lurker. I think we're all psychologically, or at least I am anyways, recovering from the Charlie Kirk assassination and the fervor around the Charlie Kirk assassination and all the crazy shit that happened around that time. Now we're kind of like getting back into normal, quote unquote, politics. Now, normal politics is still, it's still a government shutdown. It's still fighting about whether or not Democrats are paying for illegal alien health care. It's still Donald Trump, giving a meandering speech to the military and saying that he's going to invade American cities with federal troops. It's still a bunch of crazy shit. So realistically, it's not like there's not plenty of exciting stuff. There is, but it's all, relatively speaking, in my opinion, psychically painful. So yeah. Sapient Green says, on behalf of Europeans everywhere, let me just say we don't really care about Charlie Kirk. I mean, I get it, Sapient Green, but at the same time, I think there's something we can all feel. At least I think everybody in the United States can feel the violence bubbling underneath our rhetoric, where the right wing is saying that everything is like an existential apocalyptic doomsday scenario, and therefore their audience is in the doomsday scenario. And then also the far left in particular, I think everybody's correctly calling out how egregious and fucked up the Trump administration is, but then whether or not you think the guardrails are going to hold is a different question. And so maybe I'm an optimist and I think the guardrails will hold, and maybe I should be more pessimistic. But that determines whether or not you're going to freak out, right? So you're going to freak out if you think the guardrails aren't going to hold, and you're going to try to keep it chill if you think the guardrails will hold. Beef Supreme renewed their membership and also gifted a Valor Media Network membership. Thank you, Beef Supreme. I appreciate you. Conservative Liberalism says, congrats on the Halo Magnum test. It has a great profile. Thank you. I worked on it quite substantively. I'm going to just show you guys a picture rather than, because YouTube likes to get upset with me whenever I play firearms related content. I don't think you're supposed to watch live firearms content on a live stream. I think the AI robot gets confused and it thinks that like, oh, you're actually at the range right now, and that's against TOS, so they kind of take it out. But if I go to my notifications, I shouldn't have any crazy thing. So let's take a look at this one. I'm going to pause it and I'm just going to scrub. But look. So I took a Glock 21, which is a 45 caliber pistol. I put on a non-reciprocating front end that's 3D printed. Since I shot this video, I painted the top half of the front part silver. The bottom half right here, this is a Picatinny rail. This is a rail that is actually 3D printed, and it stood up to the pressure test of actually being fired. And then the handguard is kind of in the way of my support hand, but at the same time, I think you have to go with rule of cool. Rule of cool dictates that the handguard is there. So even if it's an inconvenient placement, it's still there. And so the one thing that's missing, I suppose, in my opinion, is I think the back end could be heavier. Like the back end could be, if you look at actual pictures of the Halo Magnum from Halo, the back end is actually kind of constantly like this, even when it's in battery. The rear end is longer. So I think that the way to get around that would be to get a Glock 45 long slide. And then also the rear sight is something that just like slots in. There's like a Glock rear sight tool where it just slots into there. So I would need to make, if I wanted to make the rear end beefier, then I would need to get a rear sight tool in order to knock out the Glock rear sight. And then I would need to machine something in metal in order to make the rear beefy. But I think for, buying like a $200 or $300, gun, if you get them used, like if you get a police refurbished Glock 21 and then, doing like a 3D component, I think this is good enough. So truth be told, I'm probably going to sell it. Not that one specifically. I'll probably hold on to that one. But I did get another. So the one that I was shooting in that video was my buddy. It's my friend's retired pistol. They retired his pistol and he bought it at auction. So that one's his and he gave it to me. So I'm probably going to keep that one for sentimental value. However, I also bought another one for around $250. And I gave that to a friend because he was working on the Halo Magnum project with me, but he kind of stopped working on it. So I'm going to get that one back. I'm going to 3D print it. I'll probably make a few tweaks, and then I'm going to sell the one that I got for like $250, and I'll probably sell it for like 600. And then I'll use that cash as investment for more. Next project is a battle rifle. I'm going to get a Kel-Tec RDB, which is a bullpup rifle, and I'm going to make the Halo assault rifle and Halo battle rifle, so it should be pretty sick. Sleeping Green says, I think the U.S. is slowly boiling pot and everyone in it is the frog. True. Happy Locktober, boys. True. Gen X says, oh my God, is AJW or Andrew Wilson worse? I don't know. We'll find out today. Uriel says, good morning, guys. Since my job is on hold for the foreseeable future, I just went on a 5K run with my Doberman and treating myself with this stream. Well, great, Uriel. Not the sensitive employment situation. That's probably not cool, but the getting out and getting exercise in order to reduce your anxiety. General So says, who's SFO? Short Fat Otaku, also known as Dev, kind of a anti-social justice warrior video essayist who didn't lose their mind and didn't become a Trump devotion syndrome sufferer. And therefore, like he's always contended that he's been center left, like he's pro-trans, he's pro some level of healthcare, but then he'll have like some esoteric, like right-wing positions, like actually illegal immigration bad, deport all the illegal immigrants. But whatever. He's probably like an actual centrist, I suppose, in our modern political landscape. Conservative liberalism says, I figured there was some point to come. The form is there, though, and it looks sharp. There was some paint to come, excuse me. Yeah. So if you actually look at the Halo Magnum in art, there's some of them where the handguard is silver and the top part is silver. And then there's some where the bottom half of it is black and the top part is silver. I kind of copied that paint scheme for the current iteration. Joe Vaughn says Dev was limp-wristed when talking to Adam. Adam is rude the whole time, and Dev took it like a cuck. Rude. So rude. We'll take a look at it. But dude, that's one of my things. So I was thinking this morning as I was taking a shower and getting ready for stream, I was thinking to myself, it's like, man, I would love to back up SFO on any of these debates, because even if I didn't agree with SFO, I'm sure I could steel man his arguments and I could force Adam to contend with them. But then I was thinking of just how ugly it would get between me and Adam. And trust me, I'm down to do it. I just don't know if my blood pressure is going to be able to take it. So, I don't know if it's something that I should initiate, if it's something that I should just wait for when it feels right. I don't know if I should just like go on there or like try to get on there and then, just yell at him the way that I truly feel. I don't know what the move is. So we'll wait. We'll think about it. We'll think about what's the best approach to Sitch and Adam, where realistically we probably have like 80 to 90% like foundational moral alignment, but our moral like ideas have led us to fundamentally different conclusions, and we're really passionate about those conclusions. Like they kind of say it's the narcissism of small differences. Like the reason why people who are actually close to each other fight more viciously than somebody that's like really far away from them politically. The reason why that happens is because if somebody's far away from you politically, you already know that they're far away from you politically. So you kind of go into the conversation or the debate with the expectation that you're not going to agree. And so as a result, like you get less pissed off. But when you have somebody with whom you think should agree with your prescriptions and your descriptions, and then you don't, then I think you fight all the more viciously and it gets more personal. So I don't know how to handle that. We'll figure it out. Maybe I'll get on beta blockers first. Maybe I'll get on some performance enhancing drugs, and then I'll do that debate. Biz D says Ross Douthat interviewed Hassan. I'll add that to the list. That's good that we're building up actually good content, because we still have Peter Thiel versus we still got Andrew Wilson versus Morgan on Christian. Pierce Morgan on Christian nationalism. That's what that one was. Okay, got it. We still got Peter Thiel versus Peterson, and then you're saying we got Ross Douthat versus Hassan Piker. For me, that's like a professional boxer and Ross Douthat fighting a toddler in Hassan Piker. So I don't know if it's trash or gas, but we'll check it out. Jonah Zill says, what even is that big thing on the barrel in the lore? I think it like contains like a laser and an optic and a flashlight and all that kind of stuff. So Randy says, make the rear more beefy. True. Christian Blair says, some cops in Florida have been carrying Glock 21s based. Oh, yeah. Lots of people carry 45 in Florida. You know why? Because they don't make a 46. Christian Blair says, when you a cop with a drop leg holster, you don't need to worry about the size. True. Nick Frost says, YouTube algorithm is working. Well, the last week I was listening to clips and it autoplays into your live stream. Based. Fashion 40 says, good morning, Coggers and Grill Hottest. Yes, good morning. Christian Blair says, actually, Florida is now open carry, so you don't have to worry about the size. Kind of dumb, given surprise is the only thing a civilian has against a criminal mass shooter. Yeah, I don't expect much to change in American gun culture. I expect most people would still be concealed carrying, even if we're open carry now. I think there'll just be some cringe LARPers who open carry every now and then just to give the cops some heart palpitations. Conservatism says, Dev is a food shop's apologist because not only is he pro-trans, he's super into trans. I know, that's like one thing that makes me uncomfortable is, food shops is who she is. I've said my piece on food shops, but SFO seems willing and desiring to constantly steel man her, which I don't know why, but I guess we all pick our patron projects of things that we steel man or defend or make excuses for. So it is what it is. Rob with a B says, boys, I'm in a great mood. Lifted last night, mowed the lawn, cooked dinner. Got to kick today's ass now, too. It's my 13th anniversary. Congratulations, bud. Congratulations on the anniversary and on having a super productive and healthy 24 hours. That's awesome. SFO has been fighting his MAGA audience as of late. True. Randy says, making Adam cry wouldn't feel good. Would it not feel good? You're saying it wouldn't. Would it, though? AK Batasui says, Dev has been talking less while on other shows, it seems. Gotcha. Sapien Green says, good start would be having a chat online with SFO. SFO and I are relatively, I don't even say relatively. SFO and I are friendly in DMs. I borderline don't want to ask him about his lolly takes because I have a feeling that they're just going to be terrible, and then I'm going to be upset. Lawson Harrison for 10 says Dev is a calmer Destiny with a tenth of the edginess. I know, but didn't we used to? Back when Steven was at his peak and he was bullying Lavloon and Mr. Girl and yelling at his wife and yelling at ABBA and yelling at everybody. Didn't we all used to love Destiny's Edge when it wasn't self-destructive? Didn't we all love that? I don't know. I feel like the funny thing about it is that this is fucked up, but it's true. I don't think I've really watched Steven's political content that much. And the reason why is because, relatively speaking, I know what he's going to say. He's going to have like a super strong center left liberal, sometimes bordering neoliberal line of argumentation. And while I'll disagree with some aspects of it, I'll get pissed off over the fact that it's effectively going to be a steel man, right? It's not going to be like a weak, poorly thought out, shitty liberal opinion. It's probably going to be a pretty strong, well thought out liberal opinion. But then it's like, okay, like what do I do with that now? Am I supposed to freak out because a liberal is being a liberal? Like, that's not good content. Whereas for me, watching Steven like bullying, Lavloon or Mr. Girl, it's like, oh, okay. Well, Mr. Girl's kind of an asshole for XYZ ABC reason. He's kind of a piece of shit for XYZ ABC reason. But does he really deserve to be treated this way? And then same thing with Lavloon. It's like, oh yeah, Lav's an asshole. Lav sucks for this reason, this reason, this reason, and this reason. But does she really deserve to be bullied this way? And so there's like, I don't know. There's like a human interest component of the drama. Christian Blair says Adam is never going to stop being a dumb fuck contrarian and MAGA right-wing apologist. His brain is broken because of Gamergate 2017 SJWs. I mean, that sucks. AK Batasui says, I think you have to consider that Adam lives in California and he's had really close friends lose their minds and totally trash lifelong relationships. He's pretty pissed about the woke mind virus. Yeah, but that's like, so if he has his bias and I have my bias, then how do we reconcile those? Because I feel like the whole reason why I picked this content in the first place, which I promise we'll get into in a minute, but the reason why I picked this content is because I think it's kind of where the political moment in which we are. It's almost perfectly illustrative. You got Trump, in my opinion, actually probably just descriptively true, backstabbing Ukraine, cutting off, weapon shipments, cutting off intel sharing, resulting in thousands, if not tens of thousands, of preventable Ukrainian deaths. That's already fucked up. Then you have the shuttering of USAID, cutting 0.16% of the federal budget. This program, PEPFAR, was $6.5 billion annually. And what was the other one? USAID was like 3.5. So it was a total of $10 billion. And then that's projected, even if you don't believe the number from the Lancet, which they projected over the next 5 years, it'll be 14 million dead. It's hundreds of thousands or millions. It's at minimum hundreds of thousands. Like, I'm pretty sure they've already correlated hundreds of thousands of HIV deaths. But it's probably going to be millions by the end of the 4 or 5 years, right? So you got millions of people dead through incompetence. Then you didn't save the money because we did tax cuts. Then not only that, you have the $20 billion going to Argentina right now to prop up their economy. So there wasn't some like principled, we don't do foreign aid, we're not interested in nation building anymore. It was, well, they're Africans and they have AIDS, so what are they going to do for us? Fuck them. And then we shut off the money there and then we turned it on someplace else, which to me is like morally monstrous. But whenever you bring it up to any conservative or conservatarian, they're like, yeah, well, they're not Americans, so fuck them. And it's like, is that really a good answer to a few 100,000 people dying over the next 5 years? Is potentially a few million people over the next 5 years dying is the correct moral answer? Well, they're not Americans, so even though it's technocratically incompetent, fuck them. Like, what? How is that a valid answer? I don't understand, but that's my problem. That's my cross to bear. AK Batazui says, so until the left admits they ruin people's lives, he's probably going to be upset about it. Yeah, sure, but that's also very childish. Stephen Borcelli says, for me, I feel like because I'm a centrist that came from the right, I fight harder with the right and try to be more chill with the left. I feel like Adam is the opposite. Stephen, I'm with you. I'm with you. Like, I'm going to be doing a debate tonight. Today is Thursday, right? I'm going to be going on to a red pill guy who says that women shouldn't serve in the military and law enforcement. And I guarantee you, he's going to have all these physiological arguments that I agree with some of them. I think that women shouldn't be infantry. Okay. I don't think they should be infantry. However, if they pass combat arms tests, let's say that I know truck drivers aren't combat arms, but let's say that they're a truck driver. Let's say they're an interpreter. Let's say that they're I don't know, like an artillery shell person, but they're just built like a brick shit house. They're fucking Brienne of Tarth, and they can keep up in a combat arms position. Then, okay. And by the way, that was Pete Hegseth's speech. Pete Hegseth's speech, as much as I was critical of it, because I thought there were elements of it that was cringe, he basically said, like, no, we're going to a male standard. And if a female can pass a male standard, then she can be a combat arms pogue. But besides that, you can go fuck yourself. I agree with that. However, saying that women shouldn't be in the military at all, what? You want all our military service members to be dudes and then to have gay sex? That sounds gay. And then also, not everything is combat arms. There's S2, there's S1, there's S4. That's admin, intel, and the logistics shop. I think S4 is logistics. It's been a while. And so you got S1, S2, S4. You got, the battalion level. You got the medical stuff. You got corpsmen. There's so many other different jobs that can be done by women and gays, effeminate gays. Effeminate gays and women can do a lot of jobs in the military. So do you not want any effeminate gays or any women? That seems cringe. Philip Coffee for $10 says, saw the fitness talk on the VOD yesterday and wanted to say that I'm 40 and do cardio, yoga, and lift multiple times a week. I was taught yoga by an 80-year-old guy. It's never too late to do better. That's based, Philip Coffee. I know we beef about personal stuff sometimes, but that's super fucking based. Mud Farmer says, new terrorist attack in a synagogue in Manchester. 2 dead, brown guy with a knife had a bomb strapped on him. Cringe. Remember, kids, reject jihadist terrorism. Embrace volleyball. Eli Gray says, good morning, homie. Dad bods for life. Catching up on the war VOD. You are bang on with your takes. Love you, brother. Love you too, Eli. Eli and I have been internet friends for a while. Sam, we're all tired of the extreme woke. There are worse issues now. Yes. Nick Fro says, Lavlin, Mr. Girl stuff is probably why Destiny doesn't hold back on MAGA now. He tried remaining neutral to them, but they didn't care and went full tilt. Yep. Joe Vaughn says, roughly 30% of anime watchers are PFs. Fight me. No, I won't. I actually agree with you. I think the anime to hentai to lolicon pipeline must be analyzed. Haterade says, what's up, Connor? I'm at the gym sweating all over the treadmill and my phone right now. I don't think Destiny is that edgy, and it doesn't really matter when Dems are trying to transgender everyone. Thanks for trying to trigger me. AK Batasui says, I think the difference is that Adam, it was years before and during Trump's first term, which was minimally neutral for national harms, where people who are super aggro on Trump right now are post-January 6th. So Adam was dealing with that much earlier, and he's more mad at the news and journalists, etc., and the Times. Sure, but AK Batasui, we are post-January 6th, so he should know better. And then not just that, I would argue that the mismanagement of COVID probably resulted in hundreds of thousands of preventable deaths. What I mean by that is Trump was all over the place. Trump was like, oh, it's not that bad. It's the sniffles. Oh, wait, it's actually serious. You guys should get the vaccine. Oh, wait, my base doesn't like vaccines. Okay, well, vaccines are bad, so you should just get it if you want the vaccine. And I think that level of confusion helped fuel conspiracy theories surrounding the vaccine. And as a result, at least thousands, at least tens of thousands of people probably saw Trump's waffling and they waffled themselves. And then as a result, they were seriously injured or killed. And so I view his actions during COVID as complete mismanagement. And then also, not only do I think that he mismanaged the COVID incident, resulting in probably tens of thousands of preventable deaths at minimum, but also he blamed Biden for the inflation. But guess what causes inflation? Guess what one of the main ways to cause inflation is? Have a decrease in productivity and have an increase in money supply. And what did Donald Trump do? He oversaw the shutdown of the economy, which you can argue was necessary. And then he oversaw one of the largest stimuluses in American history, which you can argue is necessary. You can say the options are shut down the economy or millions of deaths, or stimulus and like huge spike in crime related to people just trying to survive. So you can say that the stimulus was necessary, but he put his name on the stimulus checks. And then he argued that because the inflation didn't hit until he was out of office, it was Biden's fault, which was bullshit. It's total bullshit. So I don't like the dishonesty. I don't like the mismanagement. I still think he's a stupid asshole. And I think anybody who thinks that he's like a 5D chess playing genius, I think you're an asshole too. Lawson Harrison says, Connor didn't read his Bible very carefully. Jesus only healed the lepers with Nazareth citizenship. True. Dude, today somebody was arguing like, oh yeah, we shouldn't pay for the ER visits from illegals. And I'm like, oh yeah, just like Jesus intended. We should just let random injured people, random dying people die in the gutter because they're not citizens. That's awesome. Sorry, 1 second. I need a DM Taze real quick. I would do the Lord Terminus as he's killing the rat ogre. And if you can't find a good action scene, then just do his big, ugly, hardcore face. Christian Lara says this is going to be on Raging Tomato. Yes, it will. Mayflower Kid says military men need to start waxing. The bottoms need to start waxing. Coffee Margin says, I thought all military men were muscle Marys. I don't know what that means, but that's an interesting sentence. Jonazilla says they want the entire military to be like the Navy. I know, right? Hell Puppy says the gay sex is very Roman Empire pilled. I know, but how cringe is that? Imagine you join the military and you just know that you're not going to see a female on base for the next 4 years. You think that there's something that I describe as, I don't know if it's like socially described as, I describe it as institutional homosexuality. Okay. And to describe that accurately, in prison, I think that most people who participate in sex acts in prison with other dudes are probably not homosexual. Okay. What they're doing is they're coping about the situation they're in. They're so touch starved that they will take anything close to like physical intimacy, even if it's rape. And then as a result, they'll find feminine homosexuals and then like effectively sexually enslave them. And I don't even think that like if those people had access to women, I don't think they would be engaged in homosexual sex acts, right? So I would call that institutional homosexuality. Well, why would you want to? That did happen in the military on occasion where there was just no females and there was like 8 guys. It was so fun. This is such a fucked up story, but I think it's true. I don't know if it's true. It could have been one of those rumor mill things. But allegedly, there was an infantry unit in 29 Palms, and they were caught having like a gay orgy. So like half a dozen dudes were caught having in a can having gay sex. And right at the time, it was don't ask, don't tell. And so if you were homosexual, but you kept it to yourself and you didn't get caught, you could stay in the military. Whereas if you were homosexual and you got caught, then you got drummed out. Well, what happened was allegedly, bear in mind, this is probably just like an urban legend, but allegedly the half a dozen guys are getting, ceremonied out. They're doing their discharge or whatever. And at the discharge, they ask the guys, they're like, well, do you have anything to say for yourselves? And one of the guys allegedly said, sir, it's not gay if your eyes are closed. Which I'm assuming that guy is a top. I'm assuming he's a top. Okay. Haterade says, it's so annoying that we're the greatest empire in human history and we're giving it up because fuck you and fuck me and fuck the world. Yeah, I know. It's a very like childish tantrum. AK Batasui says, Adam can still be chill and friendly. He thought about voting for Trump for all of a week because of how bad Kamala was. Yeah. And then what? He didn't vote and he still does apologia. Sorry if that's like not good enough for me and I freak out and moral frog about it. But, I think Adam should be better than that on an intellectual basis. Even on a logical basis. Groovy Harp says, what is more important than military fitness or the ability to engage in gay chicken with your fellow soldiers? Right? We have to balance these things. Myrmidon says the scam-demic was a lie, dumbass. Myrmidon, you're too stupid for politics. 1.1 million people died, you fucking idiot. No, like this isn't even in dispute. Even the people who are COVID conspiracy theorists don't even dispute this thing. There were 1.1 million excess deaths between 2021 and 2022. Like it's a scam-demic. You're an idiot. You're an idiot, and you shouldn't be watching political content. You should, the brain rot that my 2-year-old watches on YouTube, where he goes to YouTube Kids and he like clicks on like a monster truck video, and it's a 40-year-old man going like, "Wee." Like that's what you should be watching. That's like more your speed. You shouldn't be talking about politics or virology or vaccinations. You should be talking about what kick-ass Hot Wheel car came out in the past month. Stephen Bercelli says, don't get me wrong, Adam can drive me crazy with how much grace he gives to the crazies on MAGA, but I feel like it's because he doesn't want to come off as another crazy lefty, so he goes hard on the left. Yeah, but that you should be aware of your biases. That's not, I don't accept that. The truth is the truth, even if the truth is inconvenient to people you like. Hans Mayer says, did he see the discussion between Erudite and the MAGA lawyer? Apparently, that's like a huge struggle session. That's the way that Ryan Mullally characterized it to me, was effectively that Erudite was trying to bend his arm for 3 hours to get him to be a liberal. Focus Lady says, not wanting to use evidence-based techniques to prevent infectious disease transmission caused many more problems than originally anticipated. Yep. Thung Dark says he should have just won in 2020 and he had been destroyed by all the shit that I know, right? Like, should we have just like ripped off the Band-Aid and let Trump win in 2020? That way we could have been done with this shit already. I wonder sometimes. Jovan says Adam will get pissed about random Twitter user bringing up both sides thing, and then he laughs his ass off about JD Vance lying about black people eating your cats and dogs. Right. When the right wing acts badly, it's a joke. But I don't find any of this shit funny. Eli says, forget those deaths. I have to get an MMR teeter test for my physical since it was brought back measles, mumps, and rubella. I knew a rugged, world-class John Deere hat-wearing mechanic who's gay. Based. Fast and Bulbous says, my biggest criticism of Adam Frennet is he's from Cali, but calls Nick Fuentes instead of Fuentes. I know. How do you not speak Spanglish? Myrmidon says, bro, you're dumb. No, you're dumb, and you're too dumb for my chat. This is a 3000 IQ exclusive chat, so Myrmidon, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. You're too stupid for my chat. Eli Gray says, didn't that happen to HBO Prison Show and in many of the front lines through many history? Yeah. Yup. Institutional homosexuality. People are so damn homophobic. 100% of you do not have to be gay to have sex with another guy. Damn, some people are just so simple-minded. Sorry. Like, okay, the way my brain works, and I think it's probably genetic, because I remember liking girls as early as like age 6. I was, I thought girls in my class were cute, and, Stacy's mom was hot when I was a teenager, if you guys remember the Stacy's Mom song. So anyways, point is that I pretty much knew instantaneously from a very young age that I was attracted to women. However, the way that I process men is that they're furniture. I swear to God, if I'm scanning a room, I'll see woman, fat woman, ugly woman, attractive woman, pretty woman, hot woman, whatever, woman, right? That's how I see a room. And then I see dudes, and the dudes might as well be furniture. It's like I don't even notice them in my scan of a room. And then the only time that I'll notice a dude is if he's like freakishly handsome to the point that he might as well be an actor, or if he looks like he could beat me up. That's the only time that I notice dudes. And so I talked to Dylan Burns about that, because Dylan Burns allegedly is bisexual. And I was like, how do you scan a room? Do you see dudes and chicks the same way that I see chicks? And he's like, yeah. He's like, that's exactly how it is. So he doesn't scan a room and see 90% of the men as inanimate objects. He sees them as things to evaluate for attractiveness. And I just don't. So Hell Puppy says, bring back the brothel tents. Yep. I mean, that would realistically, that would Hell Puppy having paid professional ladies of the night would cause and solve a lot of problems. Focus Lady says, my college roommate was Alan Rogers, the first person in the military to speak out about don't ask, don't tell. He's on Wikipedia. Based. Tristan Clark says, I read a refreshing article about Mormons raising money for victims from the shooting last week and the wife and the child of the shooter. Yeah, well, that's the one thing about Christianity. It does tell you to love your enemies. If you took the vax, you'll never get to pass the ice wall, pure bloods only. Funny. Mayflower says, yeah, while Mormons, they're pedo treasonous fraudster prophet. Hey, listen. Muhammad and John Smith, maybe they're more similar than you think. Christian Lair says, no, ESE was trying to point out his clear inconsistencies, which he has a lot. Dude is not a moderate. Okay. Haterade says, Connor, I've heard stories from my Marine friend that when he would get on the Navy boats, there would be orgies after hours, and sometimes there wouldn't be any women, but that's just Xbox talk. I've heard the phrase, it's not gay if you're underway. I've heard that before. I've also heard of like disproportionate orgies where it's like 9 dudes with 1 chick. So yeah. Beef Supreme says, simply put, having sex with a guy that doesn't alone make you gay. Understand it's more than that. I don't agree, Beef Supreme, but I don't care. Yeah. All the gay jokes. Eli Gray says, I'll stick around to support the stream. I'll watch the war speech later. And hell yeah, I liked girls in kindergarten and preschool and never went through the I hate girls phase based. What's a dude? Yeah, exactly. Conservative liberalism says, I do the same thing scanning a room. When it comes to guys, I look at what they're looking at and what their hands are doing. Yeah. Why allegedly? Because I secretly think that all bisexuals are, coping, except for female bisexuals, obviously, because Kay is saying that she's a female bisexual. Kay is the only good bisexual, all right? If it was for Connor being considerate, he would 100%. You guys are terrible. John Timoshenko says Ryan does not live in reality. He couldn't admit that Trump is worse than Biden, says he's an originalist, constitutional originalist, but turns his eye on everything Trump has done in just 9 months. Don't start me on January 6th. Maybe I need to watch the content eventually. Haterade says, I've met gay guys who have sex with women. We all know that didn't make them straight. Yeah, sure. But, let's not get any more down the rabbit hole. Yep. Why are we on what exactly counts as gay again? Because I have a disproportionate amount of gay audience members. Because I think that you should live a traditional life. And, I think that you should. This is unironically my prescription. 0 to 15, you probably shouldn't do shit. All right. Because from 10 to 15, you're forming your sexuality and you're just too young and too naive and too stupid to know what you're doing. 15 to 25, I think you should screw around. Go to movie theaters, hang out, date random people, make out. As you get older, maybe you engage in premarital sex, maybe you don't. And figure out like who you are, what you like, all that kind of stuff. Figure that out from 15 to 25. Then I think around 25, you should start thinking about settling down. Because no offense to my slutty older audience, but yeah, I started dating at 15, Mayflower. I'm not saying like you should engage in hardcore stuff. I'm saying I went to the movie theater with a girlfriend and held hands, relax. But the point is that like once you're around 25, I don't think that like being a 50-year-old dating 19-year-olds is okay. I think it's cringe being a 50-year-old dating a 19-year-old. I think effectively you're socially slurred and that you need to grow up. So let's bump that up to 30. Okay, fine. Between 25 and 30, start looking for your partner. And then once you find your partner, shack up, have some kids, adopt some dogs, and enjoy life. That's my prescription. It's not a one size fit all. Not everybody is going to enjoy that lifestyle, but I think that lifestyle is probably good for 90% of the population. Eli Gray says, might as well bring the oldest profession in history back. OnlyFans is strange, and I heard, and many of them apparently cross over to mainstream adult films anyways. 9 to 1 sounds like a nightmare. Yeah. Short says, not sure if you heard about it, but what are your thoughts about the controversy surrounding all these progressive comedians like Bill Burr and Pete Davidson going to perform in Saudi Arabia? Listen, I get that the Saudi Arabian government murdered a journalist 10 years ago and chopped up his body and, left an embassy with like various bags for murdering this guy. I understand. I get it. Okay. Saudi Arabia, bad. They don't like women, bad. But do you know what's cool about a bunch of like secular Western comedians going to do a comedy show in Saudi Arabia in English? That means that Saudis are watching American pop culture, which is probably a moderating force in Saudi Arabia. So I don't think that you should hold back a moderating cultural force in Saudi Arabia just because Saudi Arabia has dystopian elements about it. I think the more pop culture that Saudi Arabia engages in, it might not be totally good for their society. It might actually have some detrimental effects, but it's probably going to be a moderating effect from like a religious perspective and from like a jihadist perspective. So I think it's good. Focus Lady said, I'm going to do a few more and then I'm going to get into the content, but I parasocially love you guys. We're up to 130 people. We already have 4 people who donated. Beef Supreme gifted a membership and renewed their membership. Lawson Harrison gave a super chat and Philip Coffey gave a super chat. Thank you kindly for your financial support as well as your viewership support. Please remember, liking the stream is free. Share it with your friends. Engage with chat. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you and thank you for being here. Focus Lady says, when I worked at Disney college programs, guys from Navy Nuclear Power School were hanging out with us and they were extremely cool. One of my roommates married one of them. Yeah. I think nuke sub guys are a little crazy because they have to live in a tin can under the sea for like a year at a time. But, besides that, it's pretty cool. Tristan Clark says, this is all fine and well, but explain the conservative girl cock and grinder exception. I'm unaware. You're saying that conservative girls like gay dudes? I don't know what you're talking about. John Timoshenko says, please watch the content. I understand your desire to build a new Republican movement and its base, but I fail to see how Ryan is not MAGA. It's just one-sided. I'll take a look. I'll call it out. Eli says, we love you, gay patrons. Follow in my almost boss Pete Buttigieg's footsteps. He's the best. If we'd accept a gay president, he'd be awesome. And he's Christian and former military based Connor. True. Mayflower Kid says, lol, America isn't winning shit right now. What are you talking about? American propaganda. Yeah, that's a good way to phrase it. AF Racing says, actually based takes. You changed my mind. That said, I was Pete Davidson. I sure as hell would not be going. Oh, for sure. Anonymous chatter, thank you for the 10. Bill Burr's take on women might become more radicalized by Saudis rather than normalizing Saudis by Burr. I do love Bill Burr's misogyny. Every single thing that Bill Burr has ever said about women, I've thought. I didn't say it, but I thought it. Christian Blair says, everybody on occasion is a hypocrite in the words of George W. Bush. You like getting hand jobs? Yes. You like giving hand jobs? No. Congratulations. That makes you a hypocrite. That's a classic. Tristan Clark says, agreed. Let those culture points bleed into their religious doctrine. Send some spies and diplomats. Sure. Plague Doctor says, I still find it strange. Iran used to be more liberal than the United States at one point. Yep. Haterade says, Connor, I wonder how many people would feel if those comedians did a show in Gaza. We'll see. Well, we'll get there. All right. CD Sock Dem says, I don't know if I can forgive Connor for getting Stacy's mom stuck in my head. What a classic. What a fucked up song, but what a classic song. Harmonix says, apparently I said too hateful. Whoops. Gist of it is, I'm Japanese. I don't believe in dating. I believe in go to college, get a job, no girlfriend, no boyfriend, just books and piano. Well, that's dysfunctional too, but I understand you're fucking around. All right, last ones, and then we're going to wrap up, or we're going to start the content. Kaiser Chase says, hi, brother. Do you think comedian going to Saudi Arabia is bad as much as people are saying? I don't get the fuss. No, it's really just the... Okay, so I'll break it down super quick. The current crown prince of Saudi Arabia is a moderating force in Saudi Arabia. He permitted women to drive. He's normalizing society. He's permitting Western media to come into the country. He's permitting Western businesses to come into the country. And so as a result, Saudi Arabia is secularizing, and that's the heart of Islam. So that's probably like, if you're a secular person, this is probably a good thing. However, that comes with a lot of risks in that there could be social conservative and terroristic backlash against an American pop culture onslaught in the Middle East and North Africa. Okay. So it's a double-bladed sword. It's quite dangerous. And then that prince, who is, I think, king now, because I think his dad died, but the king of Saudi Arabia now is credibly accused of, there was a Turkish journalist named Jamal Khashoggi or something like that. And he was a huge critic of the Saudi royalty. And so he in a Turkish embassy or a Saudi embassy, I forget, but he was doing some like random normal paperwork thing. And a Saudi Arabian hit squad, probably on orders from the royal family, went into the embassy, murdered the journalist, chopped up his body, and left the embassy. And this isn't really like in contention. Like a Saudi hit squad murdered a journalist, chopped up his body in an embassy. That happened. And it's suspected that the current king was the person who ordered the hit. So on one hand, you're playing into the cultural hands of a murderer, of a guy who murdered a journalist because he was overly critical of the Saudi royal family. On the other hand, you're probably a positive, popular, secularizing force in Saudi Arabia. So I don't, I would weigh the secularizing and socializing force of Western media in Saudi Arabia as a good thing. Because I think if you withhold that, if you will withhold that pop culture force, then all you're doing is you're going to make them look for radical alternatives. So the Stacey's mom writer was the healthy guy who died from COVID, was in his early 50s. That sucks. Harmonic Fox says, she makes money. I'm obviously joking. I do have a partner, and I'm Japanese American, though, based. I'm pretty sure it was Turkey. I agree. Eli Gray says, if you travel to Dubai and you are not married, you cannot stay in the same room with your girlfriend or fiance. It's against the law. I don't know what they want our comedians. I miss George Carlin. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. And then Conservatism says, fun fact, Jamal Khashoggi is Adnan Khashoggi's nephew, which I don't know who Adnan Khashoggi is. Feel free to share in chat. Yeah. Yep. All right, you're saying dive down the rabbit hole. All right, I'm going to Google this, and then we're going to start the content. Adnan Khashoggi is a Saudi businessman. Interesting. Adnan, an arms dealer known for his business dealings, extensive geopolitical influence, and opulent lifestyle. Oh, shit. Okay. The Great Gatsby of the Middle East. During his peak in the early 1980s, Khashoggi's net worth was estimated at $4 billion, amassed through his pivotal role as an intermediary between Western defense companies and the Saudi government. That's crazy. So you're saying that was his dad or that was his uncle? But apparently Kamal Khashoggi, or whatever that guy's name was, Jamal Khashoggi, his uncle, or who'd you say it was? Yeah, it's his uncle. His uncle was a billionaire arms dealer. So, yeah. Arms dealer playboy, worked with Epstein when Epstein lost his job and started his own business. Jesus. All right, Tristan Clark says, going into listening mode to drop the kids off. Thanks for the content, 07. Appreciate you, Tristan Clark. Let's get cracking, matter of fact. That's interesting. Okay, cool. Well, let's get the content cracking. Excuse me. Let us present. Let us add to screen. That has audio on it. Hi, guys. My name's Scott. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps, and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, meaning that I hold real Republican values. A classical Republican, if you will. I am watching Sitch and Adam versus Dev, also known as Short Fat Otaku, and Actual Justice Warrior. They're debating the current Trump admin and transing kids. So let's go ahead and take a look. I'll be interrupting intermittently in order to add in my 2 cents. Let's take a look.
Important things in the process. I can't support it.
So you're for strong borders, but you think he's doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. This is where Adam, the disaffected liberal, should be like, oh yeah, I think he's doing it wrong too. I think violating due process, sending people to Sukkot, innocent people, and allowing them to be tortured and sodomized is bad. That should be like an easy bone to throw towards Short Fat Otaku. I have a suspicion that he's not going to throw that bone, though. Please feel free to prove me wrong, Adam.
What about the trans women in women's sports?
Ah, okay. Instant pivot. Nice. Love it.
I mean, that's wrong. It shouldn't be happening, but I don't think it's that important. It's not like an issue of national importance. There's like 5 trans women playing sports. Like it doesn't fucking matter. It's
What
like,
Haterade says, you've changed my mind on that topic. Hell yes. Export American culture. Long live the empire. True.
devoting time to that when there's actual real political issues is just it's culture war retardation.
What about grade school? What about grade school kids or grade school teachers transing their classes?
Okay. So it feels like Adam is doing like a mean question, but then it feels like there's like a barb underneath there. So I'm kind of curious as to, how this is going to play out. What I'm going to say though is I'm actually a little bit more conservative than Dev in this regard. So I think that if it's casual sports, right? If you're playing badminton at the tennis court, and it's not competitive, who gives a shit if there's a trans player? If it's like a youth league or a college league or a high school league, and there's not like really a discernible biological advantage for team badminton, right? I don't think I give a shit. However, when we get to things where scholarships are on the line or Olympics are on the line, like Olympic medals, then maybe we need to pay attention more to the biology. And so like frisbee golf, do we care if a trans woman participates in frisbee golf? Not so much. Do we care if a trans woman who just transitioned in the past 2 weeks, has not been on estrogen for a full 2 or 3 years, is engaged in combat sports? Probably, right? That's where I'm at anyways.
How often does that happen?
A lot. I think
Is
a
it a
lot.
lot though? Is it a lot, or is that just like Twitter basically like amplifying certain things?
There's definitely been a huge
I mean,
uptick in people identifying
Yeah.
as trans.
So here's there is, and there's probably different reasons for that, right? And some of it probably is actually social contagion. Probably is some of it, the environment being more more supportive and more conducive to coming out. There's a bunch of different things that it could be, right? The last instance where we actually had a teacher who was trying to trans her students, like just straight up the stereotype, when it was actually true, that I remember was October of 2021. And that was, I don't know if you guys heard the story. It was that one school in California where like they had these 2 teachers who started up what they called the Equalities Club in this school, and they were using their administrative access to track what these students were searching for on the school computers, on the school network. So if they searched for any sort of like gay or trans related topics, they would invite them to this club. And then one girl ended up being convinced by these teachers that she was in 6th grade, I think, and she was convinced by them that she was actually trans and she had to be a boy. And it turns out she was just bisexual because she's now in high school, and she's like, no, I just like guys and girls. That's all it is. And then the school district ended up firing those 2 teachers who were involved with that, and they settled out of court with the family, and they got like a big fat payout. But like that's the last story that I recall of a teacher actually trying to trans their student. Everything else is like you have some fat blue-haired teacher in a classroom somewhere who posts like an annoying TikTok where she has like a pride flag up in her classroom, and that's stupid and it probably shouldn't be happening. But then Lives of TikTok finds that and posts that on their account and says they're transing your kids. One day your kids are gonna come home wearing dresses.
And by the way, I think this is unironically Ryan Mullally's talking point. Like I'm not trying to straw man the guy, and we're in a group chat, so we could probably talk about it at some point. But I think that one of the things that he actually objected to vociferously was the progressive sexual revolution being instantiated as academic fact within like elementary and middle schools, right? Because this is actually a fairly interesting perspective, is that puberty can start as early as 8. Okay. And I think that 5th grade is What age would 5th grade be? Because I remember being in middle school. Okay, middle school, 5th grade ages, USA. In the United States, 10 or 11 years old. Okay. So 4th grade is where people can, rare, but can start puberty. And then 5th grade is technically elementary school, but that's where like puberty can start kicking in, right? And then 6th through 8th grade is where middle school is where puberty starts kicking in. And I remember middle school being super weird. I'm just gonna be real from my middle school perspective. There were 3 girls who physically matured in 6th grade. Then I would say maybe 10 to 20% of the girls physically matured in 7th and 8th grade. And what happened is those girls who physically matured early, they got like all of the romantic attention from boys. And I'm not saying like it was anything crazy. Like they just went on like movie dates and held hands and stuff. But I'm saying like that happened where some people peaked early, I guess is the way that you would put it. And so as a result, they looked like they were like, I don't know, 16, something like that. They looked older, right? But then what was funny with the dudes too, because some of the dudes they hit puberty early. The dudes who hit puberty early, they were super short. And I felt bad. I had a friend named Adam. And Adam, nice guy. He's a perfectly nice guy. I'm not trying to dog on him. He's like a super talented basketball player. But Adam peaked early in puberty, so he looked like a man by like 7th grade, but he was like 5'5". And that was like we already knew that he was like fucked. Because he was short as a kid. He peaked early in reference to puberty. He hit a growth spurt, and then the growth spurt stopped. And then it was like, damn, bro, you're 5'5", and that's it. Like, that's rough. Like, no offense to my short kings, but like when you peak early, it's the advantage is that you can start dating earlier, and a lot of people will view you, if you're a guy who peaks early, they might view you as attractive in middle school. The disadvantage is you're stuck at 5'5". So that's a tough age. That's a tough age. Middle school's a tough age, for sure. Fucking Adam, man. Poor guy. Haterade says, if trans women give us advantage in the Olympics, the order it up, dude. More gold medals for the USA. No. Competition. We don't want to beat up the females. Fung Dark says, super edge case in which that happens. Everyone is going to be on your side if you're not a psychopath. Sure. Rob says, how would you tackle endocrine issues like a woman with elevated T in sports? So it's fine even if the outcome is the same. I don't know, dude. You know what? I'm not exactly like a sports guy. So for instance, there was that like black female runner who had an endocrinological issue where she was still biologically female. She still had fallopian tubes, but then she had like the testosterone levels of like a male competitor. And the question is, so she basically had like artificial PEDs, or she had organic PEDs. She had an endocrinological issue that gave her a biological advantage. But the argument that I've heard, though, is that I think she was ultimately barred from competition because it was viewed as an unfair advantage. But like Michael Phelps, as an example, the dude is like built to swim. He has like a 7-foot wingspan. He has like a really high, above average VO2 max capacity. And yet, despite him having biological advantages over his peers, we allowed him to compete and to win endless gold medals because he was just a freak of nature built for the game. So, I don't know. I don't know the answer. But I also know that it's not existential. That's the other thing, guys. Can we keep this in mind? Thank you, baby. Can we keep this in mind, that whether or not Michael Phelps wins gold medals for swimming is not an existential threat to the United States of America. Figuring out how to get trans people to participate in sports fairly at the collegiate and Olympic level is not an existential threat to the United States of America. And so I don't think that we need to treat it with this level of like uber seriousness. Like, we have to figure out how can trans people play badminton or the apocalypse happens. I just don't think that's true. So, anyways.
And you got to be aware of this. And then that gets fucking amplified and massively blown up. And it's like, listen, you got like, yeah, you have this problem, and it's a small problem, and it is happening, and it does need to be solved, but it's blown up like times 100 because there's money to be made grifting, basically fear grifting off of this nonsense.
Oh my God.
Well, okay, but wait, hold on. There's two different
Why is condescendingly saying, oh my God, an answer?
issues. There's the issue of how much does it happen? And then there's the issue of, okay, but it is happening, and it's probably mostly happening through social contagion, whether it be from institutions directly doing it or just teaching children or anyone that, sex and gender is not real, or just like learning it from their friends on TikTok, right? So,
well, Haterade, yeah. So Haterade says, I think it's good for, middle schoolers to know about like, that gay people exist. And that your friend was super psychologically fucked up because she didn't know that gay people existed for a really long time. Yeah, I don't know how to deal with that. I'll tell you the way that it was dealt with in my school, which didn't, I felt was reasonable. I think we had sex ed. The first sex ed was, I think, in 6th grade or 7th grade. Okay. It was one of those. And the sex ed was very sanitized. It was very biological. It was, hey, we're going to split up into classes that are sex segregated. We're going to talk about male and female physiology. We're going to talk about reproduction. It was like very, very science-based. And it didn't make any prescriptions about sexual morality or homosexuality or heterosexuality. It was basically like, this is how human biology works, and this is how human sexuality works from a biological perspective. And then I would say in 7th and 8th grade, we started getting sex ed classes that were making more moral judgments. But what they did, which I thought was appropriate, I thought they did a pretty good job considering the sensitivity of the matter, is they actually presented an array of opinions. So we had the conservative, abstinence, the only way to have safe sex is to not have sex at all. You don't want to get pregnant. You don't want to get an STD. You don't want to do this while you're this age. You need to wait for marriage. Marriage is the best way to experience sex. We had speakers like that. But then the next speaker who came in was like a sexual moderate, I suppose. And the sexual moderate was like, hey, so the conservative perspective is a perspective that a lot of you and a lot of your families are going to want to adopt. However, if you choose to engage in sexual activity, this is how you can do it responsibly. And they would talk about, oral, manual, and they would use like incredibly sanitized terms. So it wasn't like they were being like vulgar or gross. They were being like really sanitized. And so they were using pretty sanitized terms in order to talk about like oral, anal, vaginal, hand stuff, condoms, birth control, all that kind of stuff. And they did like a really, I would say, objective overview of the spectrum of what people believe early human sexuality should look like. And at no point was it like, if you're gay, you're bad, or if you're bi, you're bad, or if you engage in sex, you're evil. Like, it was none of that shit. And so as a result, by just presenting the spectrum of information that's available in regards to early human sexuality, I think ultimately they pushed the choice down onto the individual. So if you were from a conservative family and you wanted to live your life in a sexually conservative way, not only were you free to do so, but you were presented with how to live a sexually conservative life. Whereas if you weren't interested in a sexually conservative life as a, 14-year-old, 15-year-old, whatever the age is for 7th or 8th grade, then you were told like, hey, here's all these risks: pregnancy, STDs, herpes, AIDS, HIV. We were told all the risks, right? But then we were also said that ultimately we're becoming adults and we're agents of our own bodies, and we need to make, as we become adults, we need to make adult choices. And so I feel like, in my opinion, I feel like that's relatively responsible. I think that's relatively responsible where you present a spectrum of behavior and then put the agency on the individual. I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but tell me in chat.
Would you?
I mean, kind of. I think the two issues are better described as one. It does happen sometimes, especially with some weirdo teachers out there who are doing weird things with their students, and that needs to be stopped. But the second issue is that those few times that it happens, such a giant spotlight is being disproportionately shown on these events.
No.
To the
Look,
point
like,
that
I don't wanna
everyone
focus
thinks it's
on-
happening
hold on.
everywhere.
Most
and
of
like
the
that's also a
time-
problem.
Right. Most of the time, you're not going to get this like one-to-one. Here's the teacher, teaching the kid to be trans situation. Right. It's more of this environment or this attitude or a culture of trying to teach children. Oh, you're assigned at your gender at birth. You don't really have a gender. There's no such thing as gender. Maybe there's no such thing as sex. That's generally what people are talking about. And then they accuse people of like transing the children, opening the door.
Okay. I mean, fair enough. I mean, though, if we're going to talk about those specific topics, they should probably be like left till high school age, in my opinion, because you can't have a reasonable conversation about like, oh, what is the difference between sex and gender? Oh, what is actually being intersex? Like, these are real things that you can talk about in educational context. Wait till high school. That's it. You don't need to be talking about like what intersex is to a fucking 5-year-old, obviously, right? Like, as you go through school, things get more complex. That's normal. I think there's real problems here, but I think a lot of it actually is just a moral panic.
Well, so do you not think that?
I mean, I'm with you. There's real problems here, and we need to figure it out, but it's a moral panic. I think I'm okay with that. And by the way, sometimes it's okay to be panicked. If you're in the Pacific Northwest or California, and one day your son comes home in a dress, and he's like, oh yeah, Mrs. Johnson convinced me that I'm trans. I'm a girl now. Then yeah, go ahead, panic. But you can probably figure it the fuck out, right?
Because I would argue that I think based on the numbers, the majority of people now that are coming out as trans probably is from social contagion or not people that actually have gender dysphoria.
Possibly. I think it's also a redefinition of what being trans is, because for a long time you had.
Yeah, sorry. AFAB girls with a septum piercing who still like boys and they dress feminine, you're not trans. You're just edgy. You're just a middle schooler.
Had to have dysphoria.
In 2004, there was 2 weeks where every girl in high school or not high school, every girl in middle school. Well, actually, it was high school. It was like freshman and sophomore year of high school. There was like 2 weeks. Every girl in sophomore year of high school had 2 weeks where they were gay. Okay. They dated a chick. They held her hand in the hallway. They kissed each other in public. And then they were like, you know what? Actually, I'm not gay. Whoops. That happened in 2004. And I don't remember this degree of moral panic.
Or maybe you don't have it anymore, but you would have it if you went off hormones. Like dysphoria had to be involved for it to actually be truly trans. But now there are some people who are saying, no. If you are gender non-conforming in any way, then you're some flavor of trans, which is it's fucking stupid. Yeah, but that's like a classification issue, and less like a oh my god, people are getting mind raped into being trans issue.
Right. Okay. It seems weird because I think this is how people perceive it is. Because I don't know, it sounds like from what you just said that we share kind of a similar opinion in terms of like the numbers and people that are doing it coming out. You just don't think you could say it's not as worthy of you to spend a lot of time on. By sort of like the way that you're framing it instantly puts in everyone's mind that you're just downplaying the issue or trying to hide the issue.
No.
Okay. How? He admitted it's a thing. He admitted that the school admin needs to take action. He admitted that there's probably some degree. I don't even know if he said anything about the state, but he would probably say that in extreme cases, the state needs to be involved. For instance, when that teacher was intentionally trying to trans an autist, that person should have been fired. So how is he downplaying it? And by the way, what's the upplay? What's the level of severity? Like what is the worst thing that could happen? The worst thing that could happen, if we were to run this logically, is that progressive teachers will run amok within middle school and high schools. They will cause a social contagion of female transition, and it'll probably be statistically rare, but it'll still happen. There will be teenage girls who get double mastectomy and hysterectomies from like doctors who just believe that if you consent to a surgery, then gender transition is fine. So that's like the worst that can happen. And I understand if you had a teenage daughter in particular, that could be alarming. correlated with that, just because we shouldn't forget the trans women. What could also happen is maybe there's a few false positives with trans women. I feel like with that though, that's such a difficult path. Like if you were a trans woman, transition in middle school and high school has to be like brutal. Has to be absolutely brutal. I can't even imagine, like, even in our current progressive era, I have to imagine that you're going to get the shit bullied out of you if you're a trans girl in public school. So yeah, so then there's going to be some trans girls, some assigned male at birth trans girls who might be like autistic and they're not actually trans and they don't have gender dysphoria. That's the worst case scenario. That's if school admins full-throatedly support this. That's if psychologists and psychiatrists just blank slate sign off on everything. That's if doctors are just crazy with it, and as long as somebody consents, they're going to do the surgeries, even if they're under the age of 18. That's if the parents sign off. That's like that's the worst case scenario, in my opinion. Now, is that serious, and should we deal with it? 100%. Should we try to be nuanced in this conversation? Absolutely. Will this destroy the Republic of the United States, even if we were in the worst case scenario? No. Okay. No, this is not going to destroy the Republic of the United States. It's a fad. It's a moral panic. Maybe you should be panicked if you are personally affected by it. But I think we're going to survive this. I think we're going to survive the trans panic of the 2010s and 2020s.
I'm appropriately playing the issue. I think people put too much focus on this issue.
Yeah, because they worry about their kids. That's why people put a lot of emphasis on it. And if you have a kid that's in grade school.
Sorry, real quick. He's appealing, and Adam is appealing to like the individuals who are affected by it. Because in the aggregate, statistically, I think I'm correct. Adam is, I think, correctly pointing out that if you're the person who gets sucked up into this thing, you could be pretty shocked by it. Part of the reason why I'm so casual about it, I have two boys. They're gender conforming. They're very gender conforming. So I think the chances of them being trans is very low. And then not just that, they're kids. Like they're under the age of 10. So I think by the time that my kids are teenagers, the moral panic will be over and we'll have some degree or instinct of what to do. Leonidas Vizura says, I don't see how transing the kids issue isn't the inverse of unarmed black men being killed by police. What would be the counter to this argument? Of course, assuming the numbers are low. Yeah, but Leonidas Vizura, I think that my argumentation is parallel, okay, to the individual black person being murdered by cops while unarmed. Like Philando Castile, he had a concealed weapons permit. He had a pistol on his person. He told the law enforcement officer that he had a pistol on his person, and the cop freaked out and shot him to death. That's fucked up. There's no other way around it. That cop should be suspended. They should be prosecuted. They should not be able to work in law enforcement anymore. And Philando Castile's family, like, we can't get his life back, but Philando Castile's family should receive a large settlement because the state negligently killed their head of household. So Philando Castile is like the perfect example of like cops killing somebody who didn't deserve to be killed. And so I can say that the Philando Castile is fucked up and we need to pursue the civil and criminal penalties necessary in order to execute justice. However, I can also say that the average black guy driving down the street, as long as you're polite and you keep your hands at 10 and 2 and you don't violate the law constantly, you're probably going to be fine. You know? So my argumentation is almost identical.
Well, you're worried about this.
Well, sure. But like, what is the best way to distract from, the Epstein files or the war in Russia? Or
what is going to be worse?
Let me just
What? How do we get to Epstein?
What is the best way to distract from, the Epstein files or the war in Russia? Or
what is going to be worse?
Let me just wait.
Hold on. This is actually super true. Like, why don't you care? that the president of the United States is a credibly accused person who allegedly sexually abused 14 to 17-year-old girls. Why don't we care about that? Why don't we care about, I don't know, the tens of thousands of people dying in Ukraine as a result of Trump's incompetence? Why don't we care about the USAID cuts that is going to result in hundreds of thousands or millions of deaths? It's because you care about transing the kids. That's why. It's a culture war touchstone. I think Dev is just fine.
What is going to be worse for you as a
Hear me out,
parent
hear me out.
if your kid is wrongly diagnosed with gender dysphoria, or if the Epstein files never get released? Which is going to be
Sure.
more important to you as a parent?
No, I actually think that's an okay point. That's an okay point. I think a lot of people are self-motivated. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I agree.
So it's
But
ridiculous what
which
you're
of these- which of
saying.
these is
No, it's not ridiculous. Okay, hold on. This is where Adam's taking it too far. People, on average, should be expected to be selfishly motivated. And so if there's a hot topic culture war issue in reference to trans people, and you have teenagers or kids, and you're worried about your kid being incorrectly diagnosed with gender dysphoria and transitioned using the affirmative care model against your wishes through this like state sanction, then yeah, of course you're going to care about that passionately. However, we as political commentariat, Dev being a political commentator, Sitch being a political commentator, Adam being a political commentator, AJW being a political commentator, we should be able to walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. We could acknowledge the fears and anxieties of parents within the United States of America while still focusing on actually important geopolitical and criminal issues at the federal level. The fact that we have to, the fact that this needs to be explained is part of my criticism of Adam, is the nicest way that I can put it.
is more likely to happen though.
Well, I don't even think I think that the
no,
trans
this-
issue is kind of like not so widely discussed that much anymore anyway. So I'm not sure. I don't think it's being used in that fashion. Like that was like really hot like a year or 2 years ago. I feel like now people just don't talk about it that much.
I don't know. I still follow Lives of TikTok, and she's still talking about like every fucking
Well,
day.
that's yeah,
Like-
but that's how she became like.
Hey, you're up in Canada, right? I think you're up in Canada. I mean, I live in, purple now red Florida. So, maybe I'm being selfish. Maybe I'm assuming it's not happening in the Pacific Northwest or California as bad as people think it is, or Canada as bad as people think it is, because I'm in a red state. I don't know. I have to dial in my perspective.
Famous,
Yes,
right? That was
yeah.
their entire
But-
brand. So
But my point basically is that there's a lot of real political things you could talk about, and a lot of the right wing talking heads, when they know that like, oh shit,
Sorry, this is funny. Eli Gray says Gen Xers had to see enormous full projector screen close-ups of STDs and what can happen to you. We did have to get permission slips to attend though. Bubonic plague parts the ultimate abstinence.
was going to be in the news cycle for a couple days that doesn't favor us. Let's just talk about the latest tranner on TikTok.
what's
It's like,
the
okay,
most?
I see what you're fucking doing. This is fucking retarded.
What do you think is the most important political topic to talk about right now?
Oh man.
Or one of the most.
I mean, I think Trump incompetence is probably the main one that I care about.
Almost knee jerk to the Epstein files, but it's not actually that important, to be honest. Like it's important in that Trump promised it, and it's a giant glaring hole in his entire administration and record that he hasn't released it yet. I don't know, maybe the healthcare stuff, because like the healthcare stuff and the looming government shutdown that's kind of surrounding it is going to be wild, I think, right now. In my opinion, you guys have been following that?
Yeah, but it's like these government shutdowns are always like they shut down the government. It's a week, 2 weeks. I think the longest was like a month, which might have been in Trump's first term, if I recall correctly. So even though it's
Can I do a trans drawing real quick? Can we do a paint? Is that all right? I think I want to do a paint. I want to do a paint. And by the way, quick shill before I paint. I don't have my Bob Ross wig yet. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you guys. We're at 150. We kind of stabilized at 150 after the Charlie Cook drama. So I appreciate you guys being here and allowing me to be a part of your morning entertainment. And then I do want to shout out and thank Beef Supreme, for gifting a membership and renewing their membership. Lawson Harrison, Philip Coffey, Anonymous Chatter, and Send Patty for your super chats. And Send Patty, I don't think I've gotten to yet, but he says, have a good day, Connor. I picked the week for the government shutdown to go sightseeing national parks. Based. All right, so let's do a little trans drawing, okay? A little trans drawing. I think I could do this with this. I think I could do it with this many boxes. And I'm probably going to upset some people by not being like fully inclusive, but bear in mind, I'm just doing my best, okay? I'm just doing my best. So we have male, okay? Male sex. Small gametes or designed to have small gametes. And for those of you who don't know, I think gametes is just like sex organs. I could get corrected in chat if any of this information is wrong. Bear in mind, I am a former Marine, so I'm kind of stupid. You know, like I'm incredibly smart in some regards, and I'm incredibly stupid in others. Female, large gametes, eggs, ova, ovaries, whatever you want to call it, designed to have large gametes. Okay. So these I'm perfectly okay with. And I'm okay if you adding correlative stuff like XX or XY. I don't give a shit. Okay. But the point is that like this is a definition, a functional definition that seems repeatable in reality. Okay. Now, man, if we go with adult human male, man, adult human male, but also that's like the biological definition, I suppose. But then man correlates with a bunch of social behaviors like, I would say related to testosterone, like aggression, larger muscle mass, violence. I'm trying to think of what else, but it's correlative. It's not causative, right? We all know dudes who are pussies, but like, you know, it correlates with aggression. The more testosterone you have, the larger muscle mass you're going to have, the more likely you are to be aggressive, et cetera, et cetera. So these are correlative, not causative. Okay. And then with females, I could get really sexist with this really quick, but let's say that a woman is adult. Woman is an adult human female, but then also correlates with. I'm really trying not to be sexist, but I guess I'm just sexist at the end of the day. Frilly clothes, social competition, obsession with, I don't know, like I'm really trying not to be sexist, but it's just really hard. Social status within a pecking order. And like, of course, like males have their equivalent of this, but I also think that it's disproportionately true that like we've all seen the meme of the man who lives with like a single lawn chair and a TV in an unfurnished apartment. A woman would and often do find that level of furnishing of an apartment or a house intolerable. Okay. I live with a woman. Nesting is like nesting and social dynamics seem to be a large part of the female brain. Now, is that always true? Of course not. Are there chicks who are more male brained? Absolutely. Is this all correlative and not causative? Absolutely. Am I being sexist? A little bit. Okay. Now, the argument for a trans woman or trans man is that, let's do this, that for a trans man, that they are born with the large gametes, but due to either gender dysphoria or to social pressure or whatever combination of like social pressure and genetics and whatever, there are people who are born with large gametes, eggs, ova, and ovaries, but they feel instinctively that they should have been a man. And so that's a trans man. And so sometimes they'll supplement this, feeling of gender dysphoria with, social transition, with testosterone injections, with all that kind of stuff, right? And then same thing in the opposite is there are men who are born with testes who feel like they should have been a woman. And so as a result, they, engage in feminine behavior. I don't want red, I want black. And so as a result, they're a trans woman. Now, when we argue this, what ends up happening is there's this like fight. And I guess we could throw non-binary in the middle, by the way, which non-binary could be somebody who has, testes, or they have ova and ovaries or whatever, but they just feel like they don't quite fit into the social category of man or the social category of woman. Therefore, they want to be off the spectrum or in the middle of the spectrum or whatever. Who, no offense, but I have a few non-binary friends, but nobody gives a shit. Okay. You're special. Everybody loves you. You're so sweet. You're so perfect. You're so ooh-woo. You're God's perfect little snowflake. Okay. But the point is that this is what we've been fighting over for close to a decade, is whether or not a male who goes for the social expression of a woman is truly a woman, or whether or not a female who goes for the social expressions of a man is truly a man. But one of the things that I really like this ContraPoints quote. The ContraPoints quote is like, some questions are meant to be resolved and some questions are meant to be dissolved. And what I like about that quote is, who gives a shit, right? At least from my perspective. Bex, I hope you don't mind me bringing you up, but like Bex is a trans gal who's super chill, fun to talk to, former Marine vet, intelligent, ambitious, trying to get into the Twitch and YouTube politics space. So she had small gametes, but she transitioned into socially and physically appear as a woman, and she looks like a woman, and she acts like a woman. So why don't I just treat Bex like Bex? Why don't I treat Bex like she's my cool friend? Same thing with Toftage. Same thing with Brianna Wu, even if you don't like Brianna Wu. Why don't you just treat them as people? And then same thing with the male transition. I think I have a non-binary friend who might have gone full male transition. I'd have to ask them if they're still non-binary. But they're still cool. They're still smart. They're still a good artist. They're still interesting to talk to. They're still a good friend. So do I have to resolve this scenario? No, I can just dissolve the scenario and say that they're trying to figure out how to live their lives in the best way possible within this mortal coil. And I don't have to understand everything about them in order for us to be friends. And so ultimately, if they're not abusing anybody, if they're not playing combat sports and beating in people's skulls, if they're not, using their identity in order to sexually predate upon other people, why do I give a fuck? I have a pretty liberal or libertarian perspective on this trans calculation. So I'm interested. I'm interested to see what you guys have to say on that. This is kind of my vibe right now. And then I'm not looking at the current chat. So what I would suspect is that there are going to be a healthy chunk of progressives and liberals who are going to be like, yeah, we shouldn't care at all. And then there's going to be conservatives who are going to be like, well, this situation happened where a trans person abused their social position in order to achieve this benefit or this sexually predatory situation. That's what I have a feeling, is that they're going to bring up those things. But hear me when I say this now. if somebody uses their identity in order to sexually predate upon anybody, or if they use their identity in order to obtain some kind of unfair privilege, then I think not only should we discuss that, we should probably eliminate the unfair privilege and then eliminate the predation. So you might think that we disagree because you're saying, well, a trans woman is not really a woman. They're actually a man because they have male small gametes. But I don't give a fuck. Okay. And same thing with the trans man thing. You might have the inverse argumentation, but I don't think I give a fuck. So some questions are meant to be resolved. Some are meant to be dissolved. And I think just being chill with chill trans people is a perfectly morally acceptable position. All right. I'm going to let them play while I scroll through chat.
I don't like the government shutdowns, but usually the situations kind of resolve themselves somewhat quickly without causing too much damage.
Yes, but it's usually because the Congress comes together and they pass.
Yeah, there we go. Haterade has like the perfect summary, at least very similar to my experience. In 5th grade, they taught us about the reproductive system and not to let people touch your no-no parts. 6th through 8th grade was STDs and safe sex and abstinence. 9 through 12 was third base if under 18. I don't think they told us. Hey. That last sentence they did not say to me. In freshman year, they didn't go, don't have sex, but get to third base if you're under 18. Nobody said that shit. That's funny, though.
As a budget, and they can actually get things going.
Of course.
But I mean, at this
someone
point,
capitulates.
Yes. But I mean, at this point, I guess the Democrats just got to grow a fucking spine and be like, no. We're not just going to do whatever the fuck you want. You need to actually art of the deal us and give us some of the things that we want, or we're just going to leave this. We're just going to leave this bitch shut down until the fucking election. Like, that's what they have to do at this point, basically, because the Democrats are just getting raped on everything. Well, the only thing they can do is actually,
I believe.
I don't think people are listening to what Dev says. I think they just know that he's like vaguely defensive of the gays and transes, and so they're like attacking him on an emotional level. I don't think they're actually listening to what he's saying, because what he's saying is just descriptively true.
Last time, the Democrats were perceived as the victors in terms of that the public broadly blamed Trump for the shutdown and perceived Trump as capitulating the shutdown. So I wouldn't see why the Democrats wouldn't just try to do the exact same thing again.
Yep, and they should. Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean,
the framing the Republicans have done on the government shutdown, though, is great. Like, they're going to lose the government shutdown.
They're doing it because they want to give free healthcare to illegals.
Yes, exactly. Right. Yeah.
Then does it matter that? Well, see, I don't actually know the fact claim of that, because I keep saying J.D. Vance say that, and then I keep saying the Democrats say that's just not true, and I haven't actually looked into. Is there some like weird way to construe that?
Grassroots. The worst case scenario is the doctors breaking into your house and transing you against your will.
Make that true.
Well, look, I'm just saying that's brilliant framing, and sure, the Democrats, the hardcore Democrats don't believe anything Republicans say, so they're going to say, "Oh, J.D. Vance is obviously lying." The Democrats are going to say he's lying, but I think moderates are going to go, "Is he lying?" Like, especially in the wake of the last presidential campaign, when the biggest thing was Kamala Harris wanting to give free health care to trans prisoners.
That's a good
so
point.
I think in the context now, everyone's going to be like,
yeah,
well, she said it.
It was true. Yeah.
So people, I think, are going to gobble that framing right up, and the Democrats are going to lose big time if they shut the government down. Everyone's going to be like, "Oh, Democrats did it again." More.
I feel like that's sweeping just because it's like, it's brilliant framing, and the people are like, "Is that true?" And he's like, "It's true enough." All right. Eli Gray says, I'll watch the VOD, but what was your take on they spit, we hit, and how would you have reacted when you were serving in the Army as an officer, Connor? Was that a Hegseth quote? If it's about like hazing or whatever in reference to like boots, I don't care about that. We got hazed. They didn't call it hazing. They called it, remedial training or some they IT intensive training. They called it intensive training. Corrective training. So, but it was hazing. I don't give a shit about hazing coming back. That's fine. As long as it's not like, as long as it's within reason, as long as people are not actually getting injured or killed, I'm okay with hazing as a part of boot camp. But then we, just because I didn't see the Hegseth quote that you might be talking about, if you're talking about Hegseth, they spit, we hit. I'm okay with that in principle. Like if somebody lines up on you and they do something repulsive to you, you don't have to meet them identically reciprocally. Somebody spits on your face, you can punch them in the jaw.
There they are.
I mean,
the
typically
Republicans are for you, and the Democrats are for
Adam. You fucking said in your chat.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Conservatism says, my concern is multifaceted, but I have a young man in the family, age 7, who has no father and 3 sisters. He enjoys using tools when I'm around, but wears nail polish and wanted a sparkly pink backpack. Any busybody teacher could push him in that direction. That may not be true to his nature, and I'm glad some young men have fathers and positive examples in their nuclear families. Yeah, so I think that's the kind of thing that we need to look out for, is vulnerable kids who are hanging out exclusive, like through no fault of their own, are hanging out exclusively with the opposite gender and might not be getting socialized in line with their gender, in line with their sex, right? And so, but I think the solution to that is not to vote for Trump. I think the solution to that is mentorship. Go out of your way to hang out, talk to the mom or whatever. If it's like a nephew or a friend's kid or something like that, just be like, hey, I know John's, he said that he was interested in monster trucks or whatever. Can we go? Bring the mom if you can find a babysitter. Can we go to a monster truck rally? Can we go to a drift race? Can we go to a baseball game? Can we, do something? Can we go on a nature hike? Something like that. Can we go to the science center and take a look at like gross, slimy creatures and like spiders and snakes and fish and piranha? And the whole reason why I'm bringing that up too is that one of my frustrations with the modern conservative movement is they want you, conserve liberalism, to be so busy as an employee that you're working 60 to 80 hours a week in order to make ends meet. And when you say, hey, I can't make ends meet because I'm working 60 to 80 hours a week, they're like, well, tough shit, get good. But if you were working 40 hours a week and you had money in your checking account, then not only would you have the energy to go mentor this young man, but you would have the money to mentor this young man. You could take him shooting. You could get him a BB gun. You could go to the baseball games. You could go to monster truck rallies. And so that's where economic justice is floated as an exclusively left-wing concept. But I think any conservative who's worth their salt, they should also care about men being present in the household and men being present in their communities and not being so enslaved to work that they can't mentor the next generation. And that is like a critical flaw in conservative politics that I find repulsive. I find it genuinely repulsive when conservatives say, oh yeah, you're working 60 to 80 hours a week. Tough shit. I think that's disgusting. I think they're destroying their own communities.
Just now, Dev doesn't care if your kid gets trans. Are you fucking serious?
You said that.
No, I didn't.
You said it's no biggie. You said it's not a big deal.
No, I didn't.
He said it wasn't existential, Adam, you fucking idiot.
You said it's nothing to worry about. It's a moral panic. It's a figment of your imagination.
Oh, Sitch, did I say that? Please.
Yes.
Dev,
No, you didn't. You're straw manning because you're a dick and you don't pay attention. You're going off of emotions, not off of the word said.
did not say that.
I did not
He
fucking
vibed
say
it,
that.
which is what I was trying to
Yes,
explain to you, Dev, in terms of how you were communicating the idea.
Adam felt the vibes. I didn't actually say, you know what, Adam, I want only your kids trans specifically.
You don't
Based, get him.
look. Look,
Yeah, but the idea that you can't care about that issue or like you are obligated to prioritize your priorities, that's
Yes,
like not how politics
totally.
or
Nobody said that, you stupid fucks. He said that it's not existential and that there are other things going on that we should give a fuck about and we should be able to walk and chew bubblegum. Now, maybe I said that, but I feel like that's what Dev was pointing at.
or how human beings work. Like, again, like you could say it's not an issue, but if it's not an issue, why did the state of California pass a law saying that school officials can hide gender transitions from their parents?
Yeah,
Like,
it's
it was a
it
big
is a
enough
huge
issue for
issue.
them to do that at the local level, and people's local government ends up impacting them way more than like federal government stuff. So, like on a day-to-day basis. So, like, that's why
No, no,
it's an issue.
So when we were talking about it earlier, I think you were gone during this part. I don't know if you had if you're like listening with your headphones or something, but basically my position on it is it's a real issue. I understand why people care about it. It's not like it's not like it doesn't happen. It's not a nothing issue. But like, one, I do think that there are more important issues. But two, more importantly, is that the issue, although it is real.
Tristan Clark points something out, which is walking and chewing gum has been bastardized to mean that it's difficult to do two things at once. But realistically, the actual phrase means that it should be incredibly easy to do both. I accept that. But I think in our current political environment, people act like walking and chewing gum is insanely difficult. I think you can culturally push against. Like, for instance, they're talking about, well, in California, in some school district, it actually was stated policy that teachers, if they feared abuse in the home, could hide gender transition from potentially abusive parents, and that should be alarming. Well, I think you can push back against that and say that the school system defaulting to treating parents as adversaries rather than collaborative, like it takes a village, collaborators in raising a child, there's obviously something toxic and fucked up there. And not only should you criticize that, you need to fix it. But at the same time, you could admit that the Trump administration is fucking disastrous. Right? So yeah, I'm trying to get these guys to walk and chew gum, but they don't seem capable or interested.
And it should be given its appropriate due weight.
The likelihood is slim. We understand, okay? You don't have to say it again.
It's not just like the likelihood of swim. It's that there are bad actors who pump up the importance of the issue beyond what it actually should be because they want you to feel scared. They want you to be afraid. They want to basically mind fuck.
Haterade says, why is the narrative maybe you're trans, so let's start cutting things off? Why are we skipping the therapist, psychologist, and doctor's part? There's a way to diagnose gender dysphoria. Well, Haterade, I think that was the affirmative care model from several years ago that a lot of trans activists were arguing was the appropriate model, where they were saying that like psychotherapy and parental consent and all that kind of stuff, these were unjust obstacles to people who were suffering from gender dysphoria that might be so serious that they ultimately take their lives. And that's probably because a lot of the trans activists, they probably had brutal experiences. If they were trans themselves, they probably had difficulty transitioning. They probably had difficulty accessing drugs. They probably had judgmental family members and employers and school teachers who were hostile to their trans identity. That's probably where that's coming from. However, I do think that just because these people were injured by the transition process doesn't mean that you're not right in that we should probably diagnose your other psychological issues. Do you have anxiety? Do you have bipolar disorder? Do you have ADHD? Do you have autism? We should figure out all those things and we should treat those things as well. And then if gender dysphoria is persistent and prolonged, then we need to ask about transition. And one of the things that I'm just going to throw this out there, I kind of think it's silly, but I also think it's funny. I think that transition, if we were truly to analyze transition, we wouldn't just do like placebo and letting people go through puberty and seeing if the gender dysphoria desisted, which there's a psychological survey from like 20 years ago, 30 years ago in Canada. It was one of Jordan Peterson's friends who was saying that like 80% of people who suffer gender dysphoria as teenagers, they acclimate to a homosexual identity by adulthood. So are these people who can desist if there's no medical intervention? And how do you differentiate desisters from non-desisters? And then if truth be told, like, I'm just gonna be real here. I wonder if part of gender dysphoria is failing to identify with your current, correlated gender. And if becoming more like your correlated gender would alleviate your gender dysphoria. Now, I've heard anecdotes that, let's say that you're kind of like a feminine man and you compensate by doing more masculine shit. I've heard anecdotally that can make gender dysphoria worse. But I would want to study that phenomena, because what would it be if like gender dysphoria correlated with low testosterone levels, and then once you go on a higher kick of tea, you're like, oh, my gender dysphoria disappeared because I actually feel like a man. I would be interested in that psychological survey.
Fuck you.
They want you to be informed that it could happen to your kids. Okay.
They want their penises
Look,
to enter into your brain.
I mean,
and
again,
then
but
start
there's like
coming,
this, there's
and
like this
coming over
constant,
and over again.
there's like this constant like double speak about this issue where it's like, oh, the Republicans are ginning up hysteria about the trans issue, but also we're passing a law that says that we can hide this from the parents. Like, so either it's a real issue or it's a fake issue. And
No, there's a spectrum of severity. It can be a real issue while still not being an existential threat to the United States of America. I feel like that should be obvious to anybody who has an IQ above 80, but it's just me and my chat. My chat is 3,000 IQ. I have 3,000 IQ. We're all by ourselves getting our dicks kicked in by the culture war, but we're doing our best.
a lot of times people on the left say it's a fake issue or not that serious, but then they gloss over all the laws that are passed to subvert the parents in favor of the supposedly non-existent issue.
Exactly.
Okay. It is a real issue with a bunch of fake shit tacked onto the end of it.
Like what?
So did he say that it's not a real issue? Because I guarantee you they're going to keep treating him as if it's a non-issue.
What?
Yeah, what's the fake shit?
The fake shit was what we talked about earlier when basically
I'm going to add that. Telling me to do dishes / take out the trash. Yeah, can't argue with that one. Sorry, I should explain for the people who have no idea what I'm laughing about. So when I'm always like 10 minutes behind in chat, right? I'm 20 minutes behind in chat right now. So I'm always catching up with chat in the past. And so I was doing my trans drawing in Grassroots Hegemon when I was describing what female or woman correlated behaviors are. He wrote nagging me to do the dishes. And so as somebody who identifies with that statement, I'm going to go ahead and put, a large part of the woman's social identity is telling their partner to do dishes or take out the trash. It's so true.
people think it's happening way more than it actually is. Like
you're
the
just
idea
saying
that like,
it's
all
improbable.
these teachers are transing your kids. It's like it's not.
Look, if you play Russian roulette, it's improbable that you will shoot yourself in the head with a bullet. Okay, it's still a serious fucking thing.
He already said that, dumbass. You're just not listening to the words. You're going off of the emotions instead of the words being said. Dude, I hate this. One of the things that I realize in Twitch and YouTube politics, and you guys need to check yourselves as well. You need to check yourselves when you're having a conversation. Listen to the words being said. Okay? Don't go off of the vibes. Because the vibes right now are that three centristy right guys who, two liberals and a libertarian who are now center right, are bullying a center left guy because the center left guy is sweeping for trans shit. But if you actually listen to the words being said, he's not sweeping. He's just saying that there's hysteria surrounding the situation. And if you actually look at what's going on, it's not as serious as the hysteria. That's all he said. And that is sweeping from their perspective on an emotional level, but not a literal level because they're not paying attention to the words. AK Batasui says, and the underlying major problem was that there were activists who were intent on destroying the nuclear family model as being the socially prescriptive models. Sure. And I hate that shit. And they're wrong. I think the extended family model. Can I draw again? I want to draw again. I love drawing. Okay. So the extended family model, I think, is better than the nuclear family model. Okay. So let's do nuclear. Let's do extended. And let's do tribal. So because I genuinely think that the tribal model is what people like Vaush and crazy communal leftists push. And I actually hate the tribal model. I'm okay with the extended family model. I am not okay with the tribal model. Okay, so let's take a look at this, because this actually is genuinely important for argumentation, and I feel like everybody loses it. So family models, okay? So I would argue the straw man of the nuclear family model is mom and dad, or I should say dad and mom, mildly patriarchal, 2.5 kids, and that's the nuclear family. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and label this nuclear. But what a lot of people are realizing, this was possible, in my opinion, in the 90s for the middle class and the upper middle class, because dad was bringing in $250,000 a year when inflation was nowhere near as bad. Mom was bringing in $30K with a side hustle, or she didn't even work. And then she was raising 2.5 kids on the nice part of town, right? That's the nuclear model. And by the way, that's okay. If you can afford the nuclear model, good for you. But most people, most working class and middle class people cannot afford the nuclear model. So the extended family model would be grandparents, grand uncles, and aunts. And then I would say uncles and aunts helping to raise the kids. Okay. And then I would say dad, mom, and excuse me, dad, mom, 2.5 kids. Okay. And then over here, you would have the cousins. And so this is the extended model, cousins. And I'll put like friends, friends that might as well be family. Friends, that's fine. And so the whole point of this is that when it comes to the domestic responsibilities and financial responsibilities of a household, the nuclear model is an incredibly privileged position. You effectively can hire a nanny, hire a house taker, your wife can stay home, your wife can homeschool, you can put your kids into private school, you can hire tutors, you can effectively hire out through money all the social responsibilities of grandparents, granduncles, and aunts, helping to raise the kids, along with cousins and friends. Well, I guess this would be uncle and aunt and cousins, but you're good. And then friends being peers who help you raise the kids. I should change this to unc and aunt. Cousins, unc, and aunt. Okay. And I'll move cousins below, because cousins shouldn't really be like raising the kids. They should maybe be babysitters, right? So let's move cousins down. Okay. And I like the extended model. Dude, I've been a part of the extended model. I think Hispanics are really good at the extended model. I think that healthy families ideally are in the extended model. But what ends up happening is the left-wing social agitators, they advocate for the tribal model, which is effectively like grandparents and uncles and aunts, grandparents, unks, and aunts. Then I'm going to be rude about it. Friends, like elders, and then I'm going to argue strangers. And the reason why I'm saying this is because straight up, I'm not trying to steel man here. I know we got a few people who like live in polycules or whatever, but like, I swear to God, their alarm system for abuse is not the same as mine. It's just not. Polycule with 10 dudes and 5 chicks and 20 and 2 kids, and 1 kid. You know, all right, I'm straw manning, okay? I'm straw manning. This is a straw man of the polycule thing. But I swear to God that they act like when they're advocating for the extended model, well, excuse me, they say the nuclear model is bad, And like the logical step is the extended model, but then they argue for the tribal model. And I'll put strangers down here too. Because I swear to God, they just don't have the threat matrix where they think that grandparents, uncles, and aunts could be abusive, that elders of the community could be abusive, that strangers could be abusive that are like elders in the community, and then strangers who are peers to their kids could be abusive. And they just have this like whole dynamic where they're just like, yeah, well, we're like all in a commune, bro, and we all know each other and we all trust each other and we all love each other. And Matt fucked my wife last week, but you know what? I had sex with, my wife's best friend and, it's all good. And so like, dude, I hate that shit. I just hate it. Nuclear versus extended versus tribal. And so anyways, the polycule with 10 dudes and 5 chicks with 1 kid and the 10,000 different people raising the kid, I think is a ripe for abuse model. But, if you can pull it off, good for you, I guess. Anyways, all that to say, nuclear is okay if you can afford it, but most people can't afford it. I think the extended model is ideal. I think the tribal model, people who advocate for the tribal model try to use the extended model to argue for it. But then when you actually ask them what they want to do, they go to the tribal model. Anyways, back to it.
Okay, hold on.
Wait,
Adam,
hold
Adam,
on. Let me
Adam, if I handed you a bowl of M&Ms and some of them were poisoned.
Christ.
Mhm.
Let me wait.
Go
Let me
ahead,
phrase
go
it this
ahead,
way.
go
Okay,
ahead.
let me phrase it this way. So, because that point that Sean brought up, I think is true. Where, like, yeah, there are a lot of school
AF Racing says, guys, we're about to solve the trans issue. I can feel it in my gametes.
districts in a lot of states that are trying to pass a lot of legislation that seems to promote the ability for teachers or institutions to hide this information from parents, or even to push sort of
Dice 5 for the $5. Counterpoints ASMR. We'll add a little gamete over here. A nice little chromosome there. Oh, don't worry about the mistake. We're all happy little accidents. Quick shell before we continue. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Just shout out to Dice 5, Sen Patty, Anonymous Chatter, Philip Coffee, Lawson Harrison, and Beef Supreme for your financial support along with your eyeballs. And shout out to the roughly 130 to 150 people who have hung out with us so far today.
trans topics on children that people perceive as too young, right? And like
Yeah,
I think
completely agree.
I think Dev, which I'm assuming you're against all that, but I think if you are, you
Of
should
course,
be very
yes.
clear and say that you're against all that stuff, as opposed to just sort of saying like, well, it's not a big deal.
I'm against that stuff, yes.
Okay.
But
you
I
understand that if
do
you just
think,
say like it's not a big deal, the vibe becomes.
well, I
like,
didn't
Dev is
only say
hiding
that though.
something.
Okay.
No,
You're only hearing
I know
what
you did.
happened.
I'm explaining the vibe to you. I'm trying to explain the vibe to you.
Yes, this is a vibes-based conversation.
Got to reach the vibe. Got to touch the vibe. Okay.
Yeah, like it is absolutely bad when it happens. But I also do think at the same time as saying that it's bad, I'm not saying that it's not bad, all right?
Mhm.
But I also do think that people blow up these instances and make them out to be worse than they are, for as bad as they actually are. They make them even worse than that because they view some political advantage and scapegoat.
I feel like the left.
I mean, that's politics, though.
I think the left
there is a
blows-
political advantage because people care about it.
I think the left blows
that's
the
bad.
issue up too, though, right? Wouldn't you agree with that? Like, it feels like there's a lot of topics on, oh my God, the trans suicide rates are so high, we have to bend over backwards and change all of society. There's a very small amount of people.
That's
Like, I
the
feel like-
moral panic.
I feel like the left kind of
I
started.
completely agree.
Yeah, I
and
think-
that's
I feel
why
like the
I've
left
made
kinda
videos against that
started-
too. Such like yes,
Wait,
I've talked
what'd you
about
say?
how all of this stuff is bad. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, again, if I said like, oh, well, the left blows up school shootings when and they talk about the like AR-15 when there's only like 300 rifle deaths a year in the United States of
Yeah,
America.
what's the big?
Yeah, but you unironically make that argument, and so do I.
Most
deal?
people are getting killed by pistols. Like that still doesn't mean that parents aren't going to be concerned about school shootings. Like that's not going to be something that they're
And I don't think Dev ever said anything contrary.
worried about, even if the likelihood of it happening in their kid's school and then their kid being hit by a bullet and then their kid, like, it keeps getting like infinitely less likely to happen. That doesn't mean it's not a legitimate concern. Like, again, But on the flip side of that, you don't have people passing laws that protect school shooters or like hide them from their parents or make the teachers like allowed to ditch them in the school or use them as human shields or like anything equivalent. Like, you know, we hear about like, oh, the trans suicide rate is incredibly high. If the school figured out your child had depression with a much lower rate of suicide and they hid that from you, you would be able to sue the school and you would make millions of dollars if your kid took their own life. But in California, state law protects the kids and says you can't tell the parents that their child is going through this thing with an extraordinarily high risk of at least a suicide attempt. And like, that's absurd. Like, so people are concerned about that. Even if it's not their kid, the fact is the school is compelled by law to be able to hide this, or teachers are compelled by law to hide this.
I agree with you. Can you? And you
but
know,
that's what people are concerned about.
Wait. So I agree with you with all that. Can you steel man why they're doing it though?
Because they say, oh, they might get thrown out of the house, or like they'll get punished at home, and it'll be worse for the kids at home.
Yeah, it's the same logic as like if you're a gay student and then you come out. You know, if you think you might be gay, you might be bi or something, and you're in high school and you're like, oh man, if I told my parents, they'd kick the shit out of me or I'd be homeless or something. And I think the core issue ultimately is that people treat being trans the same as being gay when they're not the same thing, because that logic makes complete sense. If you were like a gay student, like I don't think that schools should be telling parents, oh, listen, I think that your child might be gay. You know, I saw him holding.
Okay, you guys are talking about state. Way to drag it down, dude. We were talking about like gametes and we were talking about like trans people and we're talking about like fun shit. And you guys have to drag it down with state law. State law, California, trans kids don't tell parents. New California law, AB 1955, seeks to keep parents in the dark. Okay. California's AB 1955, signed into law in July of 2024, prohibits school districts from requiring staff to notify parents about a student's gender identity or sexual orientation without their permission. The law aims to protect gay kids who may not be safe or welcome in their homes, ensuring schools provide a safe and confidential environment for students to be themselves. About a student district, prohibits school districts from requiring staff to notify parents about a student's gender identity. I'd actually have to check like forced outing, right? Forced outing. I don't know, dude. I don't. So this is the question. This is the question to the conservatives in the chat, okay? If your kid is trans, okay, or if let's say you use it as a neighbor's kid, okay? Neighbor's kid is trans or gay, and they, do you think the school is compelled to notify the parents? Okay, so the kid is wearing a polo shirt and khaki pants when he shows up to school and Sperry's, but then he goes into the kid's bathroom and he's, I don't know, 15, 16, 14, some shit like that. Some teenager, and then he changes into booty shorts and a dress, and he puts on nail polish and guy liner, and then he walks around, and it's not a violation of the dress code, and he's otherwise a good student. And then when it's like 3 p.m. or 2:30, whenever the kids are getting picked up from school, they go back into the bathroom and they take off their nail polish, they take off their guy liner, they change back into the polo and khakis, and then they get into their car. Should it be required for the school to report that kid is doing like weird shit with their clothes and personality to the parents? You can answer that question. I don't think I have a good answer. I don't have a good answer. Now, I know as a parent, I would want to know if my kid was doing crazy shit like that, but I don't beat my kids, and I don't plan on beating my kids. Whereas I'm sure there's some parents who would probably find out that their kids were dressing gay and they might beat them. So I don't know. Should the school be compelled to tell the parents about their kids' non-gender conforming identity? I don't think I have a good answer. Anyways, we're going to give this another few minutes, but I think that Dev is largely being attacked on vibes, and I think we've covered a lot of good ground. So I'm going to give them like another few minutes to make a make another few points, and then we'll move into the next segment.
Hands with another boy at school. It's like, no, you don't need to fucking tell parents that. That's fucking ridiculous. But because being trans has this medical side to it, it's not just like an identity side. Now you have to involve the parents because now we're talking about medications and there's actual side effects, and it's a whole fucking thing. So like I do think a lot of it just stems from the fact that there's a big social push to treat being gay as if it is like being trans and vice versa when they're not the same thing. So I ultimately agree with you that like I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh no, it's actually really good that students are hiding children transitioning. I'm not going to fucking say that. That's fucking ridiculous. What I'm saying is there are just
Yubi Madara says, Connor, you keep pushing back against them as if they're arguing it's an existential issue. No one's arguing that. Yeah, but the entire past 5 minutes has been Deb saying, hey, this isn't an existential issue, and I think there's a lot of hysteria tacked on to serious shit. And they're like, yeah, well, we're justified in freaking out about it. Okay.
Just more important issues for politics to be focused on.
But you say that, and that's like a very, dare I say, elitist position, because the way that people interact with politics is like how it impacts.
Which is why I hate democracy, by the way. I'm going to say it again. Democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the other ones.
Them and their family. So like I can think there are more important issues than like whatever the thing is that's bothering somebody in their local community, like whether or not they're going to build triplexes or
S points out, Connor, and when they tell us to take out the trash, they mean right now. Yeah, I know, right?
build 5-story buildings in their area.
Damn, y'all are getting crazy sexist in my chat. Add to the woman column, not being mad, but just thinking it's funny that. Oh, man, that's funny.
But the fact is, your average person in that neighborhood actually cares about that more than they care about like the war going on in Ukraine. Like they have no context for like how that impacts them directly in comparison. So yeah, like it's rational and expected for people to be more concerned about stuff that potentially impacts their children rather than like something that we all might care about more because we're way more into politics. The average American does not engage with politics in the way that we do.
Yeah, but do you know what we're advocating for consistently that I think Dev and I also advocate for is, hey, you're political pundits. You have 1,000 people in your chat right now. Hundreds of thousands of people watch your post-recorded videos. Stop playing to their stupid biases and call them out on their bullshit. I think that's what Dev and I say very typically.
Maybe register to a political party. They might vote R down the ticket or Democrat down the ticket, and that's about it. Maybe one candidate they find particularly off-putting, so they'll split the ticket. But that's really like the maximum engagement that these people have.
So that's all true, and it's normal, it's expected, we understand it, and yet it's being exploited by bad actors who know that people engage with politics.
Eric Dom says, where do patchwork families fit into this? I feel like that's more prevalent today. Yeah, so if I was going to pull this up, because I know a patchwork family. I know 2 patchwork families, and they actually work incredibly well. Let me pull it up. Where do patchwork families? So for patchwork family, for me, I don't know if you mean it this way. I mean, I'll tell you the way that I mean it. Patchwork family is kind of like a part of tribal, in my opinion. And to describe the families that I know, there was a couple who was married who had two kids. And just through like work and stress and ambition and ego, they were not capable of staying together. And so they didn't. They split up. But what ended up happening was the dad got a new girlfriend and they're happy together, no more kids. And then the mom got with another dad who was divorced, but had sole custody of his 2 kids because the mom was a piece of shit. And so as a result, they're now raising 4 kids together as a family unit. And the stepdad, I guess, or the divorced dad who has a girlfriend, he helps out, weirdly enough, not just with his 2 biological kids, since his wife and him are actually on good terms and he's in a new loving relationship that's more his speed, they actually don't hate each other. And since they don't hate each other, dad still fills the dad role, mom still fills the mom role, then another dad from another family fills the dad role, and they're together and they're raising 4 kids. the divorced dad is now filling an uncle or aunt role. And then they still have like grandparents, granduncles, and friends helping out, help take care of the kids and raise a family unit. So what I would say is, even when I'm making fun of the tribal model, you could almost argue that the patchwork family is almost a split between the extended model and the tribal model. I think as long as these roles are being fulfilled, where you have a paternal primary caretaker for the kids, you have a maternal primary caretaker for the kids who are making sure the kids are not being abused, and then you have people who fill the uncle and aunt roles and the cousin role and the friend role and the grandparent role. As long as people are like fulfilling their roles, I don't care whether or not it's biological. I have friends. The reason why I included friends in this graph is because I have friends who I love more than blood. I have friends who I trust more than blood. And so friends, while they're not blood, they are people who I would trust to fill the uncle or aunt role or the cousin role. So yeah, I think patchwork families are fine. You just have to fulfill the roles and make sure there's no abuse.
Politics in this way, and so they will spin up basically Twitter. No, don't laugh at him. It's fucking true. Like,
it's not bad actors though. It's just that's an insanely ridiculous view of politics.
No, it's not. It's an intelligent way of viewing politics. And if you had an IQ over fucking 80, then you should be able to deal with more than one concept at one time, Adam. God, this guy pisses me off. Fabian Padilla says, Buenos dias, compa Connor. Hello. Jersey Hammer says, gee, almost as if lefties are dishonest fuckbags hiding the true arguments within a fake argument. Jersey Hammer, calm down. Whoever pissed in your Cheerios, say you're sorry. Relax. Quick chill. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. And let's go ahead and give them another couple of arguments, and then we're going to wrap this segment, move into the next one.
No, it's not. Okay, hold on. Do you think that like Libs of TikTok is a good actor? No fucking
Oh, answer that question, Adam. Don't dodge.
way.
Libs of TikTok understands that people care about this issue.
Oh, nice dodge, you fucking loser.
I didn't ask you that.
Look, Libs of TikTok would not be a big channel if people didn't care about this issue.
That's not the question either, you fucking asshole. He's asking whether or not Libs of TikTok acts honestly in portraying information, or if they're a hyperbolic, partisan, propagandist shitbag.
Is she a good actor?
I've never seen her act.
Now you're being obtuse to be a fucking dickhead. Dude, I'm sorry. This is part of the reason. There's a part of me that wants to go back on Sitch and Adam so we can fight about real topics, because I have a feeling that our moral intuitions and our moral grounding are actually quite parallel. There's another part of me that if I was in the room and he was doing this to Dev, I would call him to stop. I would tell Adam, stop being a fucking loser and answer the question. Answer the question. Because you're grilling Dev on his positions as if everything is deadly serious. Then he asks you an earnest question, and instead of answering it earnestly, you dance away from the question twice. Answer the question earnestly.
Okay. So
what do you mean? What are we both? Here's what I mean. Talk about good or bad actors.
So here's what I mean, right? Okay. You have people.
On Anonymous, I don't like the. I was saying that I don't like nuclear. I like extended. I think extended is the best model.
Who have, let's say, ulterior motives, and then they will latch on to what people do genuinely care
look,
for real reasons.
Hold on. There's one miscommunication going on here. You seem to think that it's relevant how much it's happening, okay? And you're saying she's trying to make it seem more prevalent than it actually is. When I think people care more about how is this going to impact my life? How catastrophic is it going to be if this happens? And they do a formula. They have the likelihood of it happening and the catastrophic nature if it does happen. And if it's catastrophic, it doesn't matter if it's barely
low likelihood. Okay, that's a coherent point. I have to give Adam. People are emotional creatures who. Like school shootings, man. Like as an SRO, 20% of the conversations I had were about a school shooting, okay? As a school resource officer. However, the likelihood of it happening is akin to getting struck by lightning. But Adam is correct. The reason why we talked about it as if it was a high possibility was because the catastrophic nature of that event is so serious that even if there's an incredibly low chance of it happening, we would still need to be prepared for it to happen. That's a perfectly valid insight.
Happening at all, they're going to be worried about it. What look, if sending your kids to public school is Russian roulette because you may get one of these teachers, why the fuck does school have to be Russian roulette? Didn't we have school at one time when it wasn't Russian roulette?
No, this was never the case. In my parents' generation, they didn't let black kids into the school because they were so dangerous. So no, Adam, whatever, like, even in the 80s, like, school violence was super routine, like fist fights, shootings, stabbings, hard drugs, sex, all that kind of stuff. Like, the 80s and 90s were fucking wild from a criminal statistics perspective. So no, whatever, like, safe, non-Russian roulette place, the closest time that we ever had to a safe Russian roulette for public schools was probably the 1950s, and black kids weren't allowed into the school. So if you want to go back to, like, segregation, mass incarceration, and, like, you know, white suburban America of the 1950s, we could try that. I just don't think it's going to work.
Like, what? This is like, why do we want to put a pedo in every fucking other classroom? And you.
Do you think that's what's happening, Adam, or are you being a hyperbolic propagandistic piece of shit as well? Do you think every other teacher is a fucking pedophile? What is this guy talking about?
Be like, that's no big deal.
Okay, Adam. Okay, this is the feminist, like, why should I date a man because some of them are abusive argument. Like, no. This is not what I'm fucking saying. Listen. I'm saying that all of these things that you're talking about are true. They're real concerns. People actually do have these concerns. From their point of view, it's completely rational for them to be worried about these things. What I'm saying is you have bad actors who know that individuals on the ground have these concerns, and they play them up to be more common than they are because they want to
they're showing the catastrophic nature of them.
Let me fucking finish it, please. Let me actually get through the sentence. Okay. So they play up how common.
Yeah, who's the true guardian of your child? You or the state? It's you. Absolutely. I'm with you. My child is my child. Now, my child has some level of rights. If I'm abusing my child, the state has the right to intervene. However, we need to discuss what actually abuse is, of course.
These things are to make them appear more common than they are, not to show off how catastrophic they are, though they do show off how catastrophic they are. They're doing it so that you think that they're more common than they actually are, so that you will then be more worried than you should be about them because they are hacking your fucking mind.
True, and you should realize that just by the hyperbolic language that you just used, let alone whoever libs of TikTok or whatever. Grassroots for 5, thank you for the super chat, King. Force everyone to do a full transition every 2 years, and whichever one you are when you die, that's your gender. Again, with the universal basic jail, and every 2 years you switch up.
What is the harm that they create in the world by doing that action, by overemphasizing these cases?
Have you not seen just how mind fucked everybody is? How everyone, like, believes alternate truths. No one can actually agree on the fact of anything anymore.
So you think this cultivates an attitude of
the entire political environment we've existed in for the past 5 years is the result of bad faith actors mind fucking everybody, basically using personalized feeds to show you the thing that you fear the most.
Okay, well, just the reason I asked was because it's interesting, because I realize now that you're both having this conversation that you're kind of making a similar argument.
Yeah, it looks like chat's a little bit split when I'm catching up with you guys. R. Hickernail says they're all missing the point. If the kid is comfortable to come out at school but not at home, clearly there's a problem at home. But I don't think that parents necessarily view it that way. So, for instance, I don't think my son, who doesn't have any gender non-conforming shit, should be dressing in a dress. And maybe it's not against school dress code to wear a dress, but I'm going to tell him you can't wear a fucking dress. To me, that's not a problem in the home, okay? Limiting my child's self-expression to some level of normal, I don't think is abuse. So that's where, but Kay was making the argument, that you deal with abuse as it comes. Because if you treat every parent like a potential abuser, then you're going to have endless excuses for the state to do whatever secret fucked up bullshit it wants to do, because it'll just say, oh, well, there's a potential for abuse, so we're not going to do it. I'm going to let Adam be cringe one more time, and then we're going to move into the next segment.
That Adam was making about the emphasis of focusing on crime, in terms of like, okay, if someone overemphasizes or over focuses on crime committed by Black people, can create negative racial stereotypes. So he was talking about like, well, that's the harm that's caused by that action. So I was just saying, like, the harm that you're saying is caused by this action, because you're saying, yes, there are people that are doing this, but there's an overemphasis, an over exaggeration, people hyper fixating on it. The harm created by that is it creates a culture of division and people becoming mind fucked, essentially, is what.
Yeah, and ignoring, I don't know, the president of the United States being a pedophile, ignoring backstabbing Ukraine resulting in tens of thousands of deaths, slashing USAID in order to save 1.6% of the budget, while also doing tax cuts, meaning we're still running a deficit, but we also just condemned hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people to death through preventable disease. Violating the First Amendment by using the FCC chair to attack a stand-up comedian. Violations of due process in reference to mass deportation, where we took people who were not credibly members of gangs like Andre Hernandez Romero and deporting them to Sukkot, where they were sodomized and tortured. Yeah. So when you're focusing on they're transing the kids, you miss all of that information. Azariah for 5 says, what if instead of just extended family model, we went to the lineage model, having your entire bloodline involved clan wars, baby? True. True. Somebody said, wouldn't another scenario be your kid changes their name and changes their pronouns? Yeah, but then that's kind of the question that I put back to you, because I think Kay was saying, yes, you report it to the parents and you deal with abuse as it comes. I'm okay with that, like as an answer. I think Kay probably believes that answer very earnestly and sincerely. I think that R. Hickernell did the steel man of the progressive perspective, which I don't agree with, but I think that it's what progressives say they are genuinely concerned about, which is that if a kid is willing to be gay or trans at school, but they're not willing to be gay or trans at home, isn't that an indication that they potentially could be abused in the home? So I think I'm more favorable towards Kay's model, while I've worked child abuse cases myself. So I also understand the steel man of the progressive perspective.
Yeah, I think that's actually pretty close to it. Yeah, here a more obvious example is, I mean, I don't know about you, Sean, but like I know the three of us agree pretty much entirely on the J6 Eastman riot situation, right? And yet, whenever we've talked to somebody who's like a diehard believer that Trump actually won 2020, and you actually have like a conversation with them, because I've done it, I know that you guys have done it too.
Mm-hmm.
You start talking to them, and they have a completely alternate set of facts that if you actually investigate them, they're like 99% false, but they got them from like a completely different media ecosystem where they're consuming content from completely different people, and it's all just like made up fucking nonsense.
Cyrus Kennedy says, what are you criticizing Sitch and Adam and AJW for? They're saying people are allowed to take issue with the trans issue, and your reply is, but it's an existential issue, therefore they're bad faith. No, I don't even think I fucking said that, Cyrus. I think you have like a literacy problem, which is unsurprising. But anyways, no, what I'm saying is Dev never said that shit. Dev never said nobody's allowed to take issue with transing kids. What he said is bad faith actors like libs of TikTok are exaggerating the issue for culture war points, so you ignore serious policy issues. That's all he said. And guess what? Short Fat Otaku's correct. Anyways, that's enough of that.
And I think like if you
Adam friended unable to understand words. Unsurprising. Short Fat Otaku being correct while still being soy. Unsurprising. Sitch steel manning the contrarian right-wing perspective while also conceding to descriptive reality because he is capable of understanding words. Unsurprising. End of segment. Let's go ahead and move into the debate segment. That was kind of a debate, but realistically, I want to check out the Corbin Sales Well, actually, I'm going to scroll to the bottom real quick. Let you guys tell me. I can put this on the back burner because it's very fresh content. I think it's only 21 hours old. Do you guys want to do Peter Thiel versus Jordan Peterson, Andrew Wilson versus Pierce Morgan on Christian nationalism, or Ross Douthat versus Hassan Piker? Tell me in chat. So right now it's 12:02 p.m. So I am looking for some feedback on which one you guys would prefer. Thiel versus Peterson, says Eric Dom. All those suck. Well, do you have alternative? Smith versus Wilson rerun? No. Just watch the last 30 minutes of the Corbyn sales debate panel. That's all you need to watch. I don't know about that. Thiel versus Peterson. I want to see who Connor would defend first. Do a poll. Do Ryan versus NSE. YouTube, MSNBC, lawyer. Okay, I'm going to do Thiel. I got like 2 or 3 Thiels, and all of you guys are typing too slowly. Rome. Yes, let's watch Rome together.
I'd like to talk to you.
Okay, so this is a 25-minute clip because I think I have a 1 p.m. See, anything but Andrew Wilson. There you go. Fuck's sake. All right, so we are going to do Thiel versus Peterson and the nature of sacrifice. And sure, if you want. And then I do have a 1v1 at 1 p.m. So let's go ahead and do an intro.
I'd like to.
And do it. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, Marine Corps, and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican or a classical Republican, meaning that I actually have Republican values that I can articulate very easily, and I don't think that MAGA does. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be watching Jordan Peterson, somebody who I was a huge fan of back in like 2017, 2018, versus Peter Thiel, a defense contractor billionaire who is friends with Elon Musk, and they're going to talk about the nature of sacrifice. So we're going to take a look. We're going to allow these brilliant, but sometimes brain-rotted minds contend with this topic.
I'd like to talk to you about sacrifice and then again about imitation. I'm going to start with imitation. So the psychologist that I know best who is most conversant with the ideas that you put forward is Jean Piaget. And Piaget prioritized imitation as much as Girard. But Piaget's view didn't concentrate so much on the violent aspect of it. He didn't concentrate so much on how imitation can go wrong.
The way I believe it was sort of this somewhat optimistic.
Not only does he know who Piaget is, he's also agreeing with the characterization. That's scary.
Just positive societies progressing through imitation.
Yeah, well, he wasn't concerned precisely, I would say, with notions of progress from an economic perspective. Like Piaget's notion was that it's very much like Girard's, it is that the way that we organize ourselves socially and psychologically is.
Darth Panzer says, off to class and then gym. Have a good day. Stream and like the stream. Yeah, freeloading hosers. True. Like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage with chat. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. My parasocially love you. Thank you for hanging out.
Through imitation. And so Piaget concentrated, for example, on games. And so his counter to Girard, but without invalidating Girard's point, by the way, is that.
But he was before Girard, right?
Yes, he was. Yes, definitely.
Yes.
Definitely. And so Piaget's point was that
Cyrus says, can't from previous comment, how is this different from but there's a genocide in Gaza argument? Because you're not saying let's not talk about trans shit. You're saying let's prioritize things appropriately, which is a valid thing to do. It's a valid thing to say, you're talking about somebody jaywalking. I'm talking about a murder. Can we focus on the murder? Yes, jaywalking is bad. That's a perfectly valid response, especially in politics.
We actually organize ourselves into social hierarchies with imitation.
Yes.
We when children, for example, when they're 3 or 4. So, for example, you can't do this till you're 3.
Yes.
This is how it works developmentally. If a little boy asks a little girl to play house, she has to agree. And then what they do is they reciprocally imitate one another in relationship to a goal. Okay.
Yes.
Now, so the goal in that situation is to abstract and
I didn't see the Lawrence O'Donnell segment.
model the domestic environment. But then there's a higher order principle that regulates that, which is that in order for it to be play, both of them have to be voluntarily in accordance with the aim, and they have to be learning dynamically.
Yes.
Okay, so now your point, I think, was that, okay, so now imagine a world where there's an indefinite number of these imitation predicated games, because there is an
I'm going to fast forward a little bit, not because I don't think that it's relevant, but Jordan Peterson is setting this shit up and it's taken him a minute to do so. So I'm going to put him on 1 1/4.
definite number of them. Now, what I think happened in the religious framework, particularly in the Christian framework, that multitude of games, each of which is potentially a little Tower of Babel, is organized underneath a higher order principle. Now, you said that Gerard's answer was you implied aim up, but you also implied go back to church. Now, see, there's let me just finish one thought. So,
multiple thoughts. John Tinishenko, in reference to something for VOD viewers, something in a previous discussion earlier today. Why is it catastrophic? Isn't it just confirming that you aren't ready to accept the possibility of your child being gay, and all of this is just a cover up for your own weakness? No, I don't agree with this at all. I would accept my gay kids if my kids turned out to be gay. However, there's a part of me that I think would mourn the loss of potentially like grandkids. Of course, they can adopt. Of course, they can do IVF. They can do all that kind of stuff. But I think that there's, when you're heterosexual and a touch homophobic, I don't think I'm like super homophobic, but I'm a touch homophobic. You don't want to imagine your kid participating in behavior that you yourself would not participate in. And so that obviously creates pressure on not just the kid, or excuse me, not just the parent, but also the kid, because the kid doesn't want to disappoint their parents, right? And so, but I don't even think we're talking about being gay. I think we're talking about being trans. And with trans, there's this whole extra element, particularly in the affirmative, the affirmation model, where if your kid says, "Hey, I think I have gender dysphoria," at least the way that I've heard it articulated plenty of times is you're just supposed to accept that. You're not supposed to say, is this a phase? You're not supposed to say, well, keep dressing like a dude for a few years. It might desist. You're not supposed to say, hey, let's go get you to like talk therapy and see if we can resolve some other issues. That way your gender dysphoria desists. You're not supposed to do that. At least the straw man of the affirmative consent model says that you're not supposed to do that. They basically say you drop what you're doing and you say, oh, you feel like a girl? I guess you're a girl now. Let's go ahead and go buy you a bunch of girl shit, and we're going to socially transition you immediately. And then I'm going to find you the best endocrinologist in the state, and we're going to transition you physically as quickly as possible. Right? Now, progressives can argue that that's a straw man, but we've seen that straw man presented in media dozens of times, like pop media, sitcoms, movies, TV shows, news segments. They've all kind of said, like, you're a bad person if you criticize or needle your kid's gender dysphoria or feeling like they're trans, and if you try to get them treatment besides transition, you're a bad person because you're standing in the way of your kid's true identity. So, no, I think there's contention in that. I don't think parents, the second their kid expresses any kind of gender nonconformity, has to drop everything to make sure that their kid transitions immediately. I think that's fucking silly. And I think it's a silly expectation from the furthest left activists.
Imagine that there are metagames under which imitative games could be organized. Okay, one metagame would be power. Another metagame might be hedonistic self-gratification. The Christian metagame is voluntary self-sacrifice. Right? That's a radical reshifting of the metagame territory. And I think it is irreplaceable. And I think it has to be embodied and not propositionalized. So the pagan world, the Roman world, the Greek world, they were essentially predicated on power and hedonism, right? If I could, then I had a right to. And if I could impose force on you, then I was the better man. And that was inverted in Christianity, but it was inverted in a way I think that matches maturation.
This is what I wanted to get to. So it took us like 2 to 3 minutes to warm up or whatever, but this is like a fundamental argument. And by the way, like if you don't think this to me is actually a super important fight in the right. And the reason why it's a super important fight in the right is because Jordan Peterson is arguing for a Christian grounded morality, which says turn the other cheek, voluntary self-sacrifice, aim towards a higher ideal, but be willing to sacrifice yourself for that higher thing. Biblical masculinity, which is, I think it's being able to defend against predators, being able to survive in the wild, but also being able to nurture the weak. That's like biblical masculinity embodied in the shepherd. Whereas what Peter Thiel, because Peter Thiel, I don't think he's Christian. As a matter of fact, I think he might be anti-Christian. Peter Thiel has argued like a post-Christian morality or pre-Christian morality or pagan morality is actually better. And that I think he's actually described Christianity as slave morality. I think he's quoted Nietzsche for that. And so he's arguing to kind of return to might makes right. The greater man will impose his will on the world, like all that kind of shit. And so I'm really interested to see these two people battle it out, because whose ideas win in the right wing is going to dominate decades. Okay. So if Peter Thiel and Trump style of politics and morality dominate, that's going to dominate for decades. If Jordan Peterson, if we return to Petersonian biblical morality, that's an infinitely healthier version of the right than Peter Thiel and Donald Trump morality.
I mean, your point seemed to be that the imitative capacity can go dreadfully wrong if the games degenerate into envious status competitions. And the other point, I think, was that they will degenerate into envious status competitions unless they're oriented towards something transcendent. So then the question would be, what would that transcendent orientation be?
Well, let me see. There's many different threads here, but I would say Girard would reference people like Piaget and said that, they underestimated imitation massively. They whitewash it. It's, if you ignore this all-important runaway violence dimension and things like this.
Yeah, well, Piaget was not a psychopathologist, right? He was a study of normative.
Okay, let Thiel talk, dude. Like, JBP, I love you, but I know I'm a yapper too, but let Thiel get something in here, okay?
Yeah. And then I think Girard's intuition was much more that, in some sense, the so-called normal case is the less important one. It's the extreme case. It's where, it's the madness of crowds. That's an extremely important case.
Fair enough.
It's not. And
Cicero for 5 says, reporting from war-torn Portland, IED stands for improvised espresso drink. Espresso. Bruh. The fact that JD Vance normalized that rhetoric just tells me that JD Vance is a piece of shit. That's all that did. When JD Vance said, oh yeah, I'm going to retweet the president describing Portland as war-torn, I was like, okay, I already knew that you sold your soul for power. I just didn't realize how much. What a fucking asshole.
Piaget also wasn't
Piaget would have been like Malcolm Gladwell, in the wisdom of crowds. The crowds are wise because they imitate each other, and this is how a lot of stuff works.
Right, but he did bind it by the necessity of voluntary play, right? That's an important distinction.
Sure, all these ways was still within some structure, but you could always say this is a basic difference between Enlightenment rationalism and biblical revelation. Is in the Bible, the crowd is always wrong. The crowd is always crazy. It is mad. It's the Tower of Babel. It's in part it's the unanimity.
The Israelites.
It's the unanimity. It's and Enlightenment rationality. It's always democracy is good. The more people vote for something, the more rational it is. Although at some point you get 99.99% of the people who vote for something, and you're in North Korea. And so it's a very important question. When do you go from wisdom of crowds to the madness of crowds? And I think
that's a very important question.
The Girardian, and I would say Christian intuition is that it happens much sooner and in a much more representative way than you have to than you think, and that and this is so that's sort of one dimension. I don't know if I would anchor it as much on sacrifice though as the key feature. And again, this is one of the places where Girard argued that it's Christianity was, in Girard's telling, is anti-sacrificial. It is a move away from sacrifice. And all these theories about the substitutionary atonement of Christ's death. But even if we go,
I want to hear that, and I want to hear him expand upon this idea. But this is something that, believe it or not, I actually went to a Jordan Peterson speech, and he was in the Dr. Phillips Center in downtown Orlando, and I actually went and saw him. And he was struggling with this very idea at the time. And he was trying to, it was something obvious, but I did mention it to him, and I hope it gave him pause, because I talked to him during the meet and greet section. But he was saying, like, well, the whole point of, like, Christ's sacrifice is that, like, he knows he's going to hell. He knows he's going to be doing this. He knows he's going to be suffering this, like, terrible fate. And yet he voluntarily takes on sacrifice, and we are told to be Christ-like. And so this is something that's not intuitive to a lot of people, because we are ultimately selfish creatures who don't want to sacrifice. If we can avoid sacrifice, we will. If we can avoid giving up something that's meaningful to us, we will avoid giving up something that's meaningful to us. However, what he points out is that true sacrifice actually costs you. True sacrifice involves something that you truly hold dear, and giving that thing up. And he was like, and he didn't understand, like, what the aim was, and he was kind of struggling with that. And I was like, okay, well, obviously the nature of sacrifice is the hope and faith that through sacrifice you'll obtain something better. And so if you're constantly selfish, if you're constantly guarded, if you're always me, if you only focus on your time, your pleasure, your money, your this, your that, then I'm not going to lie, it seems like the world you end up being like a miserable piece of shit. And by the way, I would say this, and I think I've said this to Stephen. Part of the reason why I said, I did my anime movie speech to him the other day about quitting politics. The reason why I said is, like, dude, nobody gives a fuck about somebody who, the job gets hard, or you lose something while doing something important, and then you quit when you lose something important. Nobody gives a fuck about that guy. And the reason why is because most people view that guy as a coward, because things got hard and they ran away. And Stephen was like, and I think Stephen's correct within his moral framework, where he's like, well, I'm just a man, right? I'm just a person. So if my life is destroyed, my social networks are destroyed, my income is destroyed, then I'm not going to pursue this higher ideal, because I've already suffered enough. But I think that's antithetical to the Christian philosophy, which the Christian philosophy says effectively, like, it doesn't matter how much you lose. It doesn't matter if it kills you. It doesn't matter if you lose your wealth. It doesn't matter if you lose your family. If you're pursuing a noble ideal, then it is worth everything. And so instinctively, that, like, Christian moral message of self-sacrifice in the pursuit of the ideal, I think that's instinctive in me. I think I feel that in my fucking bones, probably because I was raised with that philosophically. But what's interesting about Thiel, and what's interesting about Stephen to a degree, is that they say that's wrong. They say you can make bad bets. You can make bad sacrifices. You can look after yourself first. And they would argue that they have better lives as a result of looking after themselves first. Now, I disagree, but I want to see why Thiel feels the way that he does.
With a sort of traditional
Is it a
theological
movement away from the sacrifice of others?
It is Christ's death is supposed to be the last one. Christ made the sacrifice, so we do not have to make it. And then, yeah, you can say it is a sacrifice of others versus the sacrifice of self. You could say that, but you could say the way Girard would put the stress would be that you refused. It's not that there was some virtue in Christ sacrificing himself. He's not like some sort of silly hero saying, please let the lions come and eat me up, or something like that. Giving some sort of dramatic announcement. It said Christ at Gethsemane. It's still praying, please let this cup be taken away from me. It's not, this is a wonderful, necessary thing to do at all. It's quite the opposite. But you could say it is the refusal to sacrifice others that characterizes Christ. And,
well, definitely that, because
we're not willing you're not willing to resort to violence. You're not willing
use
to call,
power.
you aren't willing to call down all the angels from heaven to stop the crucifixion. And so it's it's a refusal to sacrifice others. But and then yeah, maybe in some context you have to lay down your life for your friends. There are things like that happen. But I think it's much more, the anti-sacrificial intuition. And you have this already in a number of the Old Testament prophets. I think it's Hosea, where it's God desires mercy and not sacrifice. So it's and then this is, these are sort of in a way you can think of the Old Testament law as a sacrificial set of laws, as it's centered on the temple, and we have this sort of elaborate set of sacrifices. And then, in some sense, Christ replaces it with, love the Lord your God with your heart and mind, and love your neighbor.
Okay, Uncle Fatty says the Little Tower of Babel, wasn't the tower like the biggest thing ever built? Old Geordie is such a dipshit. His thought experience are always so based on his thoughts and feelings. No, listen, stop the Dunning-Kruger, okay? Stop the Dunning-Kruger. Just shut up and fucking listen, dude. There's other people in the world who are smarter than me and smarter than you, okay? And Jordan Peterson, as much as he's like a schizotypal dude who's lost it due to his like rehab or whatever, this point still stands. Dude, I hate the constant attempts at dunking when you don't understand what the fuck it is, okay? The Tower of Babel is a collaborative project by humanity. And so the whole point of the Tower of Babel is that they thought that they could exceed the greatness of God through building a tower so tall that it reached into the heavens. It's a metaphor. It's not real, okay? And so God's punishment to humanity is to give them all different languages so they can't communicate anymore. And the whole point of it is about hubris. The belief that you can create something that can rival the majesty of God's creation. That's like the biblical point. But the point that Peterson was making, if I understand it correctly, is that we as a species are a cooperative species. And so we mimic each other socially, but in order to not degrade into infighting, we have to have a shared higher goal. That's what he was talking about with the miniature games and the miniature towers of Babel, is that it can be projects that fall apart due to linguistic differences, due to cultural differences, due to misunderstandings. But realistically, what unites our species socially is shared ideal, shared goals. And by the way, shared goals and sacrifice. That's something, having a family is a sacrifice. Matter of fact, half you twats, I'm going to go full screen with this. Whenever I bring up family, I think Silver, maybe even Silver to some degree, I see him in chat, we might have had this conversation. But whenever I say, hey, you should find your wife and have kids, they basically tell me almost verbatim, I don't want to sacrifice. That's what they say. They say, I don't want to sacrifice my personal time. I don't want to sacrifice my money. I don't want to sacrifice my time. I don't want to sacrifice my emotional well-being for the benefit of a woman and my progeny, which in my opinion is like anti-biological. The fact that you will not sacrifice in order to have progeny and a partner is like, it's dysfunctional to me. Now, maybe you don't think you're dysfunctional. Maybe you think you're being logical. I think you're dysfunctional. So, yeah, you're wrong. Oftentimes, the best things in life that we get are cooperative ventures in which both parties must sacrifice to achieve an ideal. That's what's being said. Back to the content.
Neighbor as yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And
then pay attention to the moment.
And then we could say it's, and then he says he's not getting rid of the Old Testament law.
Yeah.
But if you just if you do those two things, you don't need any of the Old Testament law anymore. You can
let's delve into that.
You can even eat bacon and pork.
Right.
And which was a really, really bad thing to do under the Old Testament law.
Okay, so let's delve into this a little bit. I want to make this psychological and sociological as well as theological. So it strikes me that one of the radical characteristics of human.
Sorry, Wowman542 steals an idea from my brain. Valor Media Network, not to be a doomer, but I think Teal's vision will win out mostly because it has a better chance of latching onto the population that's gutted the GOP since 2016. I agree. But what I would say, Wowman542, is that while the right wing is cloaking themselves in the Bible and in Christianity, much of their instincts, much of their social prescriptions, much of their political prescriptions are almost explicitly anti-Christian. In my opinion, they're taking the Lord's name in vain. So yeah, that's where for me, I would infinitely rather fight for Peterson's version of the right and Peterson's version of Christian morality than whatever this like neo-pagan, selfish, might makes right bullshit. And we can already see the destruction from adopting the might makes right pagan morality. We already see the destruction.
Beings. We talked about imitation. That's certainly one. Another radical characteristic is the willingness and ability to make sacrifices. So let me define that for a minute, and then we can see how it goes astray as well. Mm-hmm. So the more immature you are, the more your attention and behavior is under the dominion of biological systems that have narrow short-term gratification as their focus. That could be rage, it could be hunger, it could be temperature regulation. A 2-year-old is a collection of unruly, competing short-term motivations. It takes 18 years for the cortex to develop. And you could think of the cortex as an inhibitory structure, so that's kind of a Freudian model, or you could think about it as an integrative structure, and that's a better model. Mm-hmm. Part of Piaget's model is useful in that regard because we integrate within the confines of imitative games. But there's more to it than that. So as you become more mature, this kind of a definition of maturity, you focus more on the tomorrow and next month and next year. So your temporal span of apprehension increases, and you regulate your behavior in the present in relationship to the future. That's a sacrificial move because you're sacrificing immediate gratification for the stability of the future.
As a spouse, a parent, or a leader, people count on you.
All right.
Sacrificial move, or is it a rational move? Because there's some way in which
I think it's both. It's both. It's rational once you can see the future, right?
It's sort of very it's to the extent it's rational, it may not be that sacrificial. You save money in order to buy a house.
But I don't imagine. But I don't think you believe that people can regulate that with mere rationality. Like, it has to be deeper. I would say part of that regulation of short-term impulse that's so limbically driven, mere rationality won't do the trick. And the rationality itself would have to be encapsulated within a concept of what actually constitutes rationality. So, because like I could ask you, what's worth sacrificing your short-term pleasure for? Now, the pleasure speaks for itself, right? There has to be something that you're giving that up for when you work, for example, that you regard as worthwhile. And it isn't also clear to me that that's a purely rational move. Now, there's one more sacrificial element. It's like, as you mature, it becomes less and less about what the motivated subcomponents of you want now, and more about how you find harmony in competition and cooperation in social groups. So, for example, one of the things children...
Dude, listen. Holy shit. JBP's my internet dad. I would be ecstatic to talk to him at any point. However, like that in Twitch and YouTube politics, I was known for my yaps. I love talking for like 5 minutes uninterrupted on a variety of like half a dozen talking points. And I felt like they all flowed from one to the other. But the problem when you make half a dozen talking points is that people lose you at the second talking point. And so right here, this would be like the perfect time for JBP to stop and let Peter Thiel respond. But I have a feeling he's going to hit like another 2 or 3 points.
Have to learn between 2 and 3 to be social is to take turns. And that's also a sacrifice because the default is it's always my turn. That's what it is like for non-social animals, for example.
This is where I want to push back a little bit.
Push away, man.
Where I don't think you tell a 2 or 3-year-old this in the language of sacrifice.
Hans Mayer says JBP is absolutely not very smart. He knows a lot of complicated words. Look up the reviews of the time he was a professor. Dude, I think you're coping.
And
you probably acted out for them.
It's if you don't take turns,
Other people,
something
you
bad
won't have
happens,
friends.
and you won't have friends, and
or the
there
kids, the other kids tell the kids that.
Yeah, there's some very pretty fast, immediate consequences to it. And again, you don't say it's rational, but it is. It's sort of you learn pretty fast to do these things. And then the place where I'm uncomfortable with using the sort of language of sacrifice is that that the
Void Apparent asked the most important question of the day. Why should anyone listen to you, Connor, when you're not bald or have a Mustang? True. Fucking true. Quick shill time. I personally love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let's push. Keybot says, but what if you don't feel you're ready for a sacrifice yet? Stop being a pussy.
The evidence-based, non-rational part of it, if that's all we have left, I wonder whether those are the sacrifices that we should make. For example, I'm going to give lots of examples, but
Uncle Fatty says, I raised 3 with full custody for 16 and a half years. The ex still owes me over 15K or 13K in back support. Coached 20-something park and rec soccer teams, taught over 50 kids to snowboard. Cool. And do you value those things? Did you sacrifice in order to achieve those things? Do you value your sacrifice? I bet. I mean, you shared it, so to some degree, I bet you do.
There's always a question about, what should be done about academia. They're not, all the conservative academics are being expelled. It's so hard to do this.
Right here.
And there's there's a version of a debate I've had with a lot of right of center people over the last 20 years, where it's, well, we just, we need to just train more people with PhDs, and and then they have to keep trying to sneak into the system and have to somehow break in.
Yeah, right.
And there's sort of a lot of reasons to think this is hard to do or might not work. But the way I push back on it is, it strikes me as an irrational kind of sacrifice. And so from the point of view of a young person who is going to be a right-wing academic with a PhD and will be completely unemployable, that's not a rational sacrifice they made. It's a very foolish choice that perhaps this language of sacrifice confused things. And then the non-sacrificial move, is roughly like what you yourself did with, the University of Toronto, wherever you were, where it's at some point, I am not putting up with these silly sacrifices they're making me make in academia. I'm not sacrificing my mind, or I'm not playing by all their silly rules. And I think that was the correct thing to do. Again,
I think Jordan's probably going to argue that that's for a corrupted end, though. Dante says, I think Peterson conflates different kinds of sacrifices. Sacrificing for a higher purpose for others is very different from sacrificing something now for your own future gain. I don't think it is. I think you're making a bet on the future. And by the way, the future is not guaranteed, especially in the ancient world. In the ancient world, you were just as likely to die from disease or a predator or a rival tribe. Sacrifice in the ancient world was a bet on the future, that through taking something that you have right now that you might need, that you might want, something that might be important to you, but by giving it away, you hope to get something in return. Now, you can say to some degree, like animals sacrifice, right? Like bees sacrifice their labor in order to create honey. We can talk about sacrifice and make it as specific as entering into the animal kingdom. But I think that's what we're really talking about, is we're talking about like biological behavior, and we're talking about pro-social and antisocial biological behavior. So that's where, for me, Hans Mayer being like, Jordan Peterson's a fucking idiot and has nothing to offer society. And then 30 seconds later, he's like, I'm never having kids because I wouldn't want to bring kids into this fucked up world. You think I don't see those things as like correlated? That his dismissal of pro-social Christian masculinity, even if he doesn't believe it literally, doesn't correlate with his choice not to have kids, which I view as antisocial behavior. These things are 100% correlative. The way you perceive the world absolutely dictates how you behave in it.
I would describe it as the anti-sacrificial move. The sacrificial move would be, you have a tenured position there, and you might be unhappy about it, but, for the greater good, you have to stay there.
Okay, so there were things I wasn't willing to sacrifice to stay there. There's no doubt about that. But I would also say that,
and I think those were irrational things that you should not have sacrificed. I think you made totally the right decision.
But I would also say
I would describe it as the way I would describe it. And maybe
is anti-sacrificial. So that's actually interesting that Teal borderline called out JBP and says, hey, bro, you had an opportunity to sacrifice your well-being in order to worship like a false god of academia, and you didn't do that. So I would argue that is a self-interested move. Now, Jordan Peterson is probably going to say like, oh, well, that's because it wasn't to a higher ideal. The ideal got corrupted. So, you know, I wonder if that's going to be his response.
This just shows how the language of sacrifice is confusing. But I would describe it as you refused to make the sacrifices that were demanded of you because they were silly, irrational, crazy.
In relation to what? See, that's the issue. Because
if he goes for the ideal, then JBP and I are of one mind.
I think that's true. But
in relation to things that, again, maybe can't be fully rationally defined, but in relation to some of the
But it wasn't the sacrifices that was the problem. It was the ideal that was the problem. I'm sure Peter Thiel will recognize this as soon as it's articulated. But Jordan Peterson would probably go to 1 billion HR meetings. He would probably sign 1 million contracts. He would probably end his social media career as long as he thought that the ideal that was being pushed for was a noble goal. But he did not believe that these sacrifices that were demanded of him were towards a noble goal.
Alternatives you could do in relation to, maybe even something as stupid as what you found hedonically enjoyable, right? It's using, again, did you find it enjoyable sitting on silly faculty committees as a tenured professor, or did you find it boring? And it wasn't fun. The boredom wasn't fun, and it's not the only reason to leave. Maybe it's not a sufficient reason, but in.
Well, hold on. Paul says having a kid sounds awesome, but the problem with having them is they will bear the consequences of my choices instead of me. Stop being a pussy. Life is filled with choices. Life is filled with consequences. Life is filled with problems. Who cares? Play the game. Have fun. Do crazy shit.
From my perspective, it's a good partial reason.
So
and there were probably a lot of things like this that added up.
I was unwilling to sacrifice my tongue. And so what I sacrificed was my job and my clinical career so I could keep my tongue. But there's a Christian element to that too, because the Christian insistence is that the truth-oriented word establishes the order that's good. And so, but I don't think we can escape the sacrificial language, because I had to give up my job, both of them. I had 3 because I had a private business. So
but again, I don't want to make this too aggrandizing to you, but I think what you're doing is far better, far more important now.
Well, he agrees. Conservative liberalism says not making a choice is also making a choice. Live. Agreed. Andy B says, stop being a downer. You sleep sacrifice so your kids can get better life than you had in the hopes that the cycle continues. Yeah, of course. Of course. Like that, the end has to be idealized almost. So yeah.
I'm certainly not unhappy about it.
So if you had sacrificed your job and you were completely unemployable and had no economic prospects, you could describe it as sacrificing your job so you could express yourself. But if nobody's listening to you, that might be a pretty irrational thing to do. Again, it's rational for you to focus on reaching a much larger audience, for you to do all these things, and I think those were good decisions. You didn't.
I'm okay. This seems more like a quibble, and I think I understand it enough that I don't need the last 7 minutes. They're talking about they're both using the verbiage of sacrifice, but what Peter Thiel is stating, which I think can be descriptively true, is effectively that, like, when you're pursuing a higher ideal, is that truly a sacrifice if it's something that you're willing to make almost easily, right? But what Jordan Peterson is pointing out is that those sacrifices aren't always easy. And sometimes pursuing those ideals costs you. But what allows you to make those sacrifices is if you're pursuing an ideal. And so that's kind of like what we are, is we're a collaborative species, we're a competitive species. But ultimately what we have to do is we have to work together towards a shared ideal. And by the way, that's like the basis of our community. Okay. So I understand that a third of my audience are a bunch of fucking liberals who put up with my bullshit until their favorite liberal streamer goes live. However, I hope that while they're here, what's rubbing off on them is the fact that we have it good in a lot of ways. Our lives are hard. We have to work. We have to pay bills. We have to take care of our family. We have to take care of our community. Those things are difficult. Okay. However, the Republic of the United States gives us cool things like freedom of conscience, right to self-defense, limited government, freedom from cruel and unusual punishment, due process under the law. These are cool concepts that we need to hold on to as a society. So regardless of whether or not you're a liberal or a progressive or a center-right guy or a never Trumper or a conservatarian, these are the things that we need to fight for. And so, sharing that ideal, we're participating in a cooperative and competitive behavior where the liberals and progressives in my chat are trying to convince me that they're correct about their ideas, and I'm trying to convince them that I'm correct about my ideas. And there's tension here, but there's a shared goal. And I like that. I like that. I think it's cool. I think it's cool. So I had a one-on-one scheduled for 1 p.m. It's 12:43, but truth be told, I kind of caught the vibe of that show. I'm gonna see if my one-on-one is available. If not, I'll find something else to react to. I'm just gonna see if he's available now. Are you available now? Question mark. It's Vince, the Ukrainian American guy. So I have a feeling we'll be fighting about online political bullshit. So I'm going to go ahead and thank all the people who did Super Chats today. Beef Supreme, thank you for your renewed membership and your gifted membership. Lawson Harrison, Philip Coffee, Anonymous Chatter, Send Patty, Dice5, Grassroots Hegemon, Azarai, Cicero. Thank you for your Super Chats. I parasocially love you. And then Vince said that he can join. So let us engage with chat a little bit. Willing to sacrifice how many pawns? True. Eric Dom says it's crazy how... Wait, sorry. Let me scroll up just a little bit more. Not making a choice is making a choice. That's one of the ones that I just read. And by the way, whoever was saying that, I think it was Hans Mayer, but I think it was also another person who was saying that they wouldn't have kids because they were... Oh, Paul. Yeah, stop being a pussy. You're going to be dead in 60 years, okay? You're gonna be sitting in some shitty hospital bed, eating Jello, eating water with an IV in your arm. Somebody's going to come hit you with some morphine, and then you're either going to have a heart attack or cancer is going to eat a vital organ, and then you're going to die. That's going to happen to you in 60 years, okay? So life right now is yours for the taking. You need to shoot guns. You need to go on trail hikes. You need to drive fancy cars. You need to hang out with loose women or loose men, depending on what your preference is. You need to drink some booze. You need to hang out with your family. You need to play some board games. You need to play some video games. You need to socialize with your friends. You need to have fun, dude. Life is for the living. Life is for the living. And then you need to take risks. You need to take entrepreneurial risks. You need to take life risks. You need to risk having kids. Who gives a shit? There's plenty of consequences, but you will suffer consequences regardless of whether or not you choose to participate in life. So participate in life because it's more interesting. Andy B says, stop being a downer. You sleep sacrifice so your kids can get a better life than you had in the hopes that the cycle continues. True. Fatsimo says, can't imagine killing my lineage because I overthought the consequences. Agreed. Hans Mayer says, yes, don't be a pussy and let your children suffer. That's totally Christian. We love the Christians. Hans Mayer, you are too German for your own good. Andy B says, one day I want my progeny to conquer the stars. If my contribution to that is giving my kids 3 meals a day instead of 2, then I'm happy to make it. True. Eric Dom says, it's crazy that people whose grandparents went through World War II think that the world today is too bad to have kids. If our grandparents thought in such a defeatist way, we wouldn't be here. Agreed. Scrolling, rubbing off on them. True. Rob says, it's hard being so great, but I manage. I know, 3,000 IQ and an 8-inch dong. What are you going to do? Andy B says, having kids is your collaboration in the human spirit. How is this so hard for people that like communism to understand? Because they would rather be in a polycule than take care of kids. Simon Simple says, reckon breaks clinical psychology basically down well. Accessible if repetitive, sometimes huge respect. Politics is politics. I'm not sure who reckon is, but okay. Uncle Fatty says, exactly, bro. Unity always wins. Love always wins. Based. Freedom is not free. Liberty must be fought for, just like love. Well, we were fighting earlier in chat, but I'm happy we can agree on that. Christian Lair says, survey says all JP reactions lead to decreased viewership. Therefore, well, it happens. Sometimes you got to do something serious every now and then. We could be covering, you guys want to talk about Jesse's sex life again? You want to do that real quick? I'm being sarcastic. I don't think there's any news on that front right now. Sarah702 says, Connor, you are rubbing off on me with your open-minded conservatism. This liberal is pleased. Based. Hans Mayer says, that's maybe one of the cruelest statements I have ever heard. Don't be a pussy. Let your children suffer. Life is suffering. Life is suffering, but life is suffering, but life is also danger, adventure, joy, sex, love, depression, anxiety, wonder, awe, hunger, gluttony, feast, famine, lust. It's everything. Life is everything. And so just because suffering is baked into the cake, just because sacrifice is baked into the cake, doesn't mean that you shouldn't enjoy or participate in life. Like if you truly think that life is just suffering, then why would you even bother? Sitch and Adam says Dev got destroyed. If that's Adam friended, then I don't think you were listening to Dev. I don't think you listened to what he said. So, yeah, you destroyed him in the marketplace of ideas by not representing his positions accurately. AK Badasoy says, Connor, one of the reasons I picked careers working with building materials instead of picking careers in the medical field like paramedic is that I didn't want to make a mistake I thought would be fatal for others. All right. Mad Money Max says, no news on Destiny's sex life. That's where you'd be wrong, lol. What? No, I thought he filed for dismissal in the case. I thought that was it. Conservative liberalism says, hardship builds character, but I understand the desire to want to give your kids a childhood better than yours. That's a problem, demographically speaking, many are facing. Sure. Uncle Fatty says, life is about finding common ground where there doesn't seem to be any. I don't know if that's true, but we could try. Rob says, we're not having kids, but I don't cash it out on some personality or situational defect. We don't have the desire, and that seems like most basic necessity thing to have and still be accountable. You can do it, but I do view that as dysfunctional. You don't have to view it as dysfunctional if you don't want to, and if you and the girlfriend or the wife or whatever want to party and travel the world and, have sex and drink booze and have a good time, y'all do you. But I'm just saying, from my perspective, I think that's dysfunctional. Bob Smith says, good morning, all. Just got back from a rainy and cold day, but I'm warm having a good cup of Joe. I personally don't think I'd be a good dad, but hey, it is what it is, man. Most you know what you need to do in order to be a good dad? When they're babies, change the diapers, burp them, feed them, hug them. Not in that order. Just when they cry, burp them, feed them. Well, I guess you should feed them, then burp them. But feed them, burp them, change them, love them. That's it. And as they get older, love them and help them do homework. It's actually, relatively speaking, not that hard. It's very tiring. It's not difficult. Andy B says, filing for dismissal happens in every case. It's only news if the judge grants it. Agreed. Randy says, by not having kids, you're also robbing your parents of the special revenge of watching your kids put you through the same bullshit. True. I have sins to pay for. I have teenage sins to pay for. Eric Dom says, suffering is your brain giving you stimulus to avoid something. At no point in time did an average human have more power responsibility to influence whether their life has the right mix of stimuli. I know. And you need pleasure and pain. You need sacrifice and purpose. You need all of these things. Rob says, that's cope. You don't have to desire degenerate things to not want children. Still family-oriented, still planting seeds for the future. It's just not in this way. All right. Hans Mayer says, the future is not nice, is what I'm saying. I'm saying we are destroying the planet and no one cares. That's why my children would have to suffer. They will suffer worse than I do. Your children in a global warming planet is not going to be as bad off as caveman humans living through the ice age. All right. I'm going to call a Ukrainian guy, and we're going to argue about online politics. All right. Let me move you guys over here. Quick shill before.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, buddy? Give me 1 second. I'm going to pop you out and move you to a independent screen. I'm going to move my chat over here, and we're going to take it from there. So, guys, 1v1s typically are a mixed bag where, some people love them, some people hate them. If it's not for you, that's totally fine. But I would parasocially love you if you stuck around. And remember to like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And then, sorry, I'm just going to shout out everybody who donated already real quick. Cicero, Azarai, Grassroots, Dice5, Send Patty, Anonymous Chatter, Philip Coffee, Lawson Harrison, and Beef Supreme. Thank you for either doing super chats or doing memberships. And then Vince, we are live together. Who are you? What are you about? And what are we talking about today?
Hello, I'm Vincent. I mean, if you watched anything else before it was Destiny, and then I think you might have seen me going there on Collins. I used to do it a lot. I'm Ukrainian myself. I was born in Crimea. I mostly do political content with. I do a lot of pro-Ukraine content, but and also some pro-democracy, anti-MAGA political content. You can find me on Real Visigoth. It's REALVISIGOTH everywhere. YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, everywhere. And I also recently started a podcast with a guy you might have seen on RGR's panels. His name is Get Money Dre. We call it BTI Podcast. You can also find it. It's BTI Pod, I believe, on YouTube. So yeah, that's what I'm about.
Cool. Then what are we talking about today?
I wanted to touch on immigration. I think there is some other topics. So it's mostly leftover from what I haven't asked last time, which there is a good portion. I think we're gonna go for like maybe I think I have questions for like an hour or maybe even more.
Perfect. Let's do it. I mean, I could either just I could just go through my position, or you could hit me with some information first, and then we could do it. Whatever you what is most comfortable for you.
Yeah, I think we will go. Yeah. I'm not sure. I will ask you questions. I think it will be more. And I'll ask also before that. I think I'll ask you to state your position so that I like just like an introduction, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, I'll state it first then. So my thing is that I think American republicanism, I think the Constitution of the United States, I think freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, right to self-defense, limited government. I think these are universal goods. I don't think that these are just American goods. The joke that I like to make is that in the hit film Full Metal Jacket, there's a American general who says that inside every single Vietnamese person is an American waiting to come out. Now, I understand that there's like cultural and linguistic differences between people, but I still think that republicanism and democracy are, relatively speaking, universal human goods. So I think that the United States should promote these things on the international stage, and people can integrate them into their communities the way that they see fit. But also, I think that the United States has a duty where when people want to come to the United States, we should bring them in for our social, cultural, economic interests. Like there should be some benefit to the United States for this person coming to our country, but then also they should want to integrate into the American project. They should either, if they're unaware of the Constitution, if they're unaware of the Bill of Rights, if they're unaware of our Republican history, they should be educated on that before they come in, and they should view this as something good that they want to add to. And if they don't like the Republic of the United States, if they don't like the Bill of Rights, if they don't like republicanism, if they don't like democracy, then they shouldn't be let in the country.
Yeah, that's a fair position, I say. But I also have a question. How many immigrants do you think is acceptable to you? As many as would come as long as they're like vetted and pro-democracy, I guess, pro-America?
So my answer would be in line with integration and economic benefit. So I think one of the tensions that we have in the United States right now is that Americans feel like the immigrants who are coming here, they're economically benefiting, while Americans have to take some kind of like hit in reference to like reduced wages because they're competing with people who take very low wages. So I think that there has to be like an inherent level of protection of dignity of the indigenous current population. So it's a balance. But I think we can strike that balance while still taking in a shitload of people. The other part of that is integration. So being pro-democracy, being vaguely pro-America, that's a good start. But I also want you to integrate into society where you participate in public schools, you pay taxes, you engage with your community. And I think that involves some level of like language integration as well, where you should probably learn some level of conversational, if not fluent English, either before or while you're here. While you're here is acceptable.
Yeah. Do you think Biden should have been stricter on the border?
I think Biden should have been stricter on the border because now we're paying the consequences of his lack of strictness. I think that
Yes.
because the border was so porous and so many people got over for so many years, that now when you go to conservatives and you say, hey, there's like horrific abuses happening to illegal immigrants, they go, oh, well, they're illegal, so who cares? And I think that kind of callous attitude is only possible because we didn't address the border for decades.
Yeah. And also, like being illegal, is that a misdemeanor or what type of crime is that?
So there's an argument to it where I've heard liberals and progressives argue that it's effectively a civil issue where you're supposed to report to a port of entry. However, I've heard Todd Horman specifically say that failing to report to a port of entry is like a misdemeanor criminal offense, and therefore you can be incarcerated for it. I don't think it's a felony, though.
Yeah. So it just the reason I'm asking is for me it's mind-boggling. I talked to like I think two conservatives in real life, and I asked them about El Salvador, and they mostly say like, yeah, just don't come. And for me it's crazy. Like, what would be the examples of other misdemeanor crimes? Like, I don't know, fighting on the street, is that a misdemeanor?
It can be. So battery, which is like hitting somebody else. If you hit somebody else and there isn't like a bruise or a mark or a cut, that's a misdemeanor. Trespassing after warning, meaning that you're on somebody's property and they say to leave and then you don't leave, that's a misdemeanor crime, especially if after a cop comes and tells you, hey, you've officially been trespassed, you need to leave. If you don't at that point, you can be incarcerated. That's a misdemeanor charge. There's all sorts of stuff like that, like public drunkenness or public intoxication. Those are misdemeanor crimes. And then, sorry, real quick, AK Batasui says, can we amend the Constitution? Of course we can. Like, the whole point of the Constitution is we're supposed to be able to change it in relevant to the modern, to what's going on in our country.
Yeah. And just the point I'm making is this is basically being illegal is pretty much the same. It's misdemeanor, just like being drunk in public, right?
In degree of seriousness, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I'm telling. And what I've heard from conservatives in real life is they say just don't come. But for me, it's crazy. Like, what do you mean just don't come? Like, do you think that you should be? If you don't think that you should be sent to El Salvador fucking concentration camp for being drunk outside, you shouldn't think that you should be sent there because of being illegal. That's insane. And many of those people are like, some of those people are not criminals, and we don't have any due process. So it's crazy how they are so fine with that. Like, I just don't understand it.
Well, I think that, so I don't know if you've seen this thing, but it's called a heat map. And so a heat map is where it shows like on a graph, like where a correlation of like positions are. And so
Yeah.
I think that this heat map is pretty famous on Twitter, where liberals, their heat map distribution goes far outside of themselves. And so they empathize with like trees and rocks and plants and aliens and all that kind of stuff. They have like endless empathy for almost everything outside of themselves. Whereas a lot of conservatives within the heat map, the concentration of who and what they care about is kind of localized to their immediate family and their immediate community. And so I think from a perceptive basis, just having these conversations lots of times, I think that as soon as you reach a certain threshold of alien, where you're not considered a part of the community, you're not a US citizen, you're not an immediate family member, I think they just stop giving you moral consideration. I think they just stop caring because you're not part of their tribe.
Yeah, that's kind of insane. I mean, El Salvador is a very tough place to go. I mean, the Seacot is like is an insane prison.
Oh, I bring up Andre Hernandez Romero all the time because I think one of the mistakes done by the left, quote unquote, in the past like year was picking Kilmar Abrego Garcia as the martyr of immigration because his due process was violated. He had a stay order against being sent to El Salvador, and he was sent to El Salvador. That's like an easy story. The Trump administration broke the law in order to deport him. But then when you start getting into the details, like, oh, he has these tattoos that could mean gang affiliation. He was caught in a parking lot with gang members, and he had $1,500 in cash on him, and he wore this outfit that looked like gang stuff, and he was caught in a car that was filled with illegal people, and the cops thought that he was human trafficking. Like, once you add all of those things up, what happens is conservatives who might have cared because of a due process issue, they just go, oh, this guy fucking deserved it, and then they dismiss it. Whereas with Andre Hernandez Romero, he was a Venezuelan. Venezuela is effectively a collapsed state at this point. He was a Venezuelan asylee. He came to the United States. He declared himself at a port of entry. He was applying for asylum. And then he was accused of being a Tren de Aragua gang member because he had tattoos that said mom and dad with crowns on them. And then he was deported to Sakat, where he was, tortured and sodomized. And so for me, it's like, that's obviously fucking evil, like evil.
Yeah. Well, that's the guy you always bring the name of.
I think if I was looking for, they call them perfect victims, right? Where they're actually pretty innocent people. I bring up Andre Hernandez Romero. That's the guy that I think is the closest to a perfect victim of our current mass deportation operation that I've heard of.
Yeah. Wasn't it the same who was a gay barber, or was it the different one?
Nope, that's him.
Oh, that's him. Interesting. Well, I think it's considering he's gay, for him it's 10 times harder to be in the prison, any prison, but Sikol especially.
Well, and he's not a butch gay guy either. If he was 7 foot tall and 300 pounds of muscle and he was gay, then I'd be like, okay, he'll be fine. But he was like 5'5" and weighed 130 pounds. He's not going to do good.
Yeah. Was it, by the way, some people say different things, but was it the case that Biden basically allowed many people who were not like qualified for asylum, but they could all just fill the CBP-1 app and be allowed, even if they're not like qualified for that, for their refugee and asylum status?
Yeah. So this is my understanding of the law. Take it with a grain of salt. Okay. My understanding is that if somebody is on American soil, they are entitled to due process for deportation. That's the way that the law is currently written. And so because there's so many people inside the United States who have come here illegally or legally and overstayed their visas, because that's so common, the immigration courts are backed up. And so there's really two options at that point. They can voluntarily leave, which of course they don't want to. The federal government could incarcerate them pending trial because they technically just could do that. But then what Biden did, which makes more sense from a logistical standpoint, is he said, well, your court date isn't for 2 years. So here's paperwork saying that you need to come back for your court. But until you are officially deported by the federal government, you can go work and hang out with your family and all that kind of stuff. So it was kind of like a loophole. And not only was it a loophole, but like 96% of the people who applied for asylum in the United States, they did not get approved for asylum. They didn't. Like the only like 4% of the population actually got of the immigrant applicants for asylum got approved. 96% of them were rejected and were supposed to be deported.
Yeah.
So they're economic migrants, not like war asylees.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. Because I know even some stories of like some Russians coming through that method with CBP-1.
Well, the one that I heard that was actually another horror show that I think we could have focused on was that there was a Russian scientist at some like major prestigious university, and she was bringing frog embryos into the United States that she didn't declare properly. And she might have been trying to be sneaky with it because she didn't want to go through the hassle of like customs declarations, but it was for like science research. And she was an opponent and critic of the Russian regime. And the Trump administration, I believe, deported her back to Russia, where, she could be incarcerated or killed for being a critic of Putin. And so for me, that's the kind of shit where it's like, who are we helping? Right? Like who are we helping by deporting a Russian scientist who's a critic of Putin back to Russia, where she'll be incarcerated or killed? The United States is not helped by that, and Russia is not helped by that.
Yeah. Well, Russia is not helped by anything. I think it's beyond saving anyway.
Yeah. No, but that's the thing is like I find this maybe it's too liberal of me, but that's why I've been accused of being like a neoconservative, right? A war hawk or an interventionist hawk. But I do think that republicanism and freedom, it's not just good for just Americans. It's good for South Americans. It's good for Central Americans. It's good for Ukrainians. It's good for Russians. It's good for Europe. It's good for the world. So if that's true, then the only thing that separates me from a Central American migrant is about 150 years of immigration history.
Yeah. Also, I talked recently. I don't know if you know her from Unfuck America tour. Leftist Blondie. I'm not sure if you know her.
I feel like I
She
bumped
was.
into her on a panel, but I can't remember what
Yeah.
she said.
Yeah. Just I talked with her, and she's a proponent of like no borders. And I'm just curious for you. I have my arguments, but I'm just curious. What would be your argument for somebody who says, "Hey, we shouldn't have no borders"? What's your main arguments for borders?
Yeah, that's insane. The main argument for borders is we have regional, geographical, administrative government for a reason. We have law enforcement for a reason. We have judges for a reason. We have jails for a reason. And so, what we have to do is we have to make it realistic that those people are capable of governing. If you have no border checks, if you like from Mexico to the United States or Central America to South America or vice versa, what you're effectively doing is you're allowing somebody to come into your country who could be a criminal or a terrorist or a rapist or a murderer. Then you're allowing them to commit the crime that they might commit. Then you're allowing them to flee to a different jurisdiction in which it would be very difficult for the local authorities in order to get that person. And so, fuck no. I believe in regional borders like states. And I also believe in like nation level borders, like the Mexican border and the Canadian border. I think it's cope and cringe.
Yeah. I think I'll transition a little bit more into Ukraine stuff. Do you think there is at least a slight chance that Trump will make peace in Ukraine?
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna believe it when I see it. Okay, I think that what's really going on is Trump is pissed because he thought that he was gonna show up and he was gonna have the perfect arguments, and then Putin was gonna be like, "Oh my god, you know, this is so amazing. Donald Trump's my best friend. I'm gonna go ahead and end the war in Ukraine." And what he didn't realize is that Ukrainians don't want to give away 25% of their country. And so they're not interested in the Putin proposal. And then Putin is not interested in Ukraine having a unilateral or multilateral military alliance that allows them to not be invaded later. And so if Ukraine can't become a part of NATO, and if Ukraine can't get back large swaths of the territory taken, we're still at, they're still at war. Like those are irreconcilable differences at this point.
Yeah.
I genuinely feel like at this point, Ukraine would rather collapse. Ukraine would rather lose than stop fighting.
Yeah. I think that's true. Do you think MAGA might ever become a little bit more pro-Ukraine?
Who? Me or Trump?
No, MAGA.
Yeah, like people kind of follow like the Trump cult. So whatever Trump says, there's of course going to be pushback where the online figures in particular who are anti-military interventionist, they've done 3 to 4 years of anti-Ukrainian propaganda. So turning that around immediately is probably impossible. But also large swaths of MAGA, they just believe whatever Trump says. So if like half of the Republican Party is pro-Ukraine, half of the Republican Party is anti-Ukraine, Trump can shift 10% of the party overnight, and then another 20% would come with him over time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I also just want to share some thoughts on Biden because I think Biden gave more aid for Ukraine than Trump did, obviously. But it's mind-boggling why it took so long and why couldn't they give more? Because I think it was an evil thing not to do more because of some ghostly escalation.
No, I mean I agree to some point. The issue though is that I think that because American boots aren't on the ground, they don't understand the war. And I would say that arguably I don't understand the war, even though I feel like I study it all the time.
Yeah.
There was 2 years ago an attempt, I think it was it was during the Biden admin, where it was sold that there was going to be like a summer offensive where the Ukrainians were going to try to take back the South. And that summer
Yeah.
offensive stalled. And the truth is that whenever I saw videos of Ukrainian forces operating, what they were doing was really weird to me. They had no air support. They had no, basically the troops were all mounted in vehicles, and then the vehicles would get blown up, and then the troops were either machine gunned or drone struck in the field because they didn't have any cover. Whereas
Yeah.
American military policy, I guess, American military policy would be establish air supremacy, do mechanized warfare, but the second that you think you're going to take contact, like the infantry dismounts and walks alongside the vehicles into hostile territory. That way you can have maximum firepower from the infantry and from the wheeled vehicles into contact. And then once you take contact, you basically just keep moving forward and shooting, shooting. And that just didn't happen. And so it looked like the Americans were basically pushing Ukrainians into death traps. And that's all that happened over that summer.
Yeah, I agree with that. And like they should have, because the crazy thing about it is they promised more aid, and they said like, yeah, we're gonna give you more aid, but they never gave. And yeah, obviously air superiority was impossible to establish because Ukraine doesn't have like good aviation. Yeah, that was a weird thing because it was very in the media, in Ukrainian media, and I think in American media maybe too, that it was like promoted as this big thing, and then it came out to be like a nothing burger.
Yeah, and I'm sure hundreds or thousands of young men died for that nothing burger, which also sucks.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Belinda Smith, thank you for becoming a member. But yeah, so I mean that's where I feel bad, but also I think the Ukrainians are playing a defensive game right now. In my opinion, they're using like a porcupine strategy, which is effectively like they're trying to be too difficult to eat. That's what they're doing,
Yeah.
right? They're, at least from what I've seen, they're sitting in the trenches. If the Russians try to attack, they hit them with anti-vehicle missiles and they hit them with machine gun fire. However, what they also do is they're constantly flying RC and drones into Russian lines in order to make sure that the Russians are never comfortable and the Russians are always losing men. And then the Ukrainians themselves, I think, relatively speaking, are holed up in trenches and holed up in bunkers with the electronics jammers, the shotguns, and what they need in order to do counter drone. And then they're just trying to shoot down as many Shaheeds as possible. So it's a defensive posture, which sucks because that just means that you're just sitting there basically waiting to die. But then what happens, though, is you might be too hard to eat. Like a porcupine for a lion, it's not that a lion can't eventually wear out a porcupine and then eat it. It's that the lion gets tired of getting stabbed in the face, and so eventually it stops trying. And I kind of feel like that's Ukraine's strategy right now.
Yeah, that's true. That many people said, like, if we like used that weaponry that we gave, even though it was not enough for defense, it would be a much better investment than to do a failed counteroffensive.
Yeah. No, I think that you have to be effective with your resources. And by the way, I understand that you said that air superiority is not possible because air superiority, Russia just has better logistics, better support in reference to, aircraft. However, I do think that like air supremacy within Ukrainians' defensive perimeter, where they have like Patriot systems, and they could probably get those. I forget what they're called. They're like Catums or something like that. They're basically Gatling guns with radar domes on them. Also, the United States is fielding anti-drone laser technology right now. Now that stuff might be so advanced that they don't want to give Ukraine everything. But at the same time, like, we could probably give Ukraine the watered down versions of that stuff, and it would probably be super effective. And also, like, the United States is going to get a shitload of testing data where we can see how effective anti-drone lasers are, and we can see them in the field. And that would be amazing information.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Also, coming back a little bit about Biden, I think like I'm so impressed, but there was like one person in his administration who was probably the biggest piece of shit, was Jake Sullivan, because he was constantly talking about this escalation, and he was also Obama's, I guess, advisor, who he was, and he at the same time while talking about escalation, he was trying to say, "Hey, Ukraine, you need to draft 18-year-olds," which is insane.
Yeah, it's easy. It's always easy to volunteer somebody else's kids to die in a war. It's always easy. And that's actually a talking point that the right wing has used in order to undermine Ukraine, is the fact that since there's a draft and since it's young men dying in a war, Ukraine should just roll over and give up. But I don't think that is in like philosophically consistent with the American founding, right? The American Revolutionary War, we fought Britain, which was like one of the most powerful armies on the planet. We fought one of the most powerful armies on the planet, and we also almost lost 3 or 4 times. At no point does anybody look at the Revolutionary War and been like, you know what? It was kind of going rough at that point, so they should have just given up. Nobody said that shit, but people say that stuff about Ukraine, and I think it's fucked up. Now, Thomas Martinson says something that I want to address. Russia has never had air superiority at any point in this war. Thomas Martinson, I agree with you to a degree, but what I think I mean by that, though, is that Ukraine has enough anti-air assets in reference to machine guns, missiles, all that kind of stuff, that they can make it hell for any Russian aircraft or drone craft that makes it into Ukrainian airspace. However, I think it's true that the Russian strategic bombers have bombed multiple Ukrainian cities and survived their sorties. And so that's where it might not be Russian aerial supremacy where they're flying uncontested, but I still think that Russia probably dominates the skies when it comes to non-drone aircraft. That's my impression anyways.
Yeah. Have you read Lauren Southern's Substack after she came back from being out?
No, I got the vibe from it, though. I saw everybody reporting on it. The main thing, in my opinion, CRAM, that's the word I was looking for. You, thank you, Mad Money Max. But the main thing that I saw was just the allegations of Andrew Tate's sexual assault, and also Okay, so what she told me in 2022 was that she had gone to hang out with the Tates, I think in Romania, that she had gotten blacked out, but she had some friends who were like looking out for her. But she wasn't giving me all the details of what had happened. And so the fact that she already told me, and we weren't even like the best of friends, we were friendly, but we weren't like best friends. The fact that she already told me that she went to Romania, hung out with Andrew Tate, and got blacked out, it kind of, and considering Andrew Tate's reputation, that was my main takeaway, and I do believe that happened.
Yeah, me too. Even though it's kind of weird, she never addressed anything again about Tenet. Like she blacked out. She went into the black, and like stopped like doing content because of that, I suppose. And then she comes back and not addresses it at all.
Well, so I think that she's in a sensitive spot, and I'll just speak to it honestly because we haven't talked in a while. So her position is weird because she started as like a dissident right-wing darling, right?
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is like she did far-right propaganda for almost like 5 years, 10 years, something like that. Probably 4 years, 5 years. So from 2016 to 2020, she catered to a far-right audience, and she was their Barbie, right? But what ended up happening was she got married to a guy who I don't think is pure white, which is funny considering the company that she kept. And she had a baby, and then they got divorced. And then I think at this point we can say there's a 99% chance that her and Destiny had a long-term romantic and sexual relationship. And so as a result, just from that alone, people still might watch her because she's like interesting and insightful or whatever. But the vast majority of her supporters probably hate her. They probably think that through being a single mother, through getting a divorce, through hooking up with Destiny, through not holding rabidly to far right positions anymore, she's like a traitor to what she was 5 years ago. And so I don't just think it's the Tenet Media stuff, because she took, at least according to her, I don't know how much of this is bullshit or not, but she had a pretty small salary compared to the rest of the creators, and her stuff was performing the best on the Tenet Media website. I actually think it's more the personal life stuff that's keeping her out of the public eye, almost more than Tenet.
Yeah.
That would be my suspicion.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But you haven't talked to her in a while, right?
Yeah, last time we talked was probably in November when whenever the leaks dropped and people were like, "Oh, Lauren Southern has DMs in here." That's probably like the last time we talked, but we're still on friendly terms. Like, wait,
Yeah.
I don't hate her or dislike her. We just haven't had a project to work on together. So, we just haven't talked in 6 months.
Do you think she will ever come to? Do you think she's able to come to America, like for some events or something, or would she be banned?
I think she could, but she needs to rebuild. If she wants to participate in the online digital media space, then she needs to rebuild whatever her new platform is going to be. So if it's still going to be distant right-wing bullshit, I mean, I've seen Lauren Chen come back in the past like 2 months. She started doing videos. She started posting on Twitter again. So if Lauren Chen, who is the person who ran Tenet Media, can come back, then I'm sure Lauren Southern could come back. Now, the problem is, though, how are you going to organize your base? Because you have Nazis who think that you're an ethno-nationalist crypto-Nazi. You have dissident right-wing people who think that you normalize dissident right-wing ideas. You have contrarian centrists who just like that you trigger the libs. You probably have, some of those people are probably red pill. So they hate single moms and they hate like divorce and they hate this and they hate that. So how are you going to rally that disproportionately right-wing male base into supporting you as you become more nuanced, as you become an adult? And I think that's a really hard project, like a very hard project.
Yeah, definitely. Um. Uh. So do you think TPUSA and Charlie Kirk events are gonna be still on? I think his wife took over him, right?
I've already seen stuff. Steven Crowder did an event at a college campus. Steven did an event at a college campus. I've already seen half a dozen creators do college campus stuff. So I think security is going to be a little bit tighter, but yeah, I think college events are still going to be a thing for sure.
No, but I mean TPUSA specifically. Do you think it's still gonna go?
Oh yeah, they're going to do collaborations with conservative creators. They're going to have, I think that I heard, I'm not sure if this is correct, I think their annual budget was like 100. Oh, okay. Hold on. No, we looked this up. They got an offer to be purchased for $150 million. Their annual revenue in 2024 was 94 million, or it was something like that. It was like 94 million, and their expenses were like 90 million. So they're $100 million enterprise. And I think that I heard, take this with a grain of salt, I think that I heard that cumulative donations that poured into TPUSA after Charlie Kirk's assassination was the equivalent of $200 to $300 million. So they just got operating expenses for the next 2 or 3 years. So they're gonna have enough clout that they could invite Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, whatever other big conservative names. They're going to be able to invite them out for college events in order to run college events for sure.
I don't think Charlie Kirk, or pardon me, Ben Shapiro is doing events with them. Maybe because of Candace Owens, but like he mostly does it with Young America Foundation, how it's called, YAF.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I mean, what about him though? Because yeah, I think that what power abhors a vacuum, and there was a healthy chunk of power around Charlie Kirk and the America First movement. So either competitors are going to step into the gap and they're going to try to take market share away from the Turning Points, or Turning Points is going to get some new creators in order to try to replace Charlie in the aggregate. It's my understanding that Charlie Kirk was an engine behind the operations, because not only did he direct all the college campuses on how to do what they do, but he was also traveling 300 days a year in order to do college campus events. So I don't know if they're going to be able to find a single person who is able to replace Charlie Kirk, but they can probably replace him with half a dozen creators.
Yeah, it would be interesting to debate Candace Owens, because I debated Charlie Kirk on how it's called, Student Summit in Tampa. You haven't been on the Tampa Steven event, right? You haven't went there.
I haven't been there, but I wasn't invited this last time, but it's only 2.5 hours away.
Why didn't you go?
Because the event or the people that I knew that were going were unfuck America people. And while I am generally supportive of them doing the national ground game thing, which is basically creating the Democratic TPUSA, dude, if you keep smoking that thing, you're going to be, number one, your lungs are not going to work. Number two, you're going to be zonked out of your mind unless that's tobacco. What is that tobacco, or is that not tobacco?
That's tobacco. Tobacco.
Okay, I was about to say, you're about
I
to be
don't smoke
zonked
weed.
out of your skull. So, but the point is that it was a Democratic event. And of course, I worked with Democrats for the 24 election, but that was we are both anti-Trump, so we're going to fight to try to do whatever we can to make sure Trump doesn't win election. We failed.
Yeah.
But I'm not a Democrat. So if I go to a Democrat event, I can be like, yeah, Trump's bad. But then they're going to be like, we need abortion. We need abortion the day before the fetus is born for electoral abortions. Abortions now. And I'm going to be like, nah. And then they're going to be like, we need to ban guns. Ban AR-15s now. And I'm going to be like, nah. So I didn't want to drag down the event, I guess.
Yeah. But it would be cool to see you. I went there. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm still friends with all those people, relatively speaking. I'm friends with Erudite. I'm still friends with Steven. I'm still friends with, I met Zico and Sanchez, who's the head of Unfuck America. I met her up in DC, and I would say we're friendly. So it's not that we can't hang out. It's just that, I don't want to take away from the message unless I'm invited to do so.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you don't show where you are uninvited.
Yeah, and I don't want to be a distraction either. So, I don't want to. It would actually be pretty funny though if we went to a Republican event and then the conservatives and the liberals are fighting or whatever, and then I step into the middle and then I'm like, actually the conservative, I would probably piss everybody off if I was like, I think what the liberals are saying, I think what the conservatives are saying. Like if I was doing that actually shit in the middle, I think they would be hella annoyed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Also, Leftist Blondie, we might go to Ben Shapiro event. They want to put like a change my mind table there. If you want to go there, it will be cool to see you there.
What, in Tampa?
No, in Jacksonville.
Oh, dude, yeah. Text me the time and dates, and if I'm free, I'll be there.
Sure. Yeah. Also, would you want to rate my debate with Charlie Kirk about Ukraine?
Sure.
Can you find it on my Twitter? I just reposted it. It's Real Visigoth.
Yeah, let me take a look real quick. Now, I'm not sure if I want to do that right now, but I could do that as React content for sure.
Oh, sure. Yeah, if you want to do it later, sure, will be cool.
Okay, so let's search Real Visigoth, you say?
Yeah.
At Real Visigoth. And if anybody sent me a Twitter DM and they're mad that I haven't responded, I'm gonna just and then is it Visigoth Outlaw?
What? Outlaw, yeah. Vincent Outlaw.
All right, so I'm gonna bookmark it, I'm gonna retweet it, and it's 2 minutes, so that's not too bad. I'll do that as like a opener tomorrow or something.
Yeah. Sure, thank you. Interesting question. Do you support Israel or Palestine?
I'm a tepid Zionist. Okay, so tepid. So what I mean by that is, generally speaking, I buy into the Zionist narrative that Jews over the past 3,200 years have been screwed over in history, partially because of religion, partially because of geography, and that the diaspora, meaning Jews spreading all over the world, was probably an untenable position where Jews were just going to be the minorities all over the world. And so I sympathize with them moving back to Israel in the 19th century and early 20th century. But then, of course, you have fucked up shit like the ethnic cleansings during the 48 war and the Nakba and all that kind of stuff. Now, that being said, I think that a two-state solution is appropriate, but similar to Ukraine and Russia, I can draw you a perfect border, and I can draw you a perfect plan for how to redevelop Gaza and the West Bank for Jews and Palestinians to live in peaceful coexistence with economic development and justice for all. But if the Palestinians don't want it, and if the Israelis don't want it, it kind of doesn't matter what the fuck I want, right?
Yeah. Interesting. So what about the West Bank? What should we do with the West Bank and the settlers?
Well, what I would do is I would snap my fingers and I would move every Jew that's taken any plot of Gaza and any Jew that's taken any plot of West Bank. I would draw like a perfect line for them to live on two different sides, and then I would split the city of Jerusalem and then come up with some kind of like space sharing agreement for the city of Jerusalem. That's what I would do. But once again, I think that what's going to happen is Israel is going to slowly ethnically cleanse the West Bank. I think that's what's going to happen because the Palestinians want more than they can get back, and they don't have the military capacity to do so. And then Israel doesn't want to negotiate with them and set firm borders because then that prevents them from using settlements as a pretext to continue to grow and absorb the West Bank and absorb Gaza. So that's what, I want a two-state solution. I don't think it's going to happen though.
Yeah. Totally understandable. I think splitting Jerusalem in two, probably both of them would hate you for that.
Oh, they do. But I think that's one of the problems with having Al-Aqsa on top of the Temple Mount is just Jews technically were there first historically, but then Muslims built a mosque that they've been at for centuries, maybe millennia. And so as a result, they're just not going to move. And so what are you going to do? Now, I do have a question from chat real quick. Question on my way out. What do both of you think about the narrative of the great replacement theory? I've said this before. I'll say it again. Jews are not responsible for great replacement. It's not a international cabal that's doing the great replacement. Great replacement is demographic collapse related to industrialization and the spread of contraception. And so what's happened is industrialized nations and Western nations have dropped below demographic replacement rate, and we're using immigration as a stopgap in order to continue our economic models. We just never really talked about it as a country like, oh, hey, you guys had too few kids, therefore we're going to let, millions of people from different countries into our country to make our economic models work. We just never had an adult conversation about it. But Vince, what do you think the great replacement theory is like?
Well, definitely Jews are not behind it. I pretty much agree with you. I think, and I think for America, immigration works, but for Europe, it doesn't seem to work as good. Like they have a lot of crime because of that. So I would not do it for Europe, but for America, I think America is unique, so they can assimilate so many people and make them American. So, I mean, if it works for America, America should do it. But for Europe, I think they should be able to stay European if they want to. I mean, if they don't want to, they should be able to great replace themselves. But I think if they want to, and it seems like many do because they vote for Kako, wacko, crazy far-right parties like AFD. I mean, if they want to stay, if Germany wants to stay German, Ukraine wants to stay Ukrainian, England wants to stay English, I mean, they should be able to do that.
No, I mean, I'm with you to a degree. So some people really disagree with Poland doing what Poland's doing. But in my opinion, if you look at Polish history, they've always been effectively dragged into Russia or Ukraine or, you know, Western Europe or whatever, their independence was real at times, and they had their own kingdoms, but then they also got sucked into other kingdoms at almost all times. And so Polish desire for independence, regardless of what the European Union wants, I support. And then I also think they kind of have a unique history where they suffered Nazi occupation and suffered Soviet occupation. And so as a result, they're hostile to both like Marxist socialism and hostile to Nazism. And so I'm not going to, you know, point a gun at Poland's head and say, you have to accept Middle Eastern and North African immigrants now, like do it now. Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say, okay, what's going to happen? Because there's going to be advantages and disadvantages, right? France, if they have an integrative, if they're able to integrate the Muslim population from the Middle East and North Africa into France, and they have a correlated population boom, and they have a, you know, like French culture is big enough and dominant enough that it perpetuates in the minds of Middle Eastern and North African immigrants, then France will do fine. But there's going to be crime. There's going to be jihadism. There's going to be terrorism. There's going to be, you know, mosques. There's going to be, you know, doing the 5 a.m. call to prayer. There's going to be all those cultural challenges that correlate with that. And then if Poland takes a GDP hit and a population hit, but they maintain a Polish majority nation and they're willing to accept that sacrifice, you know, who am I to say which way is correct? It's ultimately for the people of those countries to say which way is correct.
Yeah. You also said Poland was absolved into Ukraine. I don't believe that it was ever the case.
I would have to take a look at the maps. What I remember though is that there were times where Western Ukraine, I think, has a lot of ethnic Poles in it. I don't think they necessarily speak Polish, but I think like ethnically they're like they're cousins. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I think the Polish kingdom at times overlapped with Western Ukraine, but I also think that when it overlapped with Western Ukraine, it wasn't always under Polish control. Like sometimes it was under like Russian control or some other Eastern, you know, or the Tatars or the Magyars or the the Turco-Muslim, Turco-Mongol Muslim invaders. I don't know, dude. I would have to brush up on my Eastern European history, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to ask about, do you think we should cut off aid to Israel? But I think you wouldn't support that, right?
So I'm all for, like, Israel doesn't need, I've already done the math on this. We give them $3.8 billion per year, and a large amount of it is paid to us for our military industrial complex. We research weapons with them. We let them pick which weapons they want to buy to use in effectively like an open air test market for the military industrial complex. It's morally pretty fucked up. Like I'm not going to lie, like ethically and morally, it's pretty fucked up. However, my fear is that if you just cut off Israel altogether, then yeah, sure, half of the world's Jewish population is in America. And so as a result, we're probably always going to have some affinity with Israel and the Jewish population of America. But I think that Israel, if they weren't receiving any support from the United States, they would go to Russia and China for military trade, for regular trade, for logistics support and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, here's the problem with Jewish folks. They're really fucking smart. That's the problem with them, right? So I don't want really, really, really smart people working for the Chinese and working for the Russians.
Yeah, well, that's a valid point. I never thought about it, but it's an interesting point.
Yeah.
UN, I think a month ago or something, reported that there's a famine in Gaza. Do you think that's accurate?
Sorry, could you say that one more time?
Yeah, UN reported that there is a famine in Gaza like a month ago. So do you think it's accurate?
I have no idea. And what I would be looking for is the casualty stats. And so as an example, like, I think that Israel is limiting the aid that gets into Gaza, hoping to make the conditions so miserable that the Gazans overthrow Hamas and or decide to move voluntarily, where all the Gazans just say, you know what, fuck this, it's not worth it. We're going to go to Jordan, or we're going to go to Tunisia, or we're going to go to Libya, or we're going to go to Egypt, right? And so I think that's what Israel is doing, which is super fucked up. However, for me, starvation and genocide, what I would want to see is, it was projected that 60,000 people had been killed in the conflict, and that 200,000 were going to die as a result of indirect causes like disease and malnutrition and all that kind of stuff. What I would want to see in order to kind of just believe that Israel was committing a starvation-based genocide is I would need to see those numbers spike.
Yeah. Okay. That's a valid point, I guess. What do you think about rising anti-Semitism in America?
I think Jews have a choice, which is effectively like, you can't. Okay. I think that there is unwarranted anti-Semitism, which is like Jews control the world and the Great Replacement theory is the Jews' fault. I think that's unwarranted anti-Semitism. I also think that understandable anti-Semitism is rooted in support for the state of Israel in what it's doing right now. And so when you see TikTok after TikTok after TikTok after YouTube video after YouTube video after YouTube video of children who are blown apart by Israeli defense munitions, the statistics ultimately don't matter to people. They just want the brutality to end. And so while I think those people are stupid and probably don't know what war is or what war's like, that doesn't mean that I don't understand the hostility to the state of Israel or to Zionism or to people who support Zionism as a result of seeing endless TikToks of blown up children.
Yeah. Do you think to protect the free speech, anti-Semitism should be allowed in America?
Yeah. I am of the opinion that the First Amendment is probably the best way to vent social frustration. And I do think that ultimately, as dangerous as all our political rhetoric has been, I think that it's been so stupid and so bad for so long that even the people who are like Trump cultists, I think even they have some level of cognitive dissonance. So I think free speech in the long run is going to win out.
Yeah. What about the flag burning?
What about
should
what?
It be banned? Flag burning, should it be banned?
No.
American flag.
No. I don't like it, but I think one of the things that makes the United States great is that you have freedom of conscience and freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, real quick, Tristan Clark asks, Connor, play a hypothetical and explain what happens to the Middle East and North Africa if Israelis were magically raptured to another plane of existence and the warlord problem solved, chaos or business as usual. So I think, Tristan Clark, if you wanted to play that game, all you have to do is you have to look at the pre-Israeli history of the Middle East and North Africa. And effectively what you get is concentrations of power around major Umayyad. Well, not Umayyad is a specific caliphate, but you get concentrations of power around specific caliphates at specific times. And what I mean by that is Egypt was a powerhouse, then Babylon was a powerhouse, then Spain was a powerhouse, then Egypt was a powerhouse again, then Iran was a powerhouse, then Turkey was a powerhouse. And so what happens is you have half a dozen city-states and empires correlated along caliphates who seize power, control vast swaths of territory, control vast resources, and then they scrap for position at the top of the Ummah. And the Ummah is just like the bottom, or excuse me, it's the general body of Muslims. And so I still think that there would be tensions, particularly between Shia and Sunni, and also on a regional basis.
Yeah. I just want to ask a couple questions. Oh, by the way, I haven't asked. It's been a while since that, but how did you hang out with Destiny? How was that?
I mean, it's good. Obviously, I disagree with his recent tactics. I disagree with him hanging out with food shops. I disagree with him saying tit for tat when it comes to rhetoric. But on a personal level, I mean, we talk, we have fun, we shoot guns, whatever. I'm not going to pressure him because I think that he's under a lot of pressure right now. So I'm not going to be like, hey, bro, let's hang out. Let's hang out. Let's hang out. Hey, have you thought about doing a podcast together? Hey, this person said this thing about you, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm not going to be all up in his shit. Just you know, he's in a tough spot. And so when he feels like hanging out, we'll hang out. And if he doesn't feel like hanging out, that's okay too. I think that's how friendship should go, is it should feel natural.
Yeah. Yeah. It will be kind of cool to see you if you become a new host of anything else with Destiny.
I mean, I think that we have good chemistry. And then what I like about the shows that we did, which I kind of jokingly called something else, is I disagree with him. But I'm not going to be a douchebag. I'm just going to push him on his bullshit, and then he's going to be able to push back. And so that's really like why I think the chemistry works, is because I don't hate him as a person. I just disagree with him, and I think that that's part of the reason why we have good chemistry.
Yeah. What do you think about Dan quitting the anything else to do it with Mr. Mutant without Destiny?
That's apparently all related to harassment that Dan's family has received. And so I understand it from like a rational basis. It sucks, but I also think that Steven needs to do an evaluation there and say like, hey, my best friend can't do a podcast with me because he's getting harassed so bad for being my friend. You know, it's not entirely Steven's fault, but he could have some introspection on what he's done that contributed to the circumstance.
Yeah. It's also interesting. It was a while ago, but I've seen like a Lactoid on Prime Kai's panel say do this like moral high ground over Destiny because of these supposed pedo allegations. But like the guy supports Russia kidnapping Ukrainian children, which is pretty funny.
Oh yeah, that's one of the things that I really like about Twitch and YouTube politics is, like Rob Noor, for instance, he was like, oh, you want to call Trump a pedo, but you hang out with Destiny? And I'm like, wait, hold on. Steven allegedly, sent a text message to what he thought was an 18 to 19-year-old girl and shared homemade pornography. That's what he's accused of. And by the way, bad. It's bad, right?
Yeah.
And then allegedly, that girl has been identified as being 17 and a half at the time, and she was creating illicit content and spreading it on the internet. I don't think I've seen any evidence to the fact yet that Steven knew what her real age was and got in trouble. Compare that to Donald Trump, who this guy voted for, who he defends, who he thinks is necessary to save the United States of America. And Donald Trump has been credibly accused of raping 14 to 17-year-old girls. And his best friend, Jeffrey Epstein, of 3 decades in the 80s, 90s, and 1000s, is sex trafficked teenage girls to his private island, to his plane, and to his penthouse. So like, dude, you want to criticize Steven, you want to throw him under the bus, you want to say he's a bad guy, you want to say he's a piece of shit. Okay, whatever. But you can get off your high horse in reference to sexual misconduct.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And was he actually accused of raping 14, 17-year-olds old? I never heard of that.
So there's this, it's all depending on whether or not you want to believe that it's credible. Okay. So there is a girl, somebody could say her name in chat and I would remember. It's like Tammy Nichols or something like that. But there's something called Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein victim. I could find it and send it to you, but there's a videotape confession, and somebody might say it in chat, but there's like a 20 to 30 minute confession of this chick who has a wig, and she's talking about like the 80s and 90s, and her accusation is that while she was 14, Trump knew that she was 14, had sex with her when she was 14, and that effectively what was going on was Jeffrey Epstein ran a modeling agency for teenage girls, and that he would recruit teenage girls to come hang out in the 80s and 90s in New York City. And so they would fly them out from like Minnesota and Nebraska and Wisconsin and all these smaller cities. And so the girls would be like starstruck because just for being pretty as teenagers, they would get flown out to a major city. They would get to do a modeling photo shoot. They would get to party with all these fancy people. They would get to drink and do drugs and hang out with celebrities and all that kind of stuff. And so they were starstruck by the situation. But then what happened is, as the night rolled on, Jeffrey Epstein and the person who recruited them were like, hey, why don't you go have sex with this guy? Why don't you go have sex with that guy? Why don't you go have sex with that guy? But these girls were 14 to 17. So,
Yeah.
you can say like, oh, well, it wasn't forcible rape. You can say all that stuff, but zero evidence on Trump sometime. No, there's the witness testimony. Somebody could say your name in chat. And then also like Simon Simple, I'm sorry, but you're just coping. Also, one of the things that I think leads to the credibility of this is that Jeffrey Epstein has a 2003 birthday book. Okay. It's filled with all the birthday notes from his best friends. One of his friends drew Jeffrey Epstein handing balloons to like obviously under 10-year-old girls. And then they drew another picture of the same girls giving him massages while they were wearing thongs, effectively saying that Jeffrey Epstein was grooming girls. And then Trump's letter to him drew like the silhouette of a young woman with small boobs. And then the thing was like, isn't there more to life than having everything? And it's like a voiceover thing. And Jeffrey Epstein's like, oh yeah, I know what it is, but I'm not going to say. And anyways, it's a really creepy letter. But basically, it was a birthday card from Donald Trump alluding to the fact that they both liked very young women. So between the 14-year-old girl saying she was raped, Jeffrey Epstein getting convicted of this, and that 2003 birthday letter, I'm putting it at 90% that Donald Trump engaged in illicit sex with 14 to 17-year-old girls.
How much percentage?
I would say like 90.
Wow. That's a big percentage.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, if Bill Clinton had that letter to Jeffrey Epstein, everybody would be calling Bill Clinton a pedo. If Alan Dershowitz, who, by the way, Alan Dershowitz was Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer who got him a sweet sentence. Alan Dershowitz was writing op-eds in 1992 about how the age of consent for sex should be reduced to 14 years old.
Yeah.
Why should I believe that these people did not engage in sexual activity with minors when the lawyer wrote an op-ed about reducing the age of consent? The Jeffrey Epstein himself was not even credibly accused. He was convicted of sex trafficking underage girls, and Donald Trump was his best friend for 2 or 3 decades. Why wouldn't I believe this?
Yeah. That's fair. How do you get Nathan out of a Nazi phase?
Sorry, what was that?
How do you get Nathan out of a Nazi phase?
I think you just be normal and nice to him. I'm not gonna go out of my way to talk to Nathan unless he becomes an adult content creator, not porn. Jesus Christ, unless he becomes an adult, period, and then he continues to be a content creator, then I'll talk to Nathan. But I don't. We all say crazy shit when we're teenagers, so I don't think it's appropriate for me to reach out to him at this point.
Yeah. What do you think about Groypers and Nick Fuentes?
Nick Fuentes is an obviously smart and funny guy, but he's been doing evil shit for a long time. And when Charlie Kirk got assassinated, I think that was kind of like a wake-up call for him. And I'm happy that he was mature about it, but I still think he says and does evil shit all the time. And sorry, real quick, I need to address this. Mad Money Max says, didn't the Trump birthday letter get debunked? No, it was turned over from the Jeffrey Epstein estate to Congress. That was a part of the 2003 letter. And the 2003 letter, everybody said that the signature was debunked, but then you actually go and look at the signatures, and Donald Trump has identical signatures to what was on the birthday card. So your argument would have to be that despite all the other circumstantial evidence that Donald Trump was Jeffrey Epstein's friend for 30 years, that he hung out with him repeatedly, that he talked about the fact that he had underage girlfriends, that he knew that Virginia Giuffre was recruited out of the Mar-a-Lago spa, you would have to ignore all of that information. And then you would have to say the CIA secretly planted a forged letter with a creepy allusion to underage girls because the CIA wanted to. That's the kind of cope that you would have to deal with. But sorry. Anyways, Nick Fuentes is smart, funny, but he's bad.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's pretty charismatic.
Oh, I think he's hysterical. Like one of the clips that I always return to is it's a clip of he's talking about like Vosh or something like that, and he's like, he's reenacting the scene from Batman where Joker is walking around with a knife at the dinner party, and he's like, "You say the N-word. I like that." And then he says like, "Oh," and then Destiny arrives and he's like, "Well, you're gonna love me." And then it's like a Photoshop of like Destiny on Batman's face, like beating the shit out of like Nick Fuentes Joker. It was awesome. Like it was just this like brilliant moment of comedy, and I loved it.
Yeah. What do you think about puberty blockers?
So I think that there's I don't have any solutions. I only have problems. Okay. So
Yeah.
when it comes to puberty blockers and teenagers transitioning, uh, the argument that I've heard from trans girls who transition during teenage years is that they avoided a lot of the secondary sex characteristics that would have identified them as male, and therefore they look pretty stinking female, right? They look like women,
Yeah.
right? And so they argue that if you have persistent gender dysphoria, if you get parental permission, if you get psychiatric sign off, then you should be able to transition at an earlier age and you should be able to take puberty blockers. That's their argument. The conservatives, though, what they argue is that there's an old study. It's one of Jordan Peterson's friends. I forget who it is, but he was studying gender in Canada. And he was saying that 80% of people, if they go through a hormonal puberty, 80% of people, their gender dysphoria will desist and they will acclimate to a homosexual identity by the time they're an adult. And so the question kind of becomes, if you give people puberty blockers and you prevent them from going through a puberty, then their gender dysphoria might never desist, which increases their chance of transitioning. Whereas if you let them go through puberty, then there's like an 80% chance that the gender dysphoria would resolve and then they would be acclimate into being homosexual. And so I don't know. I haven't studied it enough. I don't have any prescriptions. I don't know what the best outcome is. I think that it needs to be researched more, and that does involve some level of letting people make mistakes and hurt themselves. But I don't know enough to make judgments.
Yeah. Do you think Democrats to win elections should they disavow puberty blockers?
Yeah, probably. Or they should just say like, I'm going to go with what the science I'm going to go where the science tells me to go, but also I'm, I love my trans brothers and sisters and I want them to have good lives and blah, 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 blah. Just make some like caveat to the fact that you want trans people to do well. But yeah, you don't have to buy hook, line, and sinker into every progressive talking about point about teenage transition.
Yeah. Personally, me, I'm very against it. And I don't really believe that after you stop puberty blockers, you have the same puberty you would have without it.
Wait, sorry. What was the last half of that sentence?
So I said, I don't believe that if you stop puberty blockers, you would make the same puberty as you would do without it.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. And that's where I just don't know enough. I just don't know enough. And so I'm not going to make, to some degree, like I said, 80% of people desisting, 80% of people having their gender dysphoria resolved through puberty. That's a lot. That's 4 out of 5, 4 out of 5 people. But then it's difficult for me to say the 1 out of 5 people where transition was probably appropriate, they should just suffer. It's hard for me to say that.
Yeah.
But then I'm not a psychotherapist. I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist. So I don't have the capacity to say, well, this is how you identify the 4 people who are gonna desist. And this is how you identify the 1 person who needs to transition. I don't have the scientific competence to come up with that.
Yeah. I honestly think it's better that 4 people don't suffer from becoming trans than 1 person suffer from not becoming trans. I honestly think that.
Well, I was just going to say, like, I also kind of agree with Short Fat Otaku. We have bigger issues than trans people right now. And you know, not only do we have the war in Ukraine, not only do we have the Israeli-Palestine Palestine conflict, but we also have Donald Trump threatening to send federal forces and federal National Guard into major American cities in order to do law enforcement. We also have people joking about him running in 2028. We also have him doing that cringe meeting with the generals, which I actually think, like, if he was trying to do a coup, he just ruined all of his chances for doing a coup. But it's still fucked up that you had the Secretary of Defense basically just yell at all of the generals of the United States of America that they're fat and gay, and then have, you know, Donald Trump, you know, come out and be like, this is all the reasons why I'm awesome for like 2 hours. That's fucked up. That's cringe. America is in a bad spot right now. I don't want it to get worse, but I think that teenage trans kids, while it should be alarming for parents, and parents should be pushing this issue, I don't think it's going to destroy the Republic of the United States, whereas there's other things that could.
Yeah. And also you mentioned National Guard in American cities. What's the problem with it except for the fact that they're gonna deport, like they do ICE deportations? I think that's a problem. But other than that, what's the problem with deploying troops to cities to make less crime? Or is it not gonna make less crime?
So there's this concept in reference to the Roman Republic with crossing the Rubicon with Julius Caesar, which is republics oftentimes die when soldiers are deployed in order to do law enforcement action. It's just this concept that that's how republics die. Now, that being said, we didn't have a law about that until 1878 called the Posse Comitatus Act. And Posse Comitatus basically said that the military cannot be used for domestic law enforcement operations except for in grave circumstance. And the grave circumstances are insurrection. And the president has to declare an insurrection. He has to say, there is a armed revolution or attempted revolution in the United States. I'm going to activate the military and I'm going to put it down. Well, Trump hasn't done that. What he's done instead is he's just taken federal troops and he's deployed them to protect federal buildings. Now, there's technically nothing wrong with that. Federal troops are allowed to protect federal property. However, the question, his rhetoric is saying that federalized National Guard and federalized Marines and soldiers and troops should be participating in domestic law enforcement operations. And so for us, for the Americans, that's scary because that is kind of like the necessary precursor for a military coup, is the erasure of that barrier.
Mm-hmm. But do you think it's going to lower the crime, possibly?
We already know it did. In Washington, D.C., they dropped homicide by 90%. But the question is, you know, we have this great quote from Benjamin Franklin, which is, he who would trade necessary liberty for he who would trade necessary liberty for temporary security receives and shall receive neither. And so that's kind of the American perspective, is it would be better to be free in a dangerous world than to be a slave in a safe world.
But how is it not going to be free if we're going to deploy troops?
I mean, so the doomsday scenario would be that through Trump getting ICE, the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, to be the largest and most well-funded law enforcement agency in the country, and through routinely deploying federalized National Guard troops, he would normalize that. Then he would normalize the deployment of the military. And then when it comes to 2028, he would deploy the National Guard and deploy the military and say, there was such egregious voter fraud. You can't see it, but there was such egregious voter fraud that I can no longer trust the Republic to the Congress. I can no longer trust the Republic to the Senate. Therefore, I'm president for life now. And that there would be enough people in the military who would go along with that. Now, I don't think that that's possible. I don't think that there's enough people in the military who would go along with that, but that happens in other countries all the time. So the fact that we're even flirting with this is a problem.
Yeah. Interesting. Were you, like, when you worked as a cop, did you work in high school?
I worked in a combination elementary and middle school.
Oh,
so it was kindergarten through 8th grade.
So you worked inside the buildings, so like outside?
Yeah, so for my law enforcement career, I did probably 2.5 years, maybe 3 years of patrol. So I got the job, I got through field training, and then I was a patrolman for 3 years. And
Yeah,
so I was on the road doing law enforcement stuff. The last
yeah,
year that I was a cop, I was in the middle school. And so basically what I did is I got to school. I directed traffic for the school. I did a patrol to make everything was secure. I went to the lunchroom and did another, during lunchtime, I did another patrol to make sure everything was secure. Then I went back out to the roadway and I directed traffic again at the end of the school day. And then we did training for fire drills and active shooter and emergency response and all that stuff.
hmm, interesting. Do you have any interesting cop stories?
Oh yeah, I love cop stories and I love telling cop stories.
Do you have a favorite one?
I have dozens of favorites. So, you would have to tell me what you're interested in. Are you interested in murder, gross dead bodies, crazy car accidents, wildlife, or just crazy fights? You would have to tell me which one that you like the most.
Maybe murder?
Okay. So the first murder that I dealt with was, and people have heard me tell this story before. So there was a combination bar in my city in a strip mall. So there was a bar that let out at 2 a.m. and it was a hip hop and country bar. So half of the bar
Wow.
was white rednecks and half of the bar was black hood people. And so they would get out drunk at 2 a.m. and they would get into fistfights in the parking lot. So
Yeah.
me and probably 7 other cops went to the bar to break up fights. And so we're breaking up fights and we're sending people home like, hey, get home, now leave, stop fighting, fuck off or you're going to get arrested. And so we're just walking around in the parking lot doing that. And then we go back to the bar when everybody's on the way out. And then while we're standing under the pavilion laughing, bullshitting, I just hear pop, 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 pop. Like that's exactly how it was. And a black Dodge Dart takes off out of the parking lot at like 80 miles an hour. And then I just hear like the worst screams I've ever heard in my life, just like women just shrieking, screaming. And so there's still a crowd of probably like 40 people, and they're all congregated around one spot. So my supervisor and I, we charge into the crowd and I'm like ripping people away. I'm yanking them away, get out of the way, police, get out of the way, police, get out of the way, police. And I'm like throwing people. And
Yeah.
so eventually I get to the guy and the guy's down on the ground and he's been hit in his ribs and he's been hit in his shin. He's been hit in his thigh. And so effectively I like put on my gloved hands and I put pressure on the exit wound on his back and on the entry wound in his chest, and he's still alive. And then eventually he stops breathing. And so once he stops breathing, my supervisor starts doing chest compressions. And all in all, it probably took about 7 or 8 minutes. But there's still like 40 people around me, like screaming, crying, pulling on their clothes, like all that kind of stuff. And so I'm just thinking to myself, it's like, I'm 90% sure that the shooter was in that black Dodge Dart, but I don't know that for a fact. And there could be some dickhead behind me with a gun right now that could just blast me in the back of the head. And, I could do nothing about it. And so that's just in the back of my head while I'm doing this. And so the guy falls out. EMTs get there. They work on him, but he dies. And basically, it's my job to go interview people. Like I still got like blood on my hands. I still, I'm covered in blood. But I'm walking around talking to people and I'm like, did you see anything? Did you see anything? Did you see anything? And everybody, because it's like the black hood people, they're like, no. We didn't see anything. We didn't see anything. We didn't see anything. We don't know what happened. And then eventually, nobody else was asking the crowd because everybody else was effectively, they just assumed that nobody in the community was going to talk to us. But I was a rookie at the time, so I was more idealistic than that. So eventually I reach a lady and she's like, yes, I know exactly what happened. And so I get her information, I get a preliminary report, I let her go just in case there's any bad guys out there who might want to hurt her for basically snitching. And I get all that information to the detective, I write the report, and we're done by like 4 a.m. Well, what ends up happening is we put out a warrant for the guy flees to Texas. His dad helps turn him in, and his dad shows us where they used a saw to chop up the murder weapon and throw it into the woods. And so a local metal detector club helps us find the pistol fragments. And then now that guy's serving life in prison. And
Wow.
yeah. And so that was my first day of my last phase of field training. So I was into the job for, like, I'd already gone to the academy for 6 months. I was into the job for maybe 2.5 months. And then I had to like go home, and I was with my wife at the time. We were already, I think we were engaged. And I told my wife, I was like, I just had a guy like murdered in front of me. I don't know if I can do this job. And then I was like, you know what? Stop being such a fucking pussy. And then I went and I did the job for another 3 years.
So in total, how many years you've done the police job?
4 years. 4 years.
4 years. Only that. Okay. Why didn't you do more?
It's super stressful. It's dog years. For every 1 year as a cop is 7 years as a normal human. And so all the gray hair. You see, I'm in my late 30s. I'm not even that old. But I look like I'm late 40s. And the reason why is because I've knowingly chosen a stressful life.
Yeah. Have you ever had to deal with any like serial killers?
Not me personally, but I had a anthrax attack in my neighborhood. So like a chemical weapons attack. That was interesting. Then we had a murder that didn't get solved, where I talked to the victim the night he was murdered. Okay. So we had a burglary downtown, and downtown's pretty nice. Like downtown's pretty nice. We had a robbery downtown. So somebody pointed a pistol at somebody else and took their bag, and they described them as like white male, this clothing, ski mask, et cetera, et cetera. And so, but that happened before my shift. So I show up and I'm driving around on the wrong side of town, which is a black neighborhood, and the historically black neighborhood. And there's a white guy who's kind of wearing the clothing from the robbery, but not really. And he doesn't have a backpack, and he doesn't have a gun, and he doesn't have a ski mask. So I'm like, I'm going to check out with this guy. Like, even though I don't like, he doesn't look like he has any weapons. He's not looking like too sketchy, but it's a white guy in the black neighborhood. Right. And so I check out with this guy. I talk to him for a minute or whatever. And I'm like, were you downtown at all? You know, I just kind of do like the preliminary questions, and I get his ID and I run it. And he's like, you wouldn't have stopped me. You know, you wouldn't have stopped me unless I was white in the wrong side of town. And I was like, you know what? You're probably right. And so I let him go because I didn't have enough to arrest him for the robbery. I didn't know if he was actually the robber or not. That guy's corpse, like I talked to him at 9 p.m. His corpse was found at 7 a.m. in the back area of a church, like 8 hours later.
Because of snitching?
What's that?
Because of snitching?
So no, what probably happened to him was he used to be hardcore. He used to be a banger, and he got into trouble for beating somebody else within an inch of his life. So there was a local who he, like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, he'd beaten within an inch of his life, and a warrant was put out for his arrest for the beating. But then he moved to a different state, and eventually like the warrant got dropped, or the case got dropped. And so he came back into this community. And so the suspicion is one of two things. And by the way, we still don't know who killed this guy. The suspicion was one of two things. Either he came back, started doing the robberies, and got clicked up with the drug people, and then the drug people just didn't like him, so they killed him. Or we think that it might have been the guy who got beaten within an inch of his life, or one of that guy's friends. Because that was like bad blood in the neighborhood for a while. Was this dude's family was still in the neighborhood. And so basically it was kind of known that if he ever came back, it was going to be a problem.
Yeah. Interesting. You have some interesting stories. So you still don't know who was the burglar. And he was probably not the burglar.
The robber, we don't know, but realistically, like, you know, there was no white guys in ski masks who robbed people downtown after that night, probably for years. So it was probably him. But I don't know that, right? Because lots of
Yeah.
crazy shit happens all over the place. You can't know hardcore whether or not something is unless you have the evidence, and I didn't have the evidence.
Yeah. And when you met this guy who was supposedly like that white guy, you couldn't search him, like you don't have a warrant.
Right. All I had was white guy, you know, dark jeans, you know, the wife beater tank top t-shirt, walking around in the black neighborhood at 11 p.m. at night. So I really only had a consensual stop. And
Yeah.
so I didn't really have enough to detain him or pat him down, or because I couldn't articulate, besides being a white dude who looks kind of trashy on the wrong side of town in the middle of the night, I didn't really have anything further than that to jam him up with.
Yeah. There is now a space force in America. Are there space marines in America?
Wait, sorry, ask that again. Space Marines?
Yeah. So there is a space force in American military right now,
Yeah,
right?
not yet. We don't have Space Marines yet. We're working on it. So
You think they're ever gonna be?
Yeah. Yeah. I think
Nice.
we will have. So the cool thing about Starship for Elon Musk, he created a rocket that's refillable that can fly 300,000 pounds across the entire globe in 90 minutes. And this same rocket is capable of traveling to Mars. So what's interesting about it is we technically have the ability, especially with robots, especially with like Boston Dynamics robots, we have the ability to launch robots to Mars in order to do all the work necessary to create a biodome where humans could go live and die on Mars. We could do that.
Yeah.
We just haven't really put the money up for it yet. And then I think
Yeah.
what could happen if we are successful enough to colonize the solar system is that void infantry, because that's what Marines are. Marines are just ship infantry.
Yeah.
That's what they are. So void-born infantry, I think, will be a thing if we colonize the solar system.
Wow.
And dude, I think it'd be dope. I think it would probably be like super physically stressful. I think that it would probably hurt you. I think it would kill you to be void infantry. But I think that would be still one of the coolest jobs to ever exist ever.
Yeah. Will you go back to the military for that?
I'm too old and broken. I wish I could. I still have dreams about, you know, being a cop. I still have dreams about being in the military, but I'm too old at this point.
Yeah. Do you think military teaches you some useful stuff?
Oh, I think I was an angry pothead when I was a teenager. I was somebody who liked to smoke marijuana, but I was very angry at the world. And so like my discipline, my ability to do violence, my ability to, you know, my knowledge of weapons, my knowledge of discipline, all of that stuff is correlated with the military.
Interesting. Would you want your children to be in the military if they want to?
If they do, I'm going to strongly recommend they join the Air Force, because the Air Force has girls and education and nice bases and good food. And they still do cool stuff. I'm not going to recommend the Army at all. And I will warn my kids against becoming Marines. But if they become Marines, I'll be proud.
Nice. By the way, about girls, I know you have a wife. What advice would you give to somebody young who would want to find a wife?
Yeah, in my opinion, man, I really hate to say this. I think you got to meet him at work. You know, I know that's tough, especially with people working at home, especially with people having different jobs, especially with well-paying jobs like IT being at home or predominated by dudes or construction industry. I think it's just hard to meet people. And then the other thing is like third spaces. So go to bars, go to church, go to book clubs, go to this, go to that. You got to be proactive. And also what I would say is the number one place where I've seen people get married is friends of friends. So
Yeah.
if you have a real life social group from high school or college or work, if you go to one of those social functions that you normally avoid, typically what'll happen is if there's another single girl there, or even if she's not single at the time, but you meet each other, just don't try to have the energy of like, I need sex, I need sex, I need sex, I need sex, I need sex. Like
Yeah.
if you're desperate, that's going to be a turnoff. Talk to them like a normal human being, talk to them about their interests. And then what's going to happen, at least what happened with my wife and me, is it was easy. Like the first time we talked was like, we just knew exactly how to communicate. We had the same sense of humor. We had similar goals. So it should be easy. And yeah.
Did you meet her at work?
What's that?
Did you meet her at work?
I met her at work. So I was waiting tables in college. I worked for a pizzeria called Mellow Mushroom, and she was a server as well. And she had a boyfriend at the time, so we actually were friends for about 6 months before we dated. And what happened was, unrelated to me, that relationship went on the rocks. And then we just hung out like once, and we didn't even do anything like sexual. We didn't do anything crazy. We just hung out as friends, and we talked for a long time, and we just had an awesome conversation. And then boom, here we are like 14 years later.
Nice, nice, nice. By the way, about churches are really good places to socialize and find like women.
Dude, go to church. And I know church is lame, and a lot of my audience doesn't like church, but even if you're not like a religious literalist, go to like a non-denominational like hippie church and just get some coffee afterwards. And if you see like a 30-year-old dude, chat up a conversation, make friends, and then boom, what ends up happening is, if you're like a social person, let's say that you go to church for like 2 months or whatever, and every single month you just go and you get coffee afterwards in the coffee area after the church, and you make like a male friend, and they go to church weekly or whatever. Then what ends up happening is every time that you go back, you can go hit the coffee hour, and then you can start talking to your friend. And then boom,
Yeah.
what's going to happen is, if you guys are having a good time and you're chatting and having a good time, there might even be people who walk up to you and like join your circle and start talking and introducing themselves and all that kind of stuff. And that's where you can't have this pressure of like, I have to find my girlfriend, I have to find my wife, because like people can smell that on you. You just have to go to be a person, to be human.
Yeah. I recently, I think it's a heretical church, but it has a lot of social events. So I recently started going to the Mormons.
Why not? And dude, Mormon, maybe it's a stereotype, I don't know, but like all the TikToks out of Utah with the Mormon girls or whatever, they seem like super nice, super conservative, but then because they're super conservative, they seem to be super freaky as well.
Yeah. It's
So-
also interesting. They have a thing which none other churches have, which is a singles ward, where it's a service and like Bible study usually, or some activities for people who are single, which is a very good way to meet people.
Yeah, why not? And worst case scenario, you meet a few interesting people, you have some conversations. I mean, they're Mormons, so they probably don't drink, but you go, you just meet some interesting people and you have some cool conversations. Like
Yeah.
you're not going to lose anything.
Yeah. Do you have any fun Marine stories?
Yeah, I got a ton. Although I am going to warn you, it's 2:25 and I normally wrap up at 2:30. So I'm probably going to tell my Marine story and then probably want to wrap after that. But
Yeah.
so do you want a war story? Do you want a boot camp story? What kind of Marine story do you want?
Maybe a war story.
All right. So I think for war, my shit's going to be pretty limited, but I'll still have like I still got something, I guess. So I go to Iraq and I'm on the biggest base in Al Assad, and Al Assad is in Al Anbar province, which was the heart of the insurgency. So that's where all the bad guys were. And so they were, mortaring, rocketing, IED attacks, ambushes, all that kind of stuff. And what was funny is I'll tell somebody else's war story first. That way it's more interesting. But the gunnery sergeant who took over my gunnery sergeant's position, I went to his award ceremony because he was standing guard at Haditha Dam. And I forget the story, but he was on like some kind of like guard shack or something, but he was on the roof of it. And then several insurgents came up to the guard shack and they started throwing grenades at him in order to try to kill him. But the gunnery sergeant kept picking up their grenades and throwing them back at the people who were throwing grenades at him. And so he was playing hot potato with an explosive that could have easily killed him. But what ended up happening instead was he got 2 or 3 grenades thrown at him and he threw the grenades back at the people that were trying to kill him and he killed them with the grenades. So that was, you know, bananas. But for me, I was working late one night. I was supposed to have a battle buddy because you're supposed to be in twos. And so it's midnight and I'm on the base. The base is 90% blacked out. We got generator lights all over the place, but it's dark. And I'm walking back to the cans, which is where you sleep. So we had like air conditioned trailers that we lived in. And I'm walking by the EOD hut. And EOD is explosive ordnance disposal. And I could tell somebody else's war story, but I'll save that for another time. So there's like dismantled equipment in the EOD shed. There's dismantled bombs set for disposal, all that kind of stuff. And I hear a couple of Arabic voices whispering to each other in hushed voices. And so immediately I'm like, oh shit, there's fucking saboteurs trying to break into the EOD shed. They're doing creep shit. I'm a creep on them. So I back up into a corner. I back up near a generator so they can't hear me load my gun. I load my gun and then I start creeping through like the shadows and I'm like walking on my heels to the palm of my foot, walking on the heels to the palm of my foot. So I'm basically making no noise. And so I get within like 10 feet of like the Arabic hushed voices by the EOD shed. And then I hear some metal clinking and I'm like, oh shit, they're like planting a bomb. So I'm basically ready to like smoke these dudes. Like I'm ready to just like pull the corner, you know, just see whatever they're doing and then just blast them with my rifle. And then as I'm like staring into the darkness, looking for where they are, and I'm hearing the metal clinking and I'm hearing the hushed whispers in Arabic, I see like a little red dot warm up. And then I hear the sound of a hookah bubbling.
Wow.
They weren't, okay, so they weren't blowing up the EOD. They weren't saboteurs. They were interpreters who worked for the EOD. And they were smoking hookah. They weren't planning a bomb. So,
Wow.
I understand that's like not that exciting of a story. But for me, like you have to understand, I'm a 19-year-old kid in a war zone listening to hushed Arabic voices clinking metal shit next to an area where I know there's bombs. So I was on the verge of smoking some people. And then so I just, you know, I back off, I unload my gun, I go home, like all that kind of stuff. So again, that's not that hardcore, but you know, it was one of those moments that definitely gave me adrenaline like a motherfucker.
Yeah. Interesting story.
Yeah. So we are hitting 2:30. I do have to go take care of the family. I do want to respond to chat a little bit. So do you want to shout yourself out and tell people where they can find you and what you're all about?
Yeah, I'm about being pro-Ukraine with the side of politics, pro-democracy, anti-MAGA. You can find me on Real Visigoth. It's REALVISIGOTH. Everywhere. I have a YouTube channel. You have find me on Twitter, on Twitch, on Instagram, on TikTok, and anywhere. So yeah, thank you for having me today. It was a really good conversation. Thank you so much, man.
No, I appreciate you. I hope you have a beautiful day. And if you guys enjoyed Real Visigoth's hangout, then go check out his content and subscribe. So I appreciate you, buddy. I'm going to go hang out with chat real quick, and then I'm going to dip out myself.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Have a good one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, I know one-on-ones are not everybody cups of tea, but people did it for me, so I'm going to do it for them. And Real Visigoth is a chill dude, so I want you to go check out his stuff if you enjoyed his content. Jimmy Bean says, Portland is so trash that the most diehard in my life and moved there have since moved back. It's anecdotal. I know. I think it's hilarious. That move there. Oh, okay, okay. Jimmy Bean is saying that people moved to Portland, then it sucks so bad that they moved back. I gotcha. Air Racing says, I'm a walking, talking exigent circumstance was the end of Watch. Oh, somebody said, what's my favorite cop story or best cop movie? I do think End of Watch is the most accurate cop movie I've ever seen. It obviously takes some like Hollywood Hollywood liberalisms with the plot, but it's still a good movie. And I still think it represents the experience of a patrolman relatively accurately, where it's like you're bullshitting with your boy, you're hanging out, you're bullshitting, and then some of the craziest shit you've ever seen in your life pops off. The Last Coyote says, quick, somebody write a paper outlining the principles of UBJ. We need to mainstream this as soon as possible. Talk to Grassroots. I'm sure he'll be happy to outline universal basic jail. Christian Blair says, get more Cipro stat. Sin Patty says, holy shit, thanks for the membership, whoever gave it to me. Based. Seraph says, welcome back. True. Welcome back. How was the park? Chet Hanks. Pretty much. Jimmy Bean says, wait, I changed my kid's diaper. I noticed someone asked why I left. Gotcha. Nope. Just a bunch of cops and patrol helper dudes. Okay. Not yet. ODST is still in the oven. True. We're working on it. The Marines yearn for the mines. Indeed. Tristan Clark says, why is the mouse pointer so distracting? I don't know, bro. That's your ADD kicking in. Sen Patty says, Connor, you mean some MFing Martian Marines, baby? Need some Bobby Draper? I know, right? We have submarines. We are the Dom Marines. I don't know what that means, but okay. Hans Mayer says, you would die on Mars in a steel coffin in 2 to 5 years. True. Tristan Clark says, I can picture Connor smoking a bong hit to Numb by Linkin Park. True. Sen Patty says, aw, proud dad, Connor W. True. And the Navy has guys, lol, if you're into that kind of thing. Sen Patty says, so many dudes, a whole gaggle of seamen. Exactly. Hans Mayer says, I only heard of Portland as a sleepy city, but I have no idea. They have lots of homeless people. That's their main problem. They have lots of homeless people and hard drug use. Seraph702 says, one could say, Jesus, you guys are going crazy. Hans Mayer says, okay, my dad worked in Portland 20 years ago. He told me that it was a pretty boring town. Yeah. I think it's more hipsters and grunge rock and roll and, heroin and, like cutesy little stores. That's what I think the vibe is now. Jamie Bean says, worked at Mellow Mushroom, but claim you're conservative. Yeah. Yep. Trust me, I was the most conservative person at Mellow Mushroom. I'll tell you what. Input Output says, have you ever thought about trying to go on Chris Cuomo's podcast? No, but maybe it's worth an email. Paul says, damn, hooking up at the Mormon function. Well, listen, Mormons are super conservative, but they're also kind of freaky. Quick shout out before we wrap up. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I will be live tomorrow as well, 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Also, I will be live tonight around, I think like 9:15. And I'll be doing the debate. Sen Petty says, Connor was about to air out some hashish. Yeah. Bam. Say no to drugs. Oh, so true. I'm happy I didn't smoke those dudes. They were just having a good night, and I almost fucked it up. Sarah says, I brought Pam to retrans co-crude with... Wait. I brought porn to a retrans co-crude with Iraqi forces. Didn't see those guys for 3 days until the DVD player broke. Yeah, I bet. Gen X says, man, both Hutch and Connor told me we'd watch Andrew Wilson, and I haven't seen him yet. Well, sorry to disappoint. Paul, the one-on-one was good, in my opinion. Nice to have a normal discussion with someone. True. Just change your pace every now and then. Hans Meyer says, I had 4 dates in the last year from dog parks. Based. Gen X says, I'm okay, thanks. Come to work today. Probably won't do that tomorrow. Funeral Saturday morning, then I will probably start packing. Thanks for checking. Gen X, we have parasocial love for you, and we're sorry that you're going through something hardcore. Paul says, laugh my ass off, Connor, with a blunt in Linkin Park sounds epic. I mean, that was my thousands, bro. That was my thousands. It's a Andrew Wilson clone. Void of Parrot says, debate with who? It's we did a red pill debate review a few weeks ago where they were talking about, is sexism awesome? And there was that like black guy called Kukuzi or Kuzi or something like that. And he had some of the dumbest points I'd ever heard in my entire life. And so I'm going to go bully him. I'm going to bully him on, he said that females should not be law enforcement officers and should not be in the military. And I'm going to bully him about that. So, all right. Shout out to our donors, Belinda Smith, Cicero, Azurai, Grassroots Hegemon, Dice5, Sen Patty, Anonymous Chatter, Philip Coffee, Lawson Harrison, and Beef Supreme. Thank you for your memberships and your super chats. So, Parasocial, love you guys. See you tonight or see you tomorrow. Have a good one for now. Mwah.